Does he have it?
He's going to get it.
They're going to toss it. They haven't got it.
He's on the outside line, though, going into the fastest corner on the circuit. Surely this can't work.
Dominic Ligner has got a sensational run outside line now, though, for the heavy braking zone. Around the outside goes the Audi R8.
Look how much Miller's come back into play. Exactly. Miller's still such up. He's not a second and change. All of a sudden, Miller's back in play.
Can Barry do it? Big Barry's going to do it. Big Barry!
Good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world, of course. Welcome back for some more exciting, fantastic virtual world sports car racing here for the Virtual World Sports Car Championship. We've been to Daytona, Sebring, Imola, Spa, Qatar, and now we're going to do the classic El Le Mans here. And we're going to do a 4.8 hours of grueling, endurance racing with hypercars, LMP3s, both pro and AM classes as well, too, in the championship. I'm Dean Biggles, and joining me here this evening, too, we'll have a couple of drivers as well as commentators. Ross Smith will be joining us. And, of course, the man behind pushing all the buttons will be Mr. Paul Glover. Good evening, gentlemen. How are you doing? How are you looking forward to this one?
Doing great, Mr. Biggles. Ross Smith here. It's just I'm actually going to be running in the race tonight, so I'm excited. I'll be here in the booth with you and talking to everybody while my co-driver George Angelides is out there running during the days. And yeah, looking forward to this one. It's going to be a great race, big one for the year.
Yeah, big one, of course, and no penalties will apply going into this one. So if you've been a naughty boy, don't worry too much about it. This year, you got a clean slate for this race specifically, but it's definitely one of those grueling 33 or so corners, and obviously with the different classes that you're going to have, everybody's going to have to navigate their way through a field of cars there and keep it clean. As you can see currently at the moment, the air temperature is about 20, track temperature 16, and fair weather all around, which is going to be quite nice for these drivers to be able to sort themselves out. You can have your teammates, of course. There's the calendar as well that we're looking at the moment, of course, as we're going through here to round 6 currently at the moment through the championship. So about approximately getting just over about halfway, just under halfway currently at the moment. And of course, we've got various drivers and various teams. You can, if you elect to go do this grueling 4.8 hours of a race, you can do it solo if you want, but you will have to suffer a penalty. We'll also have the chance to go through very soon to see how those championship standings are sorted themselves out so far. Once again, there's the track, my friend. And just wanted to push over here, Ross, what is the key factor here to Le Mans that you see as a driver that you can get some of those overtaking jobs done, and what do you feel that's also very difficult to navigate?
Well, we'll be probably jumping into some of the specifics because there are so many with such a big iconic track like this one. But I would say overall is going to be consistency, minimizing mistakes, and getting as much time as you can as you're going around. That's going to be the way that you're going to see some of these drivers come out on top.
Consistency is going to be key as well, too, especially endurances. You don't want to take any major gambles too soon, too early. That's what's the keys to the race, exactly right there. You mentioned minimize those mistakes, optimize your setup for the top end speeds, no doubt on that one, and be ready for anything. And anything can happen. Somebody can have a little bit of a moment up the road ahead of you, and you've got to do your sharp reactions to it. And of course, you don't want to take you and your teammates out so early, especially early in a race as well, too, because then you have to fight your way back up to the field. But you never say never, and I say you never, ever give up in a race because you never know what's going to happen around the corner. There's your keys to the race. Looking further forward, we got some special notes here from this evening. No penalties that I mentioned from the previous races, so you got a clean slate. The solo drivers must serve a drive-through penalty. Team drivers are all in one car, so it's key performance to work with your teammates and communicate with your teammates. I'll end up being your spotters and stuff like that. Minimum drive time for 2 people will be 30%. For 3 people will be 20%. So it'll got more drivers in your team there. You'll be able to just allow a little bit more concentration and less sweaty time in the seat. And a minimum 1 series driver in each of the cars. Qualifying driver must start the race. Points are awarded to all the teammates. And we've got the strategy car for our hypercars this evening. So they're going to have the tyres to choose from, the mediums and the hards there. The fuel will be the one-time fuel that you're going to have. They're expecting 45 to 50 minutes run per gas tank that you're going to be able to have there with 4 to 6 pit stops estimated during the race there. The V series, the 9.8s, the 9.63s, and the 499P series are the cars to beat, as you can see on your pictures. And they have maximum pace and clean air when possible, of course. And there's going to be something about navigating your way through that traffic when it starts to pick up pretty quickly. The different classes. Let's purse over to the GTs at the moment, just the 1 medium tire set that they'll be able to use from. Fuel also will be maxed out there with just over an hour there, an hour and 10 minutes per gas tank, with about 4 stops expected during the race. With the Mercedes AMG there, the Vantage, and the RCF will be the cars at the moment that they can use. Slipstream for the speed and fuel, and watch out for hot and warm tires with the GT3s. And this is your current hypercar standings at the moment, with the CMRS Pro Red Cadillac on 124 points there, followed slowly. That's Daniel at the moment too. Daniel and Daniel Show. It's not a law firm actually, but it's the 2 leading drivers in the championship of the hypercars. With Johnny and Mike, as you can see, a little bit further back in the field, they're going to get some points. But this could be one of those crucial rounds, of course, for these drivers and get some good points here that they can get themselves, hopefully, within grasping reach of the top 3 in the championship standings, as you can currently see on there at the moment. There's your team ones at the right, so your drivers are on the left and your teams are on the right there. The CMS Pro Red Cadillac Series, and then the Smile Power Racing Cadillacs with the SKS Toyota Motorsports Evos as well. 99 points. They're quite a little bit behind there at the moment, but once again, good results here this evening with those drivers could be fantastic. Here's the AM for the Hypercar Series, led currently at the moment in the championship over John Mayer with 104 points there, with Jerry Chen there and 71 points. Vinicius there with 70/71 points there closely at the moment, just 1 point difference between them, with Adrian Rice there in the 4th position. And going over to the teams, it's the Mistral Porsche there, leading with a little bit of a dominating performance there of a 108-point gap there over the AM Racing Alliance Cadillac B Series in the 2nd place. And then further back, there's just a small gap between the Trash Panda Racing Toyota Evo teams there, piloted by the Bruceys. And our GT3 class there, with Tammy leading 147 points currently at the moment from David there in 112 points there, with Alan Holden holding on currently at the moment to that P3 place, currently about, no puns intended there. With the teams over there for the Dark Thunder Racing Aston Martins, 210 points with a commanding lead at the moment over the BHR and GSR Fan Faction Mercedes, 155 points with 54 points just trailing down from them. And then we got the Porsche doing the Porsche things, the initial Porsche 911 team with 39 points. So they're slipping away, as well as Stardust and Team Rookie Monsters, essentially from those two up the feed there. Could this be a good result for the Fan Faction team there to try to close down the Dark Thunder Racing? The old Green Machine Aston Martin's up the road. And our GT3 AM classes, just drivers currently at the moment with Alexander McQuarrie, just with a little bit of a gap there over Peter Meyer with 104 points there with Stephen Miller and 97 points. That's a very, very close championship between those drivers. Further down there, Adam Gray, Craig Pullen, and Dumgana Mazar with the 32 points. Stacey Scotts, David Anderson, and Norm Graff there down there with 21 points, 89 off the leader. All right, so that's currently at the moment our standings going into this one, and it's going to be an exciting one. Everybody likes Le Mans, of course. And once again, Ross, well, how nervous would you be with your team going into this? How much practice and preparation have you done? Once again, you're keeping your noses clean, minimize mistakes. What are the other key things that you've been talking to your teammates about?
Well, I mean, those are the biggest ones, because I mean, that's really what you want to focus on above everything else. It's going to make or break the race more than anything. But if you're managing to do that alongside your competitors, getting into it, being able to time your fuel so that way you're maximizing your stints where possible. I know for the hypercars, it's going to be flat out pretty much the whole way. But if you can do maybe a little bit of fuel saving here or there, and just maybe stretch out just a little bit more so that way you can get one more lap or two at the end of some of your stints, that's going to be key coming into that last stint. It's going to mean that you're sitting for less time. You may not have to come in and do as much, but only if you're not going to end up sacrificing pace, because it's very much of a seesaw kind of battle when you're dealing with that. You want to really come in there and get as much time on the track as you can and stay up with your competition, because as soon as you start letting them slip away, that's when you're just fighting an uphill battle. And, in the notes there, it said, just be prepared for anything. There's rain in the area. It's that time of year when weather can certainly come in and play a factor. It's actually raining earlier today during some of the early practice sessions on the server. So that's obviously cleared up now, but there are systems moving about. And this part of the country, it doesn't take much for a storm system to just kind of swing around a couple kilometers, and then suddenly part of the track is just kind of doused. So drivers are going to be keeping an eye out. I can say that coming off of when I actually ran here with George in 2023, when we were running a full season as a team, we were doing great in the ARX06, and coming around Porsche curves, there's a GT3 sitting sideways, and there was just nothing George could do. Just a total blind corner. You're at maximum attack, maximum speed coming around that left-hander, and then there's just nowhere to go. So that tore up the front end, and it killed our race. I think we ended up finishing third or fourth in class, maybe even further down, for a car that really should have been at least podium. So that's going to happen to pretty much anyone. You're going to be going into the night if you're a single driver, if you're in a part of the world where maybe it's starting to get pretty late, or it's very early, like some of our Australians on the grid. It's going to be a big challenge to keep that focus. You're going to be in the car a very long time, especially if you're running solo. So all these different factors coming into play, and everything that drivers have to kind of keep paying attention to. Don't get angry, keep your head and make it to the end.
Yeah, don't aggressive drive too much as well, too, as you said, exactly. And you've got to be in the right place at the right time. There is always a level of luck that happens, as you mentioned. There's a car completely sideways in front of you on the track, no time to react, nothing you can do. And unfortunately, you can be involved in an incident that can happen to absolutely anybody in the track. You just got to put your head down and just go with that. That's a racing incident. It can occur. Don't put yourself in that particular situation. Don't try for some unnecessary moves. We see that all the time in endurance races, where you kind of look back at it later and go, well, perhaps I should have just followed that car around for another lap or two, and rather than risking it for the biscuit, literally, and then getting into a collision, into a race that it's a sprint. It's a marathon, not a sprint, as they say with endurance races. So you've got to take that into consideration. I love that element of rain always lurking around. That's another thing as well too. You said you did a little bit of practice with it when it was there. How many drivers have done their homework on that? How many drivers have gone out there and practiced in those changeable conditions and see how they can handle it? Because that can catch you off guard sometimes, can't it there, Ross?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, it's right now it's floating around maybe 15% in the area, like 10 to 15%. So not a huge chance for there to be rain, but if it does start coming down at any one point, it'll probably be just enough that drivers are going to really have to be on their toes. If you're really worn out on your tires, just a little bit of extra slick in there could be enough to start setting you around, and then you start getting into some of those conditions where you're having to deal with cars stretch across the track. But it's Le Mans. Le Mans picks its winners, and those who are paying attention, who are on their toes the whole time, and staying consistent, they're going to be the ones to win. But real quick, before we kind of go more into some of what's happening with, like, say, the teams or anything like that, I do want to circle back to what you're talking about with sort of the special rules for today's race, because within VWSC, typically we do not have driver swapping, but this is a very special round, which kind of really leans into more of the team aspect of the championship. We define kind of the VWSC series as like, this is a compressed sort of endurance series. So you're going to see typical race lengths between 90 minutes to 2 hours. So a little bit more on par with what you might see at IMSA, but it's pretty short in the world of sim racing. So there isn't as much driver swapping. But you come to Le Mans, we wanted to stretch it out. We went from 2.4 hours to 4.8 hours. And so now you have that extra time, and now is your chance to see your teammates in the car with you. So you have that endurance element, you have that driver swap element, sharing setups, having to do the swaps, not screw up anything, and just having the different driver performances across the team dictating how well that car is going to perform at the end. So because of that, one of sort of the polarizing things that we've included is that drive-through for solo entries. So we didn't want to discourage anyone who just did not want to run with anyone else. There are several drivers who've been very vocal about that. So we said, sure, you can do it. But because you do not have those extra factors to deal with, we have to kind of balance things out somehow. So that's why we said we'll just institute a drive-through. It's about a 30-second tack on to your time. In a 4.8 hour race, you're driving for almost 5 hours, really not going to make a huge difference there. And it's enough that it just kind of, accounts for those little things that can crop up. I mean, you screw up a driver swap, AI takes over, like something goofy technical happens that can kill your race. And as a single driver, you're not going to have to deal with that. You have 3 different computers, or up to 2 or 3 different computers that any one of them could have an internet connection break all of a sudden, like while their driver's going, or, they just overheat, crash a desktop. Any one of those things, you're multiplying those danger factors. So we instituted that, and it seems to work out pretty well. A lot of drivers, you'll see, they'll go through, they'll be kind of waylaid a little bit, but they will come back. And there are no penalties, like you said before, that would typically go to the next round in the series. But for Le Mans, because of the very special nature, we're not doing that. So any penalties that you see drivers doing drive-throughs for, besides the solo stuff at the beginning, is because they've loaded up their cut tracks, which, look out for Tetra Rouge, look out for the chicanes at the end. Those are going to be big ones that are going to start awarding track extension points for drivers. And at just under 5 hours, yeah, that's going to definitely be a factor where they have to deal with that. So, yeah, a lot to play for here, and a lot going on for the teams championships too.
Maximum risk and maximum reward, like you said. If you're going to be a solo driver, you've got to take out some of those elements of driver swapping, but you're going to add more elements of fatigue kicking in as well too, trying to tackle it all by yourself. But hey, each to their own, and that's going to be pretty brave from those drivers that elect to do that. As you said, they'll have to set that drive through, I guess, presume at any point of that, which will cut 30 seconds, which is really nothing, as you said, into an endurance race. But you've got to throw those other elements in. Once you get, as you said, technical issues. We see it all the time in any league racing across the planet. It's, to me, that just adds that element that you have in the real life where you have malfunctions on a car. You have your brakes that fail, or you have electrical units that fail on the car, or engine units that fail on the car. And unfortunately, you have to retire it. In the virtual world, of course, we have a cat jumps on your lap, or somebody pulls out a USB cable or something like that when you're driving, or you get a power cut. That's the elements that you play in the virtual world racing. So it balances itself out. Nothing you can do about that. You just got to do your best in the racing rig and communicate to your teammates once again if they're going to be doing that. And that's always something, isn't it, Ross? It's kind of like your baby, isn't it? You got your brand new car from the dealership, and you're like, okay, your mate says, okay, I want to let me take it for a spin. You're kind of like, oh well, don't really want to let you take my fancy new sports car out for a ride, but you've got to do that, don't you? If your teammates, you've got to trust them and have faith in them, and also communicate to them, let them know what's happening, spot them for traffic is always a key as well too. You got to be able to navigate as well as remember you're trying to navigate through traffic, but at the same time you're trying to stick to your delta, stick to your lap times, because in the overall grand scheme of things, you're trying to counteract those pit stops and stuff like that. And you said, but a fuel saving, could you also be expecting that perhaps some of the teams here could skip a whole fuel stop essentially and try that fuel strategy undercut if they could do that fuel saving? Was it possible enough?
Oh, I don't know about that. I think the biggest amount that you'd be able to do is you save yourself maybe a couple laps at the end that you'd have to come in and do a pit stop for. Maybe it's very close. I don't think that it's going to necessarily make or break it, but it might. If you have two teams that are running very close together, and one has managed to eke out just a little bit more, they're sitting in the pits for maybe just a few seconds less, or they have to take that. Well, I wouldn't say that extra stop because I don't know we're going to run into that, but just if they're in there for 5, 6, 10 seconds more, because they've been pushing great guns the whole time, and their competitor has been able to maintain pretty good pace without using as much fuel. Yeah, you can see it come down to a very close thing. We've had it every single year. There's always been some kind of jump at some point because a team has managed to just hit it right and play the numbers. So I would say look out for that again for this year. It's going to make a difference.
And what about damage? If you happen to get some damage on the car, how much time are you expecting?
Oh yeah, the damage is going to definitely be something to be considered here as we're getting ready to go over to the race mode. But I'll let you take it away.
Starting grid for the Hypercars this evening. There's Cameron Baker on pole there. Lining up next to him will be Ben Kensley, and Robert Modelling will be in the third row with Johnny in the fourth row. Mike Bell, and I do apologise, John. I've got to get your name there with Michael Locke and Timon Sovic will be behind them. Daniel Kirby, Tom Lane, 9th and 10th there with Daniel Scott, and Troy on the 11th and 12th positions. Currently in the Hypercar grid. Hypercar for the Hypercar AMs at the moment. We'll get those pictures back up to you. The Hypercar AMs.
We lost a picture.
We'll get the Hypercar AMs up there for you at the moment. Looks like Adrian Rice will be, on the pole position there with George next to him, with John and Vince Conclavis, I think it is, the number 400 behind them. And then we've got Al Benjamin and Andy on the 5th and 6th there with the final driver there of Mike Bryce with the LMP GT3s at the moment. David Junt there, Alan Holden, GT Tammy, and Jamie Zalecki. I will butcher these. Alan, Mac, Luciano, and Maximilian on the 7th and 8th place there. And for the AM class there for the GTs will be Alexander, Peter Meyer there, Adam Gray, and Stephen Miller with the 3rd and 4th places there behind them. I think that will be our quota. We get a little bit more there as well. That's it, actually. That will be it. Let's go down to the track and welcome, of course, to Le Mans. Welcome in the chat there too. Please do give us a shout out there. We'll be reading that as we follow on along. Gillis is on there. And hello, party people. Who was the new commentator? Last time I checked, James didn't have an Aussie accent. James at the moment is out supporting his son out trackside, so he's taking a little bit of a break at the moment for the boss man. As you see that we're going to have a rolling start at the moment. Each of the cars in their classes will be taking it easy. And we know overtaking initially off the bat until I believe we get to after turn 9. If I'm not mistaken there, Ross, just to make things like smooth and steady initially, because it's a sprint. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, and normally we would do a full pace lap, and unless George changed it since we were running a little bit behind, but I believe you're exactly correct there. So we do a manual formation and rolling start here, split up the classes. So any of those hypercars that you saw early on that did not get a good time in, because the truncated qualifying session, they've moved up into the hypercar group, and the GTs are laid back, about 10 car lengths or so, so that way there's a nice controlled release. We get a little separation in the field. But yeah, it's exciting. I'm kind of watching here on board. I'm going to be swapping with George Angelidis here before too long. I say that it'll probably be a couple hours, but yeah, it's this is the anticipation. We're at Le Mans, and it's going to get really spicy.
Yeah, the high speeds down the Michelin Straight. It will be interesting. You can see on your pictures currently in a moment, and we've got picture-in-picture as well too, which is fantastic. Multiple camera angles. We have it all here. In the GT3s in the bottom right. It's going to keep an eye on the hypercars as well. Fantastic, as you said. And also, I'm just curious of those lap times as well too, Ross. You saw during practice and qualifying. How quickly do you think? How many laps do you think it'll be before the hypercars are going to start being on the back there of the GT3s? Need to put those laps on.
Oh, it'll be a little bit here. Probably about 7 or 8 laps, I want to say, maybe more or less, just depending on how quickly we get away here at the start. But yeah, it won't be long before they're mixing it up. I would say keep an eye out here. So if you're looking at hypercar, keep an eye on the CMS Pro teams. They've definitely been having an all-out war with Smile Power, who unfortunately they're just in one car right now. So it's the CMS Pro Red and Blue versus Smile Power, and that's definitely going to make a factor as they go later into this race. Looking back into the hypercar AIMS, you've got some of the Toyotas, which I think are going to be some underdogs. Adrian Rice is very fast. Keep an eye on JT Tammy and Alexander McQuarrie. They're back in the GTs.
Also with those GT3s as well too, some of those AMs are mixing it right up with the qualifying with the pros. As you've got the Aston Martin in the leading of the AM, but they're currently back there in 21st place, but obviously over in their class they're running essentially, I think that's 5th place or something like that, so it'll be interesting. Cadillac versus Ferrari, Alpine, Peugeot, a couple of Cadillacs, and then the Peugeot as well too, and then you got the Aston Martin leading the hypercar AM class, and the Mercedes in the lead of the pros of the GT3s as they're starting to get that separation ready to go. Hope everybody's excited for this one once again. No, just take it easy, gentlemen and ladies in the cars there. You don't want to do anything too risky. You don't want to see yourself out into the kitty litter so early of an endurance race, because then you've got a bit of a battle back on your hands. But luckily the positive thing is you have 4.8 hours to resolve it.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. I'm guessing that George must have made an audible, so we move forward and we're going to actually do the full formation lap here. So that's great to see, because it's definitely more in line with reality. And I love this as you're calling off the all the different manufacturers that are supplied here. There's one thing that Storm Gang Simulation, which I happen to be a part of, self plug. We've done so much work in getting all of these cars that are in the real world. Like, you're not going to see the Acura yet at Le Mans, mixing it up with these guys, but it's it's really cool that all of them can be represented, all of the potentiality of what these cars have and can bring to the table. Just it feels so good to actually see this is what true convergence would look like. So very proud of the work being done, and everyone who's been running here, they've really been enjoying it. There's been a lot of strong driver feedback, good and bad. We take it all, we make updates, and we do what we can to get it ready. So it's really cool to see this, and you'll get to see all of these cars coming together and really, flexing muscle and all the different pros and cons that they have. So yeah, get ready to go. Here we are at Le Mans.
And what's the car you'll be driving this evening?
I'll be in George in the only Acura, the ARX-06 in the field. So we're going to try and represent that beautiful JDM brand.
Yeah, and you'll be alongside, of course, the Aston Martin there, piloted by Adrian Rice currently at the moment. So you guys are in a good front row position in class. But it's to finish first you must finish is the important part of any race, really. But more importantly, too, in endurance races. Time is on the driver's side currently at the moment. Final corner.
Here we
You're
go.
gonna get ready to hit that pedal to the metal. Oh, bit of a wheel spin currently at the moment from the third place there. Looks like Robert just kind of get that pedal down. And where we go. Green. Racing at the moment. Take it all easy. Should be no overtaking just yet. But then again, some of the drivers are going to see the opportunity. If Cap Car sees the opportunity so far for the Hypercars, managed to get themselves through. Check out. Oh, off into the grass there for the Peugeot, and the GT3s are away as well too, and that looks fairly cleanly at the moment.
Yeah, great start by all the teams so far. You never want to see such a long endurance race, especially when an iconic like Le Mans, where you have an issue immediately at the start. Last year we had some very spicy maneuvers at the beginning between CMS Pro and Smile Power, but nice and clean this year, and everyone's just lining up their sights, getting settled in, get that first lap out of the way, and start planning on the next couple stints.
We get the temperature up to the tyres. Towers finally on the left-hand side as well too, as you can see in each of the four classes here this evening. As we're just getting to the drivers, getting the temperature built up into those tyres immediately, getting a feel for the car there under these racing conditions now. As you can see, going down the Muslin straight there with the little kink of turn 11 in the middle there, just to slow them down a little bit, just to remind these drivers that there are brakes that you do have to use, there are gears that you have to downshift, and overtaking opportunities, no doubt, into turn 12 as well too, as they're going to sweep around here. As you can see in your pictures, that's till turn 12 and the 13, which is that little kink down on the power, and then go into the Muslin zones of 14 and 15 at the moment. There's Cameron in that P2 position there in the Cadillac.
Yeah, looking at teams here, so Robin Mulling sitting there in third place there. They're running the only Alpine in the field. He and Wouter de Bruin, who I actually was teamed up with in the historic series that we run alongside this one. They have been really trying to find a connection with that car, and it is set up, it's on the Eureka chassis, so it's a very stiff chassis, very much like the Acura ARX-06, so it should be very well suited for Le Mans. So if they're able to maximize some of their top end and keep an eye on their tires, as we see a move here for the lead, they should be doing all right. Oh, down in Indianapolis, Kesby under attack from Cameron Barker. He's going to try and get past him soon. It's just so that way he can get out, get some clean air, and put some space between himself and Mulling, as well as Smile Power. You can see who's right up there behind him. Mike Bell currently piloting that, but we should see probably Daniel Herlock coming into that car next once they start going in for their pit stops.
Yeah, beautiful pictures. You can see the gap between the front two drivers, as you see Cameron Baker putting that pressure on Ben currently at the moment, and they want to try to get that. Once you get that clean air up the road there, you got to remember too, Robin is just lurking in the background there, and those front three is starting to pull just a little bit away there from Mike Bell and the other Cadillac behind, as you can see in the pictures. But that little bit of a lunge, you'd say, from Cameron, it was early days, but well defended there by Ben at this point, just wanting to maintain the clear air up the road there.
Yeah, the Ferrari is going to be really fast on the straights for this race. It recently got a BOP adjustment just because it was struggling in a few spots, but that has really given it a strong boost. I wouldn't say an outright advantage, but it will be difficult to overcome. Previously, the Cadillac was actually sort of the dominatrix on the straight line speed, but right now they're pretty evenly matched. So right now, I think Barker is going to be in a position where if he can just stay right in that slipstream, maybe get a little bit of fuel saving, I think that's going to set him up probably for a better mid to second half of the race here.
Yeah, there is currently at the moment. We can see Holden in a little bit of a blockage occurring. That's the Holden at the moment there for the other Ferrari as well too. So we got two Ferraris in heavy battles at the moment, and that's in. We've also got a pit stop, I noticed as well too, for some of the drivers.
Yeah, it looks like it was getting that drive-through out of the way. I couldn't see who that was in that 9X8. But yeah, Alan Holden definitely trying to hold on here. JT is going to be very difficult to pass up in that Aston Martin. Another very strong car here. The 296 should be pretty good in a straight line, but he is definitely going to be under attack. Jamie Zalecki there in the AMG putting the pressure on. I think he's going to be teamed up with Vasilis Katarinakis, who's one of the other mini Greeks in the field today, and just trying to keep it nice and steady. The AMG should be fairly well balanced here, but keep an eye on the sole Lexus in the field. I believe that's Peter Meyer who's out there running that one. Great shot here, by the way, looking down Mulsanne Straight.
It looks like a nice little overtake in the background as we get a "You're welcome" out there from Paul in the background there. Fantastic producer this evening. I know what it's like there. I broadcast and produce almost every day, a couple of times a day. There's a lot of work to do behind the scenes, so hats off to him. He's going to be doing it for another 4 hours and 42 minutes as well too, so we'll keep our eyes peeled on all the action. He's got 27 cars essentially out on the track there to keep an eye out and make sure. And please do give us a bit of a shout out there as well too. We love at JP Broadcasting as we're seeing George under pressure here at the moment there. Flicks off from Adrian Rice. That's a battle between 9th and 10th currently at the moment in the pictures.
Yeah, this is it's my teammate out there.
Side action.
Adrian Rice is very quick.
Bit of drawback. Also in the background as well too, looking for the same thing.
Yeah, that Aston Martin, it is powerful. Adrian Rice is definitely no slouch. He knows how to handle the car. And in fact, the only reason why he's probably in an AM class right now is just because his finishes haven't been terribly consistent within the series. So it sort of knocked his ELO rating down just enough to kind of keep him there. But George is doing a great job there, keeping the pressure on. He's avoided some of these early incidents. We saw a few cars going off and out. Adrian had a little mistake early on. Like I said, he's our resident Australian there who's running. So whenever he's going on there as a solo run, that might start to get a little sleepy towards the end as we kind of focus in here on Max Something Lab and Luciano Ichazo.
Luciano putting the pressure on. You can see there the 044 Porsche. And well, you see the Australians usually off winning Formula 1 races these days, mate. So hats off to him to getting into the racing rig and putting pressure on the rest of the field. I have to give my 2 bob out there, of course, because we don't get very often to say Australians are leading Formula 1 championships and winning races. So hats off to Oscar. But back to Le Mans.
No Formula 1 cars here, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm watching a little bit here. It looks like Tom Lane is just kind of in the background here as we're watching this Something Lab Ichazo battle going on. Tom Lane, I believe he's now serviced his drive-through, so he's up in the pro class right now behind that lead battle in Hypercar AM. Now, Ichazo here has had a couple run-ins coming out of Spa and a few other places. In fact, I think he still has some penalties coming through that he's going to have to deal with going into Watkins Glen. But right now he's free and clear, so he can put maximum pressure on Max Something Lab. And I will say that the 992 is it is Porsche, so it can do Porsche things, but it's been shown to be really strong and confident within the series. Definitely an improvement over last year. Very similar to the BOP adjustments we've seen in the real life series, particularly on the IMSA side. But that Lexus obviously also no slouch. A little bit slide out there.
Off a slide at it, exactly, and the kitty let it there for a second. He's going to be a bit of a scare moment there for the Porsche doing the Porsche things, as you said. But
great battle here. Gutierrez putting some real strong pressure on John Uyon, that CMS Pro Blue team. John's just going to let him by.
Yeah.
Oh, no!
Yeah, you don't want to... Oh, he's going to let him by. He's going to let him slide on by out of the corner as well, too. So there it is. And then further back, the Batmobile is going to try to do evasive... Holy Robin. That holy Batman. Absolutely. So car's getting a little bit loose already here, gentlemen, which is a little scary moment for some of the drivers. But thankfully, keeping it out of the fence and just going off the kitty litter is something you can recover, no doubt, and you don't have to worry too much about damage, thankfully. But yeah, a little bit of scare moments, no doubt, for their teammates out there. If they got teammates looking down on them, going, you can feel the butterflies coming out through them, can't they? The nerves that they have to have them watching their teammates almost throw it into the fence.
That was real close. It's so easy to do there too, because you're right on the limit coming into that second chicane. You see George get a really strong run coming up behind Adrian Rice. It's going to be real risky heading down to Indianapolis, though. He's going, barely. I think he was anticipating he might cut in just behind him and just barely give him a little kiss. No harm, no foul.
Slide coming out of the corner.
Maybe I spoke too soon. Adrian Rice hard near the wall.
Yeah, I noticed the rear end was starting to slide out for a second. I thought he might have caught it, and it is very tricky at the moment. He's got a little bit of a gap at the moment. He should be able to get on the loud pedal there, drop a couple of places, but as you can currently see, you can go from the penthouse to the outhouse pretty quickly around here with a little bit of a mistake. What do you reckon about that from looking at that, Ross? It looked like he just got loud pedal too quickly coming out of the corner there and the rear end started going.
Yeah, you know, I want to give George the benefit of that. Obviously, there's a little bit of that nip on the rear there, corner before, and that might have just been enough to kind of throw him off and make him think about it. Obviously, he had some issues earlier on. I know that the Aston Martin is a little bit tricky to deal with, and just looks like a run straight through. Yeah, missed the braking point.
Stop! Oh, what a save!
Very lucky. That's earlier back on lap 1, I guess. It's testing the braking zones on that GR010.
Yeah. Cold brakes maybe a little bit on that one too, isn't it? Going for that's back on lap 1 and going to hit the anchors, and unfortunately the anchor didn't deploy. And he was so very smart aware there to avoid the tyre barrier that was approaching at a drastic speed there, and just kept the momentum going as well too without absolutely hitting the anchors, which is probably a clever thing. It's rear end sliding at the moment, as you can currently see in the 102 back there as well. But
yeah, take a look here.
We have a look at Adrian Rice here, and this is what we kind of saw before. Yeah, didn't make it stop quite in time.
Yeah, that was the incident I saw. That was lap 1. I just happened to catch that out of the corner of my eye when I was riding on here with George, and saw a car off in the just letting Johnny Gutierrez. These are different driver classes, so I think George is just gonna try and let him by and not lose too much time here to that Ikiri Mistral team behind him. Just have to check. It looks like John Mayer, who's, I want to say, their fastest driver in that car right now, so he's going to be trying to pull that gap down on George.
Yeah, that was clever play at the moment there. George is still leading in class there, and he doesn't want to fight too much there with Johnny. And that, don't get stuck as well too. Thankfully, he can get off onto the sausage curb and back onto there. But you can beach these cars too, the low ground clearance that they are, or get them stuck, no doubt. But good recoveries from these drivers at the moment too, finding the gaps in the field in these early days and managed to get those cars pointing in the right direction and back onto it. So luckily, we've always get a little bit concerned as we're going to see a nice little battle between those two drivers as well too. Another replay coming.
We will eventually.
Right? Yep.
Yeah, great pass by Johnny Gutierrez. Just slipped up. Yeah. Well, it was until
no, that was the little too hot into the corner.
So easy.
Back to the live pictures. Yeah, here we go. So we're going to see
Michaela. That was cheeky.
That's very cheeky, exactly. Just pushing off into the grass at the moment. But that was fun, and they'd be on the radio screaming to race control about that one. But thankfully, we don't have. Oh, we'll see the slide coming in the corner. Got to be very, very careful, as you can see there with John. It's you're getting that little bit too much power in it. We saw before too. The little spins that can easily occur here. This is a fantastic early racing that we're seeing. Some fierce fighting. And I think the gentlemen have to be aware that we still have 4 hours and just shy of 30 minutes to go on this one. And the attack's mounting back again here too for the Peugeot. Peugeot versus Cadillac.
Yeah, great battle between these two. Michael Locke, a very, very quick driver, both modern and the historic championships, putting a lot of pressure on John right now. We'll see Troy, John's son, come into that car a little bit later in the race. And Troy is very quick. I'm imagining he'll be able to push that one along.
How's that for you using the track differences? You can see in the pictures in the bottom right-hand side, the GT3 battle occurring down the main straight. It's Holden versus Jamie there at the moment. It's Mercedes versus Ferrari. Go ahead.
Yeah, front engine versus mid rear engine there. So that's a very interesting weight balance on those cars. We've seen other go at it here. Michael Locke looks like he's going to get that pass done now.
Yeah.
Cadillacs are strong, but the 9X8s they're also pretty good around here, especially with that all-wheel drive. If that rain comes in, you're going to see that really come into play.
Oh yeah, you said about that rain. Keep an eye on that forecast for you in the radar. I'm sure you are, as well as your teammate out there at the moment. How is your teammate doing? Just to let you know, at the moment, I'm just trying to spot out where is your car.
Leading. He's leading.
You're leading.
Hypercar
Yeah,
M.
George is leading. Yep.
Yeah, but John Mayer is closing the gap. Actually, just turned his fastest lap at a 3:33.4. Just a little bit faster than George for his fastest. So you can see here, this is John. Yeah, it just really took a big chunk out of that curve and compromised him coming off the corner. Really easy to do. Those last chicanes are, you get a little bit too far over on one, and it can really mess up. You lose sometimes at least half a second or more if you really butcher them.
We're getting a little information there from Danny out there in the chat. He says, for info, Robin had a screen freeze come into the start line, which is the way he had this. It was so severe for the Alpine. Thank you very much for that one. And MOB says the Valkyrie does look very much like the Batmobile from the front. You're right on that one. Yep, good call. It did. Holy moly, Batman. Yep, well, there's no jokering. There's no joker around. Okay, when it comes to endurance races, the punts are going to start coming thick and fast. It's all right. We got 4.5 hours more of them.
We'll signal you when to stop. No, but the
red flag for the commentator. Drive-through penalty. Yeah.
Really great battle here for this second place position. Alan Holden doing a good job in keeping Jamie behind him. Jamie's keeping him honest for sure. He gets really good runs out of there. It looks like Alan might be struggling just a little bit with some of those mid to lower speed corners, and Jamie's able to capitalize, and then he kind of loses him a bit in some of the faster sweeping bits. I'm curious to see how that changes as the car balance kind of gets adjusted as we go later into the race, and you see fuel burn off. And again, kind of going back to the keys to the race here with those GT3s, you really do have to look after those tires. They're a medium set, so they've got decent grip. And as we see Jamie's Lucky going around the outside, he's poking out there. He's going to have the outside, unfortunately, coming up to the chicane.
Yeah, it doesn't have this heel to tuck in behind Waney because he couldn't quite. As soon as he broke that slipstream, couldn't get the momentum going, and it's just like putting your hand out the window. We got a caution in sector 2.
Oh, looks like somebody's stuck down there.
It's been cleared. Yeah, you're punching that air, aren't you? And then you just scrub the speed.
Yeah, it's Andy Schremser, who's down there. It's running with.
Look at the helmet. This might have been an incident here too from Andy and in the Toyota Evo as well. We'll see if we can get anything to do with that a little bit later on, but that battle's still resuming. You can see on the pictures there for second and third in class there with Alan holding Jamie just down the road there. Once again, Jamie's been trying to apply the attacks there for the Mercedes, but the Ferrari has been doing its job. Let's have a look at the replay of what occurred.
I guess probably brakes again. It's gonna. Oh yeah, so that's very easy to do coming in, maybe just a little bit too hot, swinging a little bit. Lance Stroll.
We're hearing from the producer. He's done the window licking the Lance Stroll when he wanted to get into that.
Checking back here on the leader of the race. Sorry, the second place right now, Ben Kesby, who's trailing behind Cameron Barker, who's pulled the fastest lap at a 3:28.3. So really flying early on in this race, and it looks like Ben might have gotten a track cut because I'm showing that he He's missing a time there, as is my teammate George leading the Hypercar AM. Thanks, George. We'll have an extra point there for us. But yeah, definitely Robin Moling keeping Ben Kesby here honest. Kesby, you know, they've been saying that the 499 is very quick here. It certainly is. Ben Kesby's no slouch either, but I'm curious to see how much he's going to be using up his car through the stint here. Looking back here a little bit further in the field with Michael Locke, who's battling with John Huey, and goes way wide. That's got to be a track cut.
Yeah, that'll be. Oh yeah, kept his foot planted through that corner as well too. He had to carry the momentum, which is not a bad idea once you go a little bit wide.
Hearing a note in the background, Andy Schremer has gone around again. I'm guessing that he's struggling a little bit with the balance on that car, which the Toyota definitely is difficult. Talking with Benjamin Porteous Heath, who's running solo in his. You know, he's had some pretty good in-depth conversations, a lot of good feedback for the team for development and stuff too. So he's commented on how difficult that car can be to set up. Like when you get it right, it feels great, but it can go evil on you very quickly too. So good three-way battle here for 5th place with Locke, Uyan, and now Suvic coming in behind there. So he's starting to close that gap up a little bit too. Just ran a 3:31.8, so he's actually outpacing these guys just a little bit. We'll see how that plays out.
As I said, the other battle still presuming at the moment for these two drivers in the GT3s in the pro of the GT3 class. Yeah, you mentioned that was a nice little battle that you could see on your hypercar as well too. There's only a second and change separating those drivers for the big battle for the P5 position, P6 and P7. But the leaders checked out there. First one's in the 328 clubs as well too for Cameron Baker, and then you got Kesby a little bit further down the road there with Robin still keeping that little bit of pressure on the Ferrari for that P3 place. I said before, Ted, don't count your chickens before they go to roost there with your George at the moment leading the Hypercar Acura at the moment. You're still early days, my friend. You know, anything can happen. Hopefully not. Cross your feet and your toes and everything like that. We are going to start seeing the Hypercars lapping now some of the GT3 AM class drivers too, so that's when that traffic starts to come into play, which is what we do love in multi-class racing action and endurance races. Yeah,
and it's we're hoping that we might get a few more cars out here. Obviously a lot of drivers in the series, so we get some pretty packed fields throughout the rest of the season, but once you all start piling in, then obviously you kind of start cutting that down. Still 27 cars I should say, coming out to today's race. It's definitely putting on a show. I mean, right now, you know, with Jamie Zalecki kind of just throwing a magnet on the back of Alan Holden, just keeping that position right there. I'm wondering if that's going to have a major impact on his fuel economy, if he's able to do anything with that and potentially jump him later once they start going through their pit cycles.
Yeah, for the GT3s, remember we're going to see them in about an hour from now, but their pit stops a little bit earlier there for the hypercars, as they're going to burn through more of that biofuels. I'm not sure if they're running on biofuels or anything these days, but they're trying to implement it. Whether to point out the fact that everybody started on the medium tires essentially for most of the hypercars, except the Peugeot running in 13th place at the moment. Unless they started on hard tires, if I'm not mistaken, as we're still seeing that fantastic battle between the Ferrari and the Mercedes.
Yeah, interesting point you bring up there about the tire combinations. Really cool out there at Le Mans today. The track temperature, I think, was sitting somewhere around 40, a little bit higher than that. And air temperature, I think, maybe around 20, maybe a little bit less Celsius there, of course. And it's keeping things cool. Certainly, drivers are able to be a little bit faster, keep some more blanking on radiator and brake ducts. And you're not really having to switch on to the hards because those mediums are going to hold on a bit longer. But the hards, as an option for the all-wheel drive cars like the Peugeot, the Toyota, that's going to be something that they've been using throughout the season. Some of the other races just a little bit shorter, where you may not be able to double, triple stint the same way that you can here. Might even see Ben Kesby go to that strategy. Certainly, as we go into the night, though, it's going to cool off. So I'd be surprised if they stick with the hards at that point. We'll see. Oh, that's a big one.
That's going to be a big leak into the tire barrier there. Exactly. Just couldn't quite step. We've seen a few mistakes there, so that's probably one of those locations here in Le Mans that you get your fold-out chair with your six-pack.
What do you see
And has
there?
dropped a position as to the Batmobile in the background. There, that will be the situation on that one. Fantastic liveries across the board there. You're gonna see from the teams here, and also you can see some of the. Was that Kirby on the? There it is too. Of course, I think it looks like.
Sorry, Cameron Barker, Kirby's teammate. As we go into another replay here, it's another Michael Laka. It's almost exact picture perfect of what happened before. He's got to be real careful with that. I can't remember who he's running with as his teammate, but when he goes to hand the car off, his teammate might end up having to do a drive-through almost immediately if he keeps that up.
Interesting how. Yeah, here we go. This is the traffic that we were expecting that starts to occur now, and they're going to navigate their way through the traffic. Interesting to see on some of the hypercars there how low the rear wing is compared to some of the other manufacturers. It's just different levels of downforce, of course, that some of the drivers are going to be at. There's your there's the AM leader there of Peter. I am.
Are you?
I am. I'm saying am. Yeah, to let everybody know that's the. It's am.
Yeah, carry on.
I
Peter
am
Meyer.
Sam. Peter am. Peter is. And there's drivers at the moment. You're going to get their way through the field. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Make sure you like and subscribe and listen to me babbling on about AMs and pros.
Great little battle there with Alexander McQuarrie, and as we see, the top end of the hypercars coming through here. That's about 5th and 6th down through 7th and 8th. You really want to try and catch that slower traffic on these straights whenever you possibly can, and certainly the GT3s appreciate that too. It's when you start seeing them around that third sector, like pulling into Indianapolis, pulling into the Porsche curves, that's where things start to get a little bit dicey. The anxiety spikes. Some of these sections here,
and on the exit too.
Right? Yeah.
It's like you got to navigate your way through here.
It's so tricky. See how it's compromised Subic. So now Johnny Gutierrez is able to get a run. 2 all-wheel drive cars. Top level drivers here. As they head down into Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, and the key thing is now too, they're going to be approaching. They need to get out and go to exit there because they're going to approach that GT3 up the road, and then get the overtake done on the straight. As you can see, the straight line speed will get them. Navigating with lap cars is sometimes like going into a child's room that's got Lego all over the floor and with the lights turned off. And try to trot your way through there without getting Lego in your feet.
Dude, that's a perfect analogy. It's exactly what it's like here. Like I said, coming down through these sections, because the cars are such on the limit, both GT3 and hypercars. So, as a hypercar coming in here, if you're trying to commit to a certain line, you have to be very focused, very selective about exactly what it is you're doing, or you can really ruin the race for both of you. And almost 100% of the time it's going to be something that the hypercar did. Not to say GT3s are always innocent, but you have so much more control over what's going to happen in that situation as a hypercar that you have to be very focused. As we see McQuarrie do a little bit
He's trying to get out of the way. He's absolutely trying, but unfortunately, sometimes just by being a little bit unpredictable makes it. This is a little squabble that we saw before, but yeah, absolutely. It's difficult when you're getting up and taking the corners, but generally the rule of thumb is that the slower class cars always just be predictable, stick to the racing line, and then, obviously if you're in the hypercar, you've got to work your way around it, as Andy's going to be fighting that car through the chicane, and I think that's going to hit the bobble there, and still manages to keep it onto the track there at the moment for the Toyota.
Just watching in the background right here as the AM leaders and hypercars starting to catch that same traffic we just saw, and John Mayer is now closed up to the back of George Angelides. He got a little bit of room there because George is able to slot McQuarrie in between the two of them coming through through the last chicanes there, especially the Ford chicanes. So that gave him a little bit of breathing room, but Mayer's putting the pressure on now, and I can almost see the sweat coming through the windscreen on George's car. So they're about halfway through their fuel right now, Hypercars are. So probably in the next, I want to say 15 to 20 minutes or so, we should start seeing Hypercars thinking about coming in. So yeah, keep an eye on that.
Yeah, continuing this battle that you're seeing there with the Ferrari and the Mercedes has been happening for practically a good chunk of change of most of the race. Sometimes you're just happy just to sit there and follow the car up the road there, isn't it? Maybe Jamie's not planning. Almost contact at the moment. Is just enough space there for the hypercar to squeeze on past. That will actually open up that gap a little bit, but then of course that will come back into play. But you'd think sometimes Jamie's just happy to sit there, maybe fuel save behind Mr. Holden for a bit there and not necessarily have to take the overtake and then switch a route between them. Replay coming up at the moment.
Difficult to say on that one, just depending on where the strengths and weaknesses are. This is Michael Locke here coming through the first sector of the race. First sector of the track here, a little bit of overrun. Very easy to do there if you get on the brakes late.
Takes the little escape area as well too, cleverly, not trying to get back onto the track where the car was not obviously going to be able to get there in time. As you can see in the background, there it is. The battle for 5th and 6th at the moment there. It's the 2-2 versus the 1-1.
Looks like they've got Gutierrez, and I think that's Gutierrez in the background there, who's still not too far away, and Subic pretty close too as they're making their way down to Indianapolis. This battle's been going on pretty consistently too. This is the Zielecki and Holden of Hypercars right now. But obviously Uyan and Locke.
Oh, that's a little lucky in the corner there. That camera angle is a little bit deceiving. You can see on the Peugeot how low that I was talking about before, how low that rear wing is compared to how high up it sits there in the Cadillac. It's completely different. It's like somebody's running a
Yeah, that's it's an interesting story with the 9X8. I've kind of gone through it a couple times. Quick replay looking back here. There's a little bit of something happening back there as they're dealing with traffic. Uyan, they're very respectful here. They're giving each other
door
room.
banging. Yeah,
but
that's what you want to say.
It's all nice and fair. Haven't nothing overt. Nobody's doing any damage.
Yeah. Yeah, these drivers at the moment are approaching that battle that we saw between Holden and Zielecki, so that's going to be interesting to see. These two drivers want to battle, of course, in the GT3s, but at this point they got to just continue to do what they do. Now it's going to be interesting to see whether the hypercars there of John and Mika manage to, they'll get past them actually just around here. It shouldn't be a problem actually before you get into a braking zone, so that's no problemo. Sorted out. Yeah, that's the thing. When you do this multiple laps over and over again, you go, okay, that's one of the luck factors that come into play there in endurance racing. You've got to go, okay, well, this time around, but a couple of laps from now, you might be approaching them once again, and then similar situation where you're hoping that you're doing it in a nice, clean part of the race. And on top of that, going back to that too, Ross, when you do your pit stops, you don't really have too much of a choice of where your car's going to come back out, isn't it? Because you can come out behind a gaggle of cars in a big fight, and then you get held up a little bit.
Well, it's so it is. You have a little bit of option there, just so like if you're coming through your pit stop, and you're finding that your stint is causing you to maybe have, say, like 4 or 5 liters, something like that extra, and because you can't maximize it, you can't get through and save enough and maintain pace, so you're kind of stuck with a little extra. You can shorten that fuel load just a little bit and help fire yourself out maybe a little bit ahead of your competitors. So it's something you can do, or you just keep the fuel on there so when you do eventually come back in, it's shorter to fill it up all the way. Everyone has a little bit different strategy. It all depends on whatever your current situation is. We see Gutierrez closing that gap very quickly, so we're gonna have 2 Peugeots in this fight very, very all of a sudden.
Yeah, good to Johnny Gutierrez, as you can see there in the battle with Michael Locke, which is interesting. Yeah, the first round of pit stops will be coming up soonish there for the hypercars. The GT3s will be at the about an hour since the start of this race. You can see on the exit there, gets on there, the car just slips out a little bit on the rear, but still no problemo. Just interesting about what the current temperatures are as well. And I was going to ask you too, on top of that one, Ross, that you hope you have a spotter out there. Like you said, Ben was running solo there earlier. We've had a spotter or somebody out there, an engineer, to give you a lot of indication. You kind of you are literally running solo, aren't you? You need somebody to let you know, hey, these are the times the driver's up the road, and see if you can box now and come back out there in a little bit of clean air. There's a lot of factors at play when you don't have teammates.
You're right. Yeah, it definitely helps you if you have somebody who can give you useful information for sure. Now, if a lot of people are very familiar with so many of the tools and overlays that you can run nowadays that you can almost get away without ever needing a spotter. But I don't know that you'll find too many people who wouldn't have just somebody in their ear that you can just fire information back and forth with. It's going to be more reliable than, say, an app like Crew Chief, which does a phenomenal job for what it is, but it's not going to give you the same sort of insight that you really need. Maybe AI will help with that. So again, Michael Lock, again, extending track limits there. He's got to be losing some time to avoid getting track cuts. I'm looking up, and he doesn't have a lap time for the last lap, so I know that he definitely got one on the previous one. If he doesn't get a lap time this time, he's got to be racking up those points.
Yeah, and I wanted to verify that, and to the audience, so everybody's tuning in, thank you if you are tuning in for the first time. How many of those little off-track excursions are you allowed before you sent to the principal's office?
Well, I think the points are set to 4, and depending on the severity of the cut, you can have either maybe a quarter of a point up to a couple points. You can negate it if you slow down, if you're familiar with some of the iRacing, Gran Turismo style cuts, where if you're starting to get a penalty.
Currently at the moment, so Holden's made a little bit of a boo.
Oh,
it is. So that's going to allow Zelensky to get into that
was a big moment.
What a save! Yeah. Thankfully, it's only one position, and we'll drop back quite significantly a little bit back now too from 6 seconds back now currently. Yeah.
He's going to have really scorched those tires because he's right on the limit and locked them up. So he's going to feel that through the steering rack for sure.
Oh yeah, like Mark Brundle would say, be driving on a 50-cent piece or 50p with squares, hex tires at the moment, just battling around. But look at this lock again.
Oh, about to have a replay, but we'll see how this move plays out with Gutierrez and Michael Lock. Gets it done. Can he hold it? He's in.
Yep. That's
target acquired.
Textbook overtake.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess that Michael Lock probably at this point, maybe he's used his tires just a little bit in the fighting he's done with Uyan, and that's allowed Gutierrez to sort of take his time and work his way up here. So now he's sitting right behind John. That's probably going to be, I'd imagine, if he doesn't manage to catch and pass by the end of the lap, that he'll get him early on in the next one. Or he might just hold station if he finds that pace is about right. He might be able to fuel save a little bit if there's a target. Oh,
so Mika.
Extension.
Yeah, that's another little. The principal's watching at the moment there, so you might get sent to detention if you keep up that.
It is hard to tell sometimes just how, because even if you go well off track, depending on how much you might have lost some time, if you're scrubbing tires or whatnot, it can negate that. Le Mans is a little bit more forgiving here in terms of just the cuts. Certainly in the pace, though, your competitors won't be if you keep pulling that kind of thing. But at the very least, he can avoid a drive-through. Although if I'm Micah's teammate, I'm going to be watching that and maybe biting my nails a little bit as I'm getting ready to get in.
Yeah, I saw a caution in Sector 2 there. It may have been Alan Holden again. We'll get a replay of the pictures to you if we can. And it may very well be Holden. Let's see, it's making a couple of errors starting to creep in early in this race here too for the Ferrari of Alan. And you just got to get your head down, isn't it? And Oh, you can see that glowing up the front. Yeah, a nice little slow-mo. Not something that his teammates would want to see there from Alan, but there it is. And hopefully, once again, did clear the fence there, so into the tyre barrier, out to the kitty litter. Thankfully, not too much traffic. And you see those billards there on the inside have been whacked a couple of times as well. Hypercars are coming in. Wow, there we go. So, it's not our race leaders, but this is Mike Bell, John. Yeah, the John and John show, not the law firm. Johnny and so that's interesting. That's the 6th, 7th, and 8th place there for the Hypercar. So we expect the likes of our leader up there, of Cameron Barker, and George is in 2. There you go. So this is going to be stressful at the moment there for oh, we have lost our other commentator as well too, of Ross. He's gonna be Ross is actually run down at the moment. They're checking in on George to see whether he has to jump into that machine or not. So we'll let him go from the commentary box, as we're seeing currently out at the moment John Mayer, who is in the leader currently at the moment for the Hypercar M Plus. Seeing the pit stops currently at the moment on your pitches for, it looks like that might be George and Mike as well. Benjamin is in, as you can see on your pitches. Purple running down at the moment on John. Yeah, no, I'm just trying to see whether or not at the moment. Yeah. We might get joined in the booth here from our fantastic producer, director, and all that there to just give me a little bit of information at the moment while we have Ross. Hello, Paul.
Hello.
Yep. Paul, hey, yep, it's starting race at the moment. Are you behind there trying to capture all the action as these cars are all spread out here in Le Mans? A couple of those pit stops are going to throw a spanner in the mix. We are expecting a few more there for the Hypercars.
Yeah.
Any surprises you've seen out here this evening, Paul?
Well, I think Vinicius Concalves is got a mixed tyre strategy, which is the only car that's Vinicius is the only one. So he's got hards at the front, mediums at the rear. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly he. That's why I sent you earlier on, but you acknowledged it, but you never mentioned it. But
I didn't. Sorry about that. I didn't realize you can split your tyres on the front and wheels. So thanks for elaborating that.
Yeah, so
right.
That's what he's done. So. Yeah, so that means I would imagine that when he goes in, he'll have one of the quicker pit stops because he'll only change one set.
Right.
And that other live timing that I've shared with you will give you their pit stop time. So then we're looking some of the drivers. So Cameron Barker's now he's into the pits. He hasn't stopped yet, but he's going in. So Ben Kesby's also in as well, and so is Robbie Molin. Looks like Johnny Gutierrez is in the pits too. So yeah, we can cut. Look, we can see these guys are in at the moment. So and then we'll keep an eye on John Mayer, who's looks like he's got Mike Bell right behind. I think that's Mike Bell. It is, yeah. But they're obviously a different class, so they're racing for overall position. And if I was John, I would have just let him go and focus on my battle with George, right? So
yes.
I suspect John's going to come in because Mike's going to get. You know, he's like, "Why are you racing me? We're a different car." I can just see how it's in his head, but I imagine he's got both of these got. So yeah, so Mike's going to continue on. So John's going. Oh no! Down at the pit entrance. Oh, he's got him too hot.
Yeah, you expect him to be in at the moment. Now he's going to have to kick it around. Well, pit entrances are always a tricky one.
Yeah,
and it's caught another victim, unfortunately.
Going slow because it's so easy to screw it up. So where's George? So. There we go. There's George. So we'll keep an eye on John in the picture. But I think it's fair to say he's probably thrown that away.
Yeah, good possibility on that one. But luckily, he's still got 4 hours and change to do something about it. As Morbo right there says, are you expecting all the Hypercars to come in? That is correct at the moment. We still have a couple more. Ben's still running out there in that P2 position, showing he hasn't gone in the pit road just yet, but we'll see
No,
about
he has
that
been,
one.
he has
Robin.
gone in. Yeah, they've all gone
He
in.
has
So
been.
the top four
Okay.
have all gone in. Michael Locke is now in. I can see John Ewan's been in, so I'd expect him maybe to go back past John. Where is Johnny Gutierrez? That can't be right. Where's he gone? I'm not seeing Johnny Gutierrez anywhere.
I don't see him on the timing tower. You're right.
Yeah, so I think the drivers might have swapped. So we got a new driver in
They're
the
swapped,
car.
yes.
Alexander. I mean, I have no idea.
Alexander, yeah, Soremia.
I'll see if I can. I'll see if I can work it out. So I'll ask the internet what it can tell me.
That's one of the first driver swaps that we're seeing here this evening. So he's jumped into that Peugeot, currently running in P6 position that you can see in your pictures there for the Crown Dental Group. So fresh driver in there, see what they're capable of doing at the moment. About just a second and change down the road there from John in the Cadillac in P5.
There you go. I'll put it in chat for you how it apparently is supposed to be.
I see that. Thank you, sir.
And I put a few others in there as well just to try and help. So there we go. Right, we've got a battle between Benjamin Porteous Heath and Vinicius Gonçalves. Apparently, how you pronounce it?
Yeah, Portuguese style. Vinicius Gonçalves is the word there. Thank you very much for that. Gonçalves, yep. You are. Look at see the headlights on a lot of the cars, so we are going to be creeping into the evening here soon, as we heard before too from who's back at the moment about the difficult sessions.
You've not really done R-Factor 2, right?
No, sir. This is probably the first one I've ever done, so I'm popping my. I don't race at all, my friend.
Okay.
I've never raced anything. So yeah, I'm just the one that sits up in the booth and calls the races contact.
Oh no!
I'm not quite sure. Surely Benjamin would have seen he's coming at the corner there. It wouldn't be a blind spot. They do have a little bit of blind spots in these cars, but of course you've got your spotter screaming at you there that, you know, you got a car to your left, car to your right, and so forth. And thankfully, no one around. But we might see a little bit of beef forming here between these two drivers early. Welcome back to as well too, Ross. How's your teammate took the pit stop? Everything was all rosy down there.
Yeah, just doing a little bit of team comms there. But yeah, all good. You know, he's currently chasing down John Mayer there for P1 and Hypercar AM, but they just did their stop, so we'll see how things are going to go here.
Yeah, I was actually going to say that as well too, isn't it? Like it seemed because you had the lead before going into that round of pit stops, but it looks like your pit stop was a little bit cheap.
It looks like right. Yeah. As far as George's stop, he went full tires. He's sort of a tire eater, and it looks like the Écurie Mistral team, John Mayer, went for left sides only. So at least that's kind of the thinking on that. So they might end up being compromised. George is able to kind of close a little bit, slowly but surely, as we see. It looks like Alan Santo just went off the track in his McLaren 720S. They're just heading into the final chicanes.
Oh! Speeding, yeah. Very strict on those speeding penalties, of course, so we're starting to dish them out from the principal's office there, and, well, you've got it's automatic penalties. That'll be dished out from the server itself there, and especially when it comes to speeding. And this is what we come back down to, minimizing mistakes that we said at the top of the hour there. The key factors to this race, and that's exactly just little things like that, little pit stop speeding errors can potentially at some point later on in the race cost you. But first of all, you have to worry focusing on finishing the race first. Replay coming up on some action that's occurred just before, and that's one of the first times we've seen Alan Santo there, just getting a little flash there behind. He was trying to move actually too for the Irish machine, and I think just by being a little bit too kind, unfortunately, he's punished himself there. As the Jägermeister machine there goes for a little bit of a spin around, points it back in the right direction, back onto the track there, but it's a little bit cautious, isn't it? You get these drivers that are flashing their headlights just to let you know that they're coming through the faster class car, but it can throw you off, and obviously he's did his best to get out of the way there, but sometimes, you're also throwing your own race into dangerous territory by doing it.
Another replay here. Sounds like Mike Bice is going to have an issue.
Oh yeah, so you can see it was already getting loosey-goosey going into it first, and then tried to tame a beast, isn't it, of a car that wants to enter it at maximum speed. Get out of the kitty litter. He's gonna have to do a couple of 2 or 3 point turns. Like in there, it's like Austin Powers in that tunnel trying to do a 50-point turn in the green gold machine. Danger's not his middle name. Well, perhaps it would be. Keeping it out of the fence. As we're seeing Mark at the moment, right on the pressure there of Alan. Mackie, not Mark, my apologies on that one, for the Lexus GT3. Is he right into the apex there as well? Yeah, this is interesting as well too, isn't it, Ross? You got a couple of hypercars coming and the tailpipe pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's difficult when you have that traffic coming up on you. You're trying to make that fight happen. Lexus is very quick here. It's got great straight line speed. He's going to try and really take advantage of that as they head down to Indianapolis. Starting to see the sun dip down a little bit. I think that's going to become a factor. Nice sweep through there. Excellent work by Fortius Heat. This is tricky. Oh, Holden's compromised. Yeah, that's going to hurt him. Yeah, he's going to see... he's going to watch something lap just kind of slip off now.
Here's to the Batmobile. Yep.
Looking around here, some of the cars here. We're taking a look there. It looks like Adrian Rice is starting to work his way back up a little bit after he had some very unfortunate things happen early on. He's sitting 5th place right now in Hypercar AM.
Yeah,
Lexus
somebody's gone
off
the track there at the moment, just trying to avoid the traffic. That's the Lexus.
That's brought Holden back in as we see that Jägermeister again compromised on the side of the road. Santos just really slow through there. Hopefully he's out. It looks like he's been cleared, so if he's going to slip it in the pits, he might have some damage. Looks at least slow, if not wounded. Is this going to be a tangle here?
No, yeah, in the fence. Oh, just trying to get it. Once again, some of these GT3s just trying their best to get out of the way of the hypercars, and unfortunately, they are getting themselves in trouble by doing so, which makes it very, very difficult. But, as in the chat, thank you very much, Stefan Morbo. He's giving us a little update there of the driver switches that we've had during our first round of pit stops.
Santos again, around that McLaren. Oh, and it looks like this is, that's a hard hit. He kept going, but it sounds like he's
doesn't look. So. Is it turning?
Oh, that was.
Yeah, it's snapped there. It's our first DNF of the race, unfortunately. It might be from Alan Santo in the McLaren Evo. So, unfortunate, but you will have victims of a endurance race, and that's the first victim of this one there from Santo.
Holden cutting across Max Sunflap's nose, taking that position away. I'm wondering how much Max been compromised, because that was pretty strong hit into the wall right in the front right corner too. So at the very least, I'm going to imagine he's got a little bit top end reduction, which I mean the Lexus is a bit boat-like, kind of like the old Bentley used to be, but it's kind of its strongest advantage is that top line because of it. So if he's cut that down, he's really going to be struggling for the rest of this race if it's not anything that he'd be able to fix later on.
And Alan Holden there for the Ferrari can't get too much of a break so far this evening. So he got no clear time really. He's always had traffic around him. He's in racing. He's racing with other drivers around him so far. So this time around, he has Mac to race with.
Yeah, I can say that when you're in a position where you finally have some clean air and you're not under pressure from some of your competitors, even if you say, like in the case of what George Angelides is dealing with here, he was in the pits a little bit longer. He's currently sitting at about 4.5 seconds. He was at about 8 seconds when he left the pits, and Meyer had cleared his pit stop too. So he's very slowly peeling that back. So we'll see if that two-tire stop, that strategy is going to play out. They still have probably another, I want to say maybe 30 minutes, a little bit under that, before they're back around for the pit stop. So if he's able to catch him and clear him before that time, then maybe it wasn't quite worth it early on in the race. But that's where you want to test the strategies. You know, see how they play out early. There isn't as much risk, so you can see what works and then kind of bank that away for later at the end of the race.
And a weather report too that the planet Earth is starting to rotate away from, well, pointing at the big ball of helium and nitrogen that's floating in the sky up there, aka the sun. So these temperatures will start falling a little bit as we creep into the darkness. There you go. I'm not saying the sun's setting because the Earth's rotating away from the sun, to be correct there. Otherwise we'll have Neil deGrasse Tyson calling us up and giving us a scientific explanation of why we're wrong. So it's going to be interesting at the moment. The temperatures will drop, as Ian mentioned a little bit. You can see the floodlights on the track starting to take over a little bit with the headlights from these cars. In the recap of that race too, that Cameron Barker is still in the lead of this race by about 6 seconds and change there over Ben Kesby in the Hypercar Pro class, and John Mayer there for the AM is still just leading over your teammate there of George for the P2 class in the AM class. And then for the GT3s, Tammy's leading in the Aston Martin over Jamie. And in the AM class there for the GT3s, Peter Meyer there over Adam Gray. So that's the recap at the moment as we're on that 4-hour remaining mark, I believe, that we give or take around currently at the moment. About 3 hours and 51 minutes. We'll try to give you a little bit of recap on the hour every hour till the end of this race. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Give us a like and subscribe and support this fantastic racing league and these drivers. If your family members are out there, just give us a shout out who you're supporting there. You've got cats and dogs. What a little power slide coming out of the corner. This is not really that you're watching at the moment. That is Benjamin just really laying it down, laying the rubber down on the tarmac as he's trying to hold off the Peugeot there of Vincius and the number 400. We got and that's again, he's struggling at the moment trying to defend against that one. At that point, you just got to lift off there and tuck in behind. You're going to have to concede that position. It's probably better doing that than struggling to keep that car on the track there and risking that fence coming out and bite you, because of course, you know, the fences are the ones that do that. Drivers don't make mistakes, the fences make the mistakes. You see he's moving that front steering wheel around a little bit. I'm not quite sure if that's just a visual thing, but we'll see how it pans out.
Sorry, I had to dive into comms on the other channel there with George to check in with him. He needed a little bit of an in-race report.
What's the feedback you're getting there at the moment, Ross, too? What's the feedback that George is giving you out there on the track?
Everything's going pretty well. It's actually better than expected, considering the lack of practice both of us had preparation. George, kind of for reference, anyone who doesn't know, he's the team strategist, the head strategist for HRC here in the Honda team in IMSA. So his real life job is basically very much like what he's been doing here. So yeah, a little lack of practice. So he's just kind of getting a call out, seeing what other drivers are up to, where they're at on the track, any strategies have been playing out. So just kind of relaying information I have to him, which a little bit trickier to do when you're in the comms booth, but you know, it's we're doing this for fun, so by the seat of the pants.
So he's a real life strategist as well too, and so he's you're saying?
Yeah, he's so for if you follow IMSA at all for the sports car for Hypercar, he works with both the HRC and Meyer-Shank teams, the 93 and the 60 that run in IMSA,
Nice.
and the WeatherTech Challenge or WeatherTech Championship. So he's very busy. He goes to those races on the weekends. He's right there communicating with teams, making strategy calls, developing strategies during the week. Just totally loaded. He told me recently he's not getting home until he's not leaving work actually until probably after 10 o'clock every night. So doing that while
Committed pit stops for the GT3s. Yeah, absolutely committed to add that to your job and then jumping on the racing rig course later on and getting that done as well too, showing a man that loves motorsports. As battle the pit stops will be carrying between the GT3s here at the moment there of Mac and Alan. Thank you very much for that at their Garage 22. Ross, hopefully it's all sorted out by a fantastic producer out there. Paul, look at that one. Feedback is appreciated. That's creeping into your pit stall at the moment there, Jay. Alan?
Yeah, I'm not
What's
sure.
happened there?
I don't know if he's
not quite in there properly.
He might be sharing with Zalecki, which this would be a disaster if that's the case. I mean, you should be able to. Well, you should be able to double stack where you can go side by side and get service. This is actually talked about in the driver's brief, where if you are sharing a stall, which everyone should know if they've got a partner, then you can, when you're the first one in, you kind of go to one side, so that way you leave enough room for the other. But this is an absolute disaster for Alan Holden. He's going to lose at least 30 seconds, if not more, off of this. Yeah, I'm not
Yeah. There it is. So he's had to wait.
But
he's now pulling into his stall.
Yeah, but he pulled. I don't know why he waited there. Maybe. I don't know if he's got a teammate that's swapping with him that he's had to wait for. That's, you know, if you didn't have your driver selected, it's a bit of a process. So when you go in here, it's not too difficult. But if you're in the car driving, you have to go down through your pit menu and select the driver that you want to have take over. So I didn't think Alan Holden was driving with anybody today, but if he did take a teammate on, then that might be what we're seeing, is that he was waiting for him because he was not sharing the stall with Zalecki. You saw they pulled forward of where his position was. That's just an absolute shame. He was doing so well in this race too. It's still early days.
There is a possibility he might have just had to go to the red driver's restroom as well too, or something like that. He figured, you know what, it's a time. You know, it's a possibility. We are human beings. We perhaps have to do that. And just hearing from our fantastic producer that somebody set the fastest lap there. I think it was it Cameron? George just set the fastest lap.
3:30 for Hypercar AM, 3:32.139. So he's definitely pushing. That track is definitely gripping up. Rubber's getting put down, and he's feeling good about it. With those fresh tires, it's definitely helped. He's continuing to close that gap down on John Mayer. There is now 3.3 seconds. So as he came out of the pits, as John had cleared him, he had about an 8 to 9 second lead. So I would say, just based on that, kind of going back to that two-tire strategy that we were discussing before, that it might break even. You know, assuming that there aren't any mistakes or anything here. But George is target acquired. Sights are locked, so he can see him. He's not too far away.
I like it. Target acquired. Yeah, exactly. Just use the Mario Kart bullet there, and just activate that, and just go straight through the rest of the field there, and take it everybody so much as you can. These drivers have got deltas to stick to, especially when they're a little lonely out there on the track at the moment. The track's starting to spread itself out. And you see me out there on the Ferris wheel a little bit later. In fact, I might do the slingshot thing in the background there. Or I'll just jump into shotgun.
Hello, little cameo
pit stop
there.
is over here, mate. Over towards the camera. Camera left,
Like
stage
ice.
right.
Yeah, Mike Weiss getting a little bit of a photo bomb there for.
There's some flashing to say thank you very much, because there was as you can see, the GT3 there, Mercedes said flash to say, come on, and my friend's almost like a trucker on a highway, isn't it? It's like, and they put the turn signal and say, okay, you can overtake now. And that's the sportsmanship between the drivers as well, too, as the purple machine there of Tom Lane. And we have a replay, and it might very much be the pit lane entrance that we just saw before, wasn't it? That they're,
wow, really out of sorts.
Ooh.
So he's a little bit compromised heading in here as he's head up. I'm not sure if that's Shun or if his teammates in the car, but
He's not planning on going to pit road. No, wasn't planning on going to pit road. He was planning on going off road. That's got. You're going to see a chiropractor, mate. That back is going to be hurting in the morning after that. What if it's damaged the car as well? Yeah, low ground force.
Yeah, that was a weird one because I couldn't. I think it's just totally indecisive, vacillating back and forth. Maybe he was just very close on fuel and sort of tripped himself up. Had a squirrel moment and couldn't quite commit to what he was wanting to do there. But hopefully he's going to make it around. I mean, if you're that close that you're thinking you can go around one more time, you should be able to adjust power settings and be okay. But yeah, very weird. Very not used to seeing that as we're watching Robin Mulling there, still in the car and leading Mike Bell by about a little over a second. So he's still managing to keep pace, really showing off the upper end of that Alpine A424 and what it's able to do. Like I said before the broadcast, they put a lot of development into that. I know that they feel like they're a little bit limited on what they can do. How much they have to compromise the car. Unfortunately, Le Mans is a little bit more catering to that Oreca chassis. We watched George Angelis here, now down under 3 seconds for that gap to John Mayer up there in first with Ikiri Mistral. So just reeling a bit.
Just getting up there in the chat as well too, saying from Walbo, it looks like Alan had to wait for Max to get into the car. That could be the very much feedback out there, which is the situation. Just having a look where currently was there that driver switch?
Yeah, Maximilian Petravsky, who's
yeah, there he is. Yep, currently running plump last at the moment too in the field. And look at this, as you're riding essentially shotgun here from Mike Bell up in the inside. Good awareness, as you can see. It's definitely starting to creep into nighttime here at the moment, where those headlights are going to start taking over. The track illumination is really not that much, so interesting circumstances. This is where your concentration levels need to be through the roof, as you'd mentioned at the top of the show there, Ross.
Oh yeah, everything is changing here. You got to keep an eye on your brake markers. Fortunately, Le Mans, they're pretty well lit up, so you're not too caught unawares. But I mean, you just have changing conditions. If there's an incident ahead of you, there might be debris out, which is a little bit harder to see, which really can affect the cars. It's not just visuals. You can get a lot of carbon fiber thrown around up there, and it can go up underneath and do some damage. So fortunately, we haven't really seen too many instances where that's come into play, but it's always something to think about as they're kind of closing down here on Mike Weiss. And, it's going to be right on top. And Robin Mulling goes a little bit wide there. That might give Mike Bell a little bit of a run coming up to him.
Yeah, Rob's getting loosey-goosey out of the corner, wasn't it? A little bit of a mistake at creeping at the moment. Mike's going to have to seize that opportunity. I don't think Robin put up too much of a fight. He's definitely struggling right now with the grip on that car. Could have done something earlier, as you said, to burn up those tyres. And you got to take care of those tyres. Take him out for a dinner. Buy him some nice flowers, of course, because they're your 4 points of contact to you and the track. Okay, so it doesn't matter the machine that you got there. I mean, car is one thing, but you don't handle those tyres or manage those tyres well, you're going to struggle regardless of how fantastic you are as a driver.
Yeah, 100%. And it's so critical for the GT3s too, like I was saying, that they really have to look after them. But I will say for that Alpine though, they've run into this a lot through the season, the way that they end up setting their car, it really does put a lot of pressure on that back end. So they really tend to burn up. So I think you're going to see him snaking around quite a bit before he's able to get back around to the pits and get some fresh rotor on there.
It's a balance as well, too, isn't it? Because, I mean, if you're just losing a second or so a lap or 2 seconds a lap, it's manageable. But if you're losing 10 seconds a lap, you've got to go on the pit lane. And you probably might have to swap them out and sacrifice a pit stop. But, you know, just got to do what you can do. Sometimes you go through those phases of an endurance race where that part of the sector of the race that you're not doing as well, but then you switch it on, comes on to play a little bit later on, and you start nailing out those lap times in your delta.
Yeah, they're doing a great
Smile
job.
power. So do you have a smile power course? I wonder if this driver will be smiling in the helmet right now, especially in about 3 hours and 40 minutes from now. If they get themselves a nice podium position there and drinking champagne out of a shoe.
Sounds like a Mike Bell thing to do. Yeah, looking on the inside, I don't know if he quite had enough run. You should have the inside going here in Indianapolis as they're making their way down. Yeah, he's got him. Easy pass there. Rob Molly didn't put up too much of a fight on that one. Not really much you can do through that section of the track unless you're really going to start getting dodgy with it. Fortunately, we're not close enough to the end where they feel the need to do that. But yeah, I love seeing those lights on the back end there as they're coming around that Alpine. Just such a cool design. Like to see how well that car is able to develop in the future, both in real life and sim.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? And a crucial part of endurance racing, and I've spotted for teams, well, and also broadcasted for teams just for fun during endurance races, is clever teams will also know to pick your battles at the right time, and it is not always a good feeling to get overtaken by drivers that are on the track in the same class and stuff like that. But you also think you've got different strategies at play here, so you don't necessarily take it as that's it, you never get that position back. Your strategy is something different, and you mastermind that strategy later on. So it's always sometimes very wise just to not battle a particular car at a particular time, once again, if your strategy is determining something else.
Yeah, 100%. And it really does come down to strategy for so much of this. I mean, obviously having a fast car and great pace is gonna do a lot of the heavy lifting, but you know, like kind of going again back to what John Mayer and his team is looking at here. You know, they're trying different things out just to see if they can get those extra little bits. We come into that last stretch and say it's a partial stint, even if you know, like George Angelidis is able to catch and pass him before the end of this stint, it might be close enough that they could see it and it's like, okay, well, if we're only doing like a half or 3/4, that's the winning strategy. You know, you take on 2 tires and you're able to keep that gap ahead, or you take them. So
Yeah, just wondering why the driver's flashing the car at the moment. The back there just maybe just an early indication to say I'm coming, but you're a little day early and $1 short on that one as well. But I've seen before in racing leagues excessive flashing actually cause penalties. I think it's going to be the case here, but you know, it can be a very distracting weapon.
Could be triggered. You're allowed a few flashes of the lights for drivers. Like I think they call it out. Like you're allowed 3 or 4. But I'm actually getting a call to jump into the car, so I am going to leave. But you'll be joined here by George Angelidis in just a moment.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that. Good luck down there. I was usually saying in theatre we say break a leg, but that's not something you usually say to a racing driver. But good on you there and getting into that machine there, and see if you can continue that run P2 for your Acura in the Hypercar M+.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, I will be back. Let me go check with George and calm him down.
And that's exactly the battle we're going to be seeing on our pitches at the moment. For second in class there, as the race leader there of John in the Porsche, and the pressure there from George. But we've just had that little bit of insider information there that Ross will be jumping down there to pilot that machine. So he's putting his racing gear on right now, his racing overalls and his helmet. He'll be ready to jump into that car. Whether or not he'll be jumping into that car in P1 or in P2 in the Hypercar AM class will be the question there, won't it, Paul?
Yep, sure will. But George looking like he's having a look now. And in through the chicane, and I think John just, to be honest, I think gives him
no
that
fight
position.
there. That was clever. Yeah. Exactly.
I think
once again, you've seen that strategy come into play.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep,
because you might be on different strategies. We understand that because George's stop was 20 seconds longer than John's, but we saw John have a bit of a mishap, didn't we, into the pit entry. So I was still surprised that he came out in front. But also, just we saw the overtake that Mike Bell did on Robin Molding. Robin's sticking with him. He's not. Bit of a lag spike there. But Robin's sticking with him. He's not letting him get away. So it's clear that Robin has the pace. Yeah.
I think sometimes it's okay to be the chaser, to be the predator, and not the prey, and so forth.
Yeah, that's right.
Because then you then I always say some drivers don't like having somebody with headlights right in your mirrors there, so you can if you can stick with them with the pace, that's perfectly fine. That could even be helping out their strategy as well too, a little bit of fuel saving and so forth. But once again, you can see a bit of a flashing. That's it, flashing on both sides to say, "Go through, my friend." The purple machine is raining purple. Oh, speaking of rain too, we're not quite sure that weather situation is going to be panning out a little bit later on as well too. That's in the back of these drivers' minds, but Tom Lane absolutely flying the Aston Martin for the Valkyrie team. And we think we had a little bit of a call out there too from a replay of Alec Mackie and Peter. They're called out. They have crashed on the straight apparently there from Garage 22. And I'm sure that Paul's going to have a bit of a look at that one for us. Thank you for calling that one out. We love your comments out there in the chat.
Look how close this is. The last minute to the last minute. Probably not as close as it looks, but Peter Meyer has just DNF'd.
Oh.
Yeah.
We'll get to have a look at that. Second DNF, unfortunately, of the race for the GT3 M class driver. And he's down there in pit. That's in pit road, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Pit lane. So we'll have to have a look what happened there. That's for the Lexus.
George has already gapped John Mayer by nearly 3.5 seconds. Just incredible pace.
He's not coming in just yet.
Because that gap's open to 3 seconds. Lots going on. Try and find out what has happened.
Ooh, don't forget to clip the chicane on the exit there as well too, Mike. You can easily have that car rotating around the wrong direction. The gap for the leader too in the Hypercar Pro class is built up to about 13 seconds there from Cameron. I found the incident
with Mac, and unfortunately Peter Meyer was a casualty in this by the looks of it.
So if you have small children in the room, please make them look away.
Meyer's ahead. Front there.
All right, so let's have a look what's happened here. It's going out for a slingshot overtake coming into the heavy braking zone soon. I'd imagine. I'm going to clip each other on the main straight.
Oh, why?
There it was actually on the main straight. There's the clip.
Oof. Why?
Forcing him into the fence, and that's a hard lick.
Why are we not giving him more room?
I don't know. I mean, look at it. So it's like a 3-lane highway almost there, isn't it? There's plenty of space, and yet they're all just bunched up to the very left-hand side, which is stage right. And
Mike Bell into the pits.
That car's damage.
George has had a moment, apparently.
Oh, dear. So he's trying to bank out those laps there under a light fuel load. as well too. Remember,
Yeah,
because they're
replay,
expecting to
but
come in
it
very
hasn't.
soon. I hit the chicane, a little
Okay.
bit of an oversteer moment.
Yeah.
Saved it.
Did save it. Why is that not going back? There we go. Right. There
Mike Bell in the pit lane that you'd mentioned. So this is the second round of their pit stops that we're expecting from the Hypercars at the moment. So early pit stop there for the Cadillac machine. Just trying, so once again, a little bit of a different strategy. As you can still see in the pit lane there for roughly 17 seconds and change. We're seeing the John still keeping up there with George after making that little bit of a snap of an oversteer on the exit. So we'll speak to George at some
Mike
point
Bell's
soon.
out
Once...
of the pits behind John Ewan. Oh, Alexander's behind them. Tend to find after the first round of pit stops, as we did see, some of the gaps opened up.
Yes.
See how this unfolds for Mike, because I think he's got some pace.
He's certainly smiling at the moment there from Mike. It's powered by smiles. I love it. It's the only way to approach yourself into virtual racing, isn't it? Just to be serious, be competitive, and also have some fun. As George made a mistake as he's creeping into pit road right now to hand that car over to Ross.
I don't think he's made a mistake. That's just the speed you go with the pit limits run. So Don has been unleashed. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, when they're going to be expecting to come back down to pit road for the second time this evening.
He came the following lap last time, didn't he? So the lap after he was trying to do the overcut. It worked.
But now we have a driver swap, remember, on that team, so that might cost a little bit more time. But we know that Ross was all ready to go. He's in his racing overalls and his helmet on. He already jumped out of the booth there and went down to his pit garage to be ready to throw himself into that machine.
Benjamin Porteous Heath has had light off. Hey, that.
Oh, yeah. A little overcorrection as the runoff area. The sparks start flying in under the floorboards. And so far, so good. Good save.
Out on it, so let's keep an eye on John. Now we've got Ross.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Ross will be in the heavy fuel load on that car and trying to get the temperature up into those tyres. They swap those tyres as well too. Or not. And Garage 22 was saying out there, it looks like they both held straight, but trajectory was like an upside down V when they started rubbing. That was a situation we saw on that straightaway in that incident earlier. See a little bit of flashing and a little bit of overtaking in the different classes at the moment as we get past the GT3 into the corner. Thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate the support and the feedback coming in the chat as well too from Morbo and Garage 22. They're two fantastic people out there that are giving us that little bit of insider information that's happening as well too. I'm sure they're supporting their teammates and fellow drivers, if not driving themselves. Don't be too shy if you're out there as well too to tune in and give us some feedback perhaps on your team, your friends that you're following. We like that information up here. We'll try to point the cameras as well too and get replays of that too, because that's something that Mr. Paul is fantastic at doing, my friend, as he's going to show you another replay right now. What's happened?
Mike Bice into the final corner, just going in a little bit too hot, runs wide into the kitty litter, as you would call it.
Yeah.
Luckily doesn't spin and carries. Let's see what John does.
Struggled a little bit.
Yeah, he has. You're right.
No, he has a little bit of a struggle at the moment, but it could be that particular, like the tires on that You don't know. It's a tricky corner, as you can see, that John does navigate quite well. He's got to get a couple of laps under his belt. That's always interesting, isn't it? You're hopping yourself into the seat where it's all been sweaty for a little bit so far of an hour and change into this race, and you got to just get in there and get your head down there and continue on like you've been driving the car already for that period of time. So that's what you got to trust in your teammates to do. John, when are they expecting to come in? We expect them to come in soon, don't we?
Oh, yeah, it'll be. Yeah, I was expecting next lap. Oh, well, we've already had that, so might be the lap one. I mean, the likes of Cameron Barker, Ben Kesby, I think pitted around about 2 or 3 laps after we started seeing the first bunch of hypercars come in. So wouldn't be surprised if we
Johnny Gutierrez head in there at the moment. That'll drop him back to about currently at the moment 11th place. But remember they're in the Pro Hypercar Series, and there you go.
Adrian Rice at the helm. So that's got Ross Smith back up into P3 as those two pitted.
And the race leader's in, as well as Ben Kesby.
Oh, yes.
So that's going to be a crucial pit stop for those drivers because they're separated currently. I don't happen at a 12-second gap, but this is going to be crucial.
Is it really?
No, not an endurance race. Yeah, Robin's there as well. We'll see whether or not Mike Bell elects to. Mike Bell's, remember, already gone in, so we'll see whether they can do a little bit of a jumping position there for the other Cadillac.
Yeah, so Mike Bell currently driver back.
Wonder if there's going to be a driver swap at all. Cameron's still in that car piloting it. Ben's still piloting it. Robin. No, there's a driver swap there. So Karabakh has gone into that Ferrari now in that P2 position. So he's jumped in there. Cameron's still remaining in that car. And it looks like Robert Modelling might still be in that car unless they do a driver swap.
That's a driver I don't recognise on the series. So you do get drivers that come into this event that aren't necessarily doing the rest of the rounds.
Yes, sir. Just checking through the race notes to see if I can pronounce that.
All right, I've put something in the chat for you.
Thank you. It's EJ. Get, but Ige.
Yeah, a bit like get, but softer.
And
yeah.
Karabasha, I think is similar to that. It's Turkish, I believe. And also we've had Winter Der for the Alpine in P4 currently at the moment. That's another driver swap as well. Winter, and I'll have a look at that one too. James is really good for these driver pronunciation names. That's up his alley. But we do our best at the moment.
But he's also he also commentates on this series week in, week out, so you'd expect him to be.
There you go. You would. But you got to give the boss man a break every once in a while because seeing his son do some real life racing.
Luciano Ichezo. Replay.
What's happened to Luciano? There you go, out of the shadows and into the spotlight at the moment there for the Porsche. Oh, snap of an oversteer. I thought he would have been able to continue on in the corner there, but that's a hard lick into the fence.
That did look quite like a hard hit, didn't it?
It did, didn't it? Yeah,
Right,
sometimes you can get away with that. There we go.
And so is Vinicius Concalves, who is in P2 in the AM. So let's take a little gander at Ross Smith. So I think he's towards the end of the lap, so he's going to take the position back.
I think he's going to get this. You're absolutely right. I think as Ross can just get the power. One thing as well too, you do from your spotter to know that they're going to be getting an indication to say,
oh no, they're not.
It's going to be flying.
Let's go back. No, not live that one.
Yeah, final couple of corners. Ross should have this one in the bag there. The only thing is you want to do it, isn't it? You knowing that the other competitors are in the pit lane right now, you just don't want to be pushing it too much to make a mistake. You've got this one. Ross should have this lead now.
Yeah, it'll be a big.
In the
I think
M
it's going to
class?
be a bigger lead than what we saw. But again, you don't understand.
You're right.
We don't know each of the strategies, do we? So
Yes.
we don't know what they've done their tyre wise. So yeah. I mean, they're all on the medium still. In the guys that are in the leads. The GT3s clearly love the hard tyres. But Vinicius is still on the hard and medium according to the live timing. So
Interesting. Absolutely on that one. And that's now given Ross Smith about a 9-second gap over John Mayer.
yeah, it'll be interesting. So now that John's getting going, we just need to see what kind of pace he'll have in a couple of laps time, and then we'll see how this is going to likely to unfold. But the gaps are kind of spread out again. The closest battle we've got out on track at the moment is Troy and Mika still.
That's true. What you want to do, I wouldn't recommend it, but of course, because you have cold tyres coming out of pit road, and don't chew through those tyres quickly, but you go out there and just set a bank lap, set the fastest lap there, and just throw your opponents off, and they go. As John went out there and set the fastest lap, Ross would be like, "What? Where did that pace come from?" And then you'd force Ross to try to put more pace into his laps, force the drivers into mistakes. But of course, that's not something realistic that can happen, because you don't want to just chew through those 4 freshies that you just got down a pit road if you've taken all 4 freshies. I love the glow too from that car behind. You can see on your pictures as well too.
I just realised that there was a move between these two not long ago, because Mika Locke got again commented for back limits. So oh damn it! Messed that up. Bear with me.
It's a neon glow, isn't it?
Yeah,
There's a little snap of a turn of a steering wheel going into the corner there for Cadillac of Troy,
here we go.
but he managed to point it in the right direction.
It helps if I click the right button when I do a replay.
It's all right, my friend. I know what you do producing. You've got 10,000 buttons to click, so it's not as easy as what it looks on the picture. And there it is. You just had to take avoiding action, didn't he, in the GT3?
Yeah.
Then get some of the power there. Compromises, then that'll be probably the pass that you're thinking about happening up here. Exactly.
Yeah, that's
Because
right.
you've got slipstream
but
from
you've
behind,
also
and
got-
there it
you end up
is.
going off track as well, I think.
Oh yeah. Had to tuck in behind. Oh no, he goes into bollards
Yeah.
on the inside there. Had to slow. One of them's caught just almost underneath the tyre and manages to flicker it out.
And they're still
the
battling
high
away.
flow
They're
is-
still battling away here. No. Relentless. Hashtag relentless. We're coming up to nearly 2 hours complete as well.
It's 2 hours and 16. Oh, no, that time. 3 hours and 16 minutes remaining. So there you go.
I was about
Wow,
to say.
you can see the high flow paint, isn't it? And the neon glow on the car there. So it is. At least allows your car to be quite visible, isn't it? You don't even need your headlights. You can turn them off. You can see the car a mile away. Here we go.
Well, you
another
can't in
attack.
R-Factor 2 because you'll get disqualified. And
All right.
yeah, so there we go. Takes the position back.
Takes it back. He's going to make it stick in the corner here. That's the thing. Going to run a little bit wide. I knew he went pretty
He's
wild
got to
into
be
the
on
corner
track
there.
limits soon, isn't he? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, the game didn't flag anything up for that one, so
Sim.
him. Sorry.
Yeah,
yes.
cool. This again. It's going to be a battle back again. We're going to see this for a couple more laps, I would imagine.
It's still gonna be
So these drivers are at it like it's the last lap of the race, but I'm not quite sure if they got their memo, my friend. There's still 3 hours and 15 minutes to go. But you know what? It's good screen time.
It's fine,
Why
yeah,
not?
because there's nothing else going on. So, I mean, Mike Bell is
Yeah.
closing in on the new driver in number 9, Ege Harabakjak.
Yep.
I think that's right.
Yep,
So
I think
that's
so.
worth keeping up. That gap's now 1.4 seconds. So last lap, Mike Bell was 5 seconds quicker. But he's a
Wow.
new driver, and but it sometimes takes time to acclimatise. So I was really surprised some of the cars changed driver after the first stint, because I like to double stim because it takes me the first stim to find my rhythm.
That's true. Yeah, that's very common across the board of endurance racing. Of course, there's other endurance racing. There's the Nuremberg racing going on. They'll be doing that for 24 hours at the moment. But yeah,
right on him now. That's under a second.
Mike Bell.
So, yeah. GT3 is ahead as well. This will make it spicy. Just of note.
You get. That's right, at the moment, the new driver swap that's in that P2 position, you can see. Go ahead. Oh, it's not maybe nice at the moment. The GT3's doing. Hey, GT3 sticking to the racing at the moment. You got to find your way around there, you go.
Yeah.
You get.
Yeah, he's not happy about that. And quite, you know what, quite rightly too. But that's given Mike Bell the slipstream he needs.
Yep.
Pulled out of it pretty quickly.
You can just give it up, but I mean, I love the entertainment on there, but with 3 hours and 13 minutes to go, you don't have to necessarily be that upset.
He's got the straight line speed there.
Oh no! What a save! What a drift at the moment there from Eget. Unbelievable control on that one. Still holding off Mike Bell, applying that pressure side by side. Here we go. This is going to be who's going to be chicken footing first on this one that we like to say, mate. Maybe a little rubbing his racing going on there as well too, mate. Door banging.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's locked up. Hold it, son. You're going to have to... They don't even yield in the position somehow. Both of these drivers are making errors. But there's your rubbing. There's your door banging. And welcome to the Le Mans, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is fantastic. I'd be left threatening. My heart would be through the roof right now if I was a teammate to these drivers, mate. Seeing any at the moment making a mistake there.
That Ferrari's got
both
really
made a
good,
mistake.
That Ferrari's got really good straight line speed over the Cadillac, but you can tell Mike Bell's got a little bit more control over his car. He just doesn't. You can see there he's locking up, isn't he, Ege?
Yeah.
You can hear it. So he's got to be mindful of that. I mean,
sliding in the corners as well too.
Now in the 39 car, he's a driver that is in the series that I'm pretty familiar with, and he's 27 seconds back from this, but he was a second quicker than Ege last time round. So he's not long been in the car, so we'll see what Wouter can do once he's up to speed. But I would, I'd be fearful for Ege that he'll be able to hold on to P3 because, like I say, he is quite a few seconds slower than Mike Bell. Another thing I want to draw your attention to is the gap between Ross Smith and John Mayer. That's come down. That's now around about 6.8 seconds.
6 seconds. Yeah.
It's
that 8 second gap shrunk a couple of seconds and a couple of laps. It's a pretty impressive drive.
Yeah,
at the moment.
it has.
John
Yeah,
putting
so
some pressure on.
John did a 3:34 last time round. Ross did a 3:36. Now we don't know what the traffic situation is for Ross, of course. Mac has had a penalty. He looked like he had an off track, and then the sim has given him a penalty. So I think that's going to be for a track cut, I imagine. Well, yeah, he didn't.
Yeah, we know some of those are going to start creeping in now, aren't they? Because we're building up deeper into this race, and Mac's running in that P20th place at the moment, 4th in class for the GT3s in the Pro.
What happens for him?
Straight on, almost into the house as well. The poor person at the house is sitting there going, hey, what did I do to you?
Mika's had a moment here as well. Went wide.
That fence comes out pretty hard there. Oh.
There's
contact.
That's Mac as well, I think. That might be Mac. He had contact with him.
Yeah, I think I'll run that one, absolutely. Action.
Everywhere.
Happening all over the place, absolutely. Just it's getting, this is the hot zone. I'm still looking at the replay here of the Fluoro machine.
Yeah.
The
Back to the live action.
So Don G Pro says too much rear brake bias, and the 102 said looped it. The 102 also changed fronts. 102 is referring to at the moment, he or she, out there. So thank you, is letting you know about Johnny for the number 9 position there for the Peugeot. Gutierrez. So thank you for the update on that one. That's if you just got
Walter's
only
definitely
changed the front
closing that
spot.
gap as I predicted. So that's now Walter's 25 seconds back. So that was 28 seconds literally what, a lap or two ago. So yeah, that's definitely closing down.
Thank you for the feedback out there in the chat. Give us more. We love it. Information's juicy. Gives us an idea what's happening across the board there with the 25 remaining drivers in this race. Peter Meyer has had a retirement there for the Lexus in the GT3, as well as Alan Santo was our first retirement of the race there. So down to 25 from 27 is not too bad. We have 3 hours remaining in our 4.8-hour race here at Le Mans, the 6th race of the season.
I don't suppose you've ever been, have you? Le Mans?
No, sir, I have not. No.
That's the problem when you're on the other side of the planet.
Well, I've lived everywhere. I mean, I was in Romania, UK, Amsterdam, all that sort of stuff. But back in, I was too busy doing work. I didn't have time to go to motor racing, unfortunately, back then. Yeah. Back in my day, we didn't have racing cars. We had horse and carts. I'm not that old.
Yeah, I've been fortunate to have gone twice.
I'm sure you would have had, Paul. Yeah, you're a rev head.
Yeah. I think I prefer.
You got
watching
earbox oil coming out of your ears.
I prefer watching it on TV if I'm being totally honest. Because you kind of have a lot more. A bit like when you go to a Formula 1 race, you know a lot more.
Yeah,
about what's
you just see them zoom past at 300 kilometers an hour. You know, a lot of action you see, isn't it? You're watching the screen most of the time.
And also, you know, I'm not a big fan of camping in the middle of the field. And last time
James will here. Don't you get James here now? He's in a caravan at the moment.
I know he is. Yeah, at Santa Pod Raceway, which is near Milton Keynes.
All right, we'll pop into the old Red Bull office where you're right up there, James. Headquarters.
Yeah, he's. I haven't been to Santa Pod for many years. The last time I was there, one of my friends had built a go-kart using an engine from a certain motorbike. I can't remember what it was, but it was able to do a quarter mile in under 10 seconds. In a go-kart that was literally half
quarter mile in under 10 seconds in a go-kart?
Yeah.
Wow, what did they think of? A jet engine strapped on the back of it?
No, it had a I think it might have been a Yamaha R1 engine. I think. I can't remember exactly, but I have a very old clip on the internet of it. But back in those days, mobile phone quality isn't really the same.
Oh yeah, I'd imagine, mate. I'm sharing. Yep, the same boat with you, mate. We were born pre-2000, so we had the experience of the old cell phones with really bad pictures and stuff like that, or even video. I suppose you even got video of it back then. Yeah, great.
Yeah, I think it was.
Gilius there says Dawn Pro. Dawn G Pro there in the chat is Gilius. Hello. The feedback. Love the liveries. You see some of these drivers. As we're seeing Wanta LeBron there for the team Wookiee Monsters. Had to do the Wookiee.
I'm sorry.
Got to keep everybody awake in the night time, mate. Sorry.
I'm just apologising on your behalf. Yeah.
Give us a thumbs up if you like my Wookiee sounds.
Don't encourage that behaviour, please. I thought I had a clip on you. Oh, it doesn't look like I do. I do have a clip somewhere. Here it is.
We need to upload that to the JP Broadcaster Network one time there, my friend, and as a little short clip or something like that there, perhaps. And so keep your eyes peeled. That's why you need to subscribe as well, too, mate. We'll get that from Paul. Paul's going to throw that up.
Oh, John is really closing the gap now on Ross.
Excellent. We like to see that. Currently, at the moment, John is P2 in class there. Ross is P1 in class. We heard, if you tuned in earlier, Ross was giving us a nice little bit of commentary that he did as well too is he said he was going to come down and drive that Acura, which he is driving superbly right now. Well, he's trying to hold off John. There's that gap of what, 8 seconds after he swapped out into that car from pit lane, about 8 to 9 seconds. John Mayer's been putting the pedal to the metal for the Porsche, and the number 40 is hunting down Ross. We're still waiting to see if we can get Ross's teammate come and have a bit of a chin wagon to us up there.
I don't know where he is, George. He was supposed to come and join us. But it looks like the rain stain foot, or not coming to join the party. That could throw a red herring in. But I think I want to highlight Alexander McQuarrie. He's in the LMGT3 AMS, but he's currently ahead of two of the GT3 Pros, so Maximilian Trafficki and Max Sunderland. So he's got quite a nice...
Oh, it just looks slow from that angle. Go ahead, yeah. He's 3 laps down and 59 seconds away from Jamie. But he's a leader in class.
Yeah, and he's mixing it with the pros. So here we go. On layer then. Closing the gap.
I wonder if Ross is going to put too much of a fight on this one. There's different strategy between these two drivers as well. To remember that the HRC team is they boxed or pitted, for those of you in the United States of America and so forth, a couple laps earlier. So they're different strategies.
The gaps don't look as big, do they? When you look at the TV cameras, you go, well, and then you go on board and you're like,
oh, they're close, yeah. Half a second is that. There it is right there on your pictures.
I don't know.
That it is. But that goes to show you the level of concentration that you have to have through the roof, isn't it? Because you're not only doing that, they're trying to stick to their deltas, because you've got to think of the overall pitch, especially in endurance races, you're sticking a lot to your lap times.
Philip Ducati, who's clearly taken over Hypercar AMS, but we're showing DNF.
That's the Toyota at the moment, in running in P16, but running last in class.
That was being driven by Andy Schremser before, by the looks of it. So, makes such a difference when you come through the start-finish straight. You've got all the lights.
Yeah. This one's always a tricky corner. Catches a lot of drivers off guard. That's where you get your fold-out chair, of course, and get your Vegemite sandwiches and your couple of cold ones, and knock it back and watch this. Don't have the Vegemite sandwiches. There's a bit of fog creeping in perhaps as well too, but that's so you can see the cloud cover there at the moment. Visibility still, you can see the cars. That's fantastic, and I'm sure John is loving to see the tailpipe there of the Honda Acura.
Might just want to sit behind as well. I mean,
I think so, yeah.
Right? Yeah. Save a bit of fuel while you're in the...
he's not... he's at that nice little gap, that's the 6/10, where he's got enough time to react if there's a mistake from Ross, which is crucial. You don't want to be too close, because you tend to find that little... that you're turning that car up the road into your driving line, and then if you turn that car up the road into your driving line, if they make a mistake, you also copy their mistake. So you want to be enough time to be concentrating on your own racing line here, while still trying to apply the pressure, which you see much better entrance there into that. But John was a little bit later on the brakes there, and he could handle the car there, and that's fantastic as well too, because it's also filling up Ross's mirrors with just headlights, and Ross force him into mirror driving. Ross might be wanting to sit there and sacrifice this one and say, okay, I've done enough with mirror driving. You can do a bit of mirror driving right now with John. But not yet, actually. Ross is still going to maintain that position. I like chasing people down, my friend. I don't really do sim racing, as I said. I really barely do at all. But I find that it feels easier for a driver to apply the pressure, and yes. I got hats off to any driver that can handle that for whole race in regular sprint races, or if you're endurance races, holding it off for a couple of hours like that. It just absolute hats off to drivers that can hold that pressure. Defensive driving should be something that gives a lot more credit for. We only really show a lot of the highlights and anything in motorsports that get highlights of overtakes. They never really show you the highlights of somebody that had to sit there and defend for 30 laps or, hours and hours and hours on end as we're sitting there. Fantastic contact! Oh, but I don't know about you there, Paul, but I don't know how many times I've seen drivers that we have a bit of a wide track here in Le Mans, but somehow along the line they only seem to squeeze about a couple of meters out of it at most. But I believe we're also joined by... Yeah, they do. I mean, it's not NASCAR racing. There's no side draft sucking these cars in. But I think we're also joined by the teammate right now, Ross Smith, that'll be watching this with anticipation going, what is going on? George, I don't know if George has a copy there. George? What?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, George. How nervous are you watching Ross Smith right now in the battle there with John?
I am, and basically he's falling victim of what I was about to fall off on the first double. Well, two singles, I guess. Yeah, I mean, John is ridiculously fast on this car. And I had to drive 10/10ths to actually stay ahead. So we're a little bit quicker than them on the straights, but pretty much their car is faster everywhere else, except I think the fourth chicane is complex right now, at least for me, when we're reaching. But yeah, it's tough and it's a long race. And I know that their original plan was not to keep John in the car. So that has changed. So we'll see how the cycling of drivers and temperatures and tire strategies play out.
And Ross was doing a solid job. I mean, when you came out of the pit lane after you handed the car over to Ross, there's about a 9-second gap that John's just sliced down now, obviously, and he got the overtake done. But good pressure there that he'd mounted on Ross, and Ross had a good head on him to hold steady as much as he possibly could to hold off John. But you mentioned John's quick. Now Ross can tuck in behind. Do you think that's going to be a little bit better for Ross to perhaps apply that pressure to John? And on top of it, you said John's been in that car now since the start of this race, so at some point fatigue will creep in too, won't it?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned pretty much all the variable factors that is going on. I mean, first of all, Ross has not been doing the season, so he's just coming for Le Mans. So generally, and last year he drove a GT, so he's cold on this car, cold on Hypercar. He basically started cracking practice this week. The setup was not finalized till Thursday, so literally he had 48 hours to practice time on the car that he's currently driving. So that was the first point. Then the second point is that John is already hot driver, knows the conditions that he was on. He came in really speedy out, immediately attacked Ross. Ross lost, I think he was mentioning in 2 laps, a very bad GT traffic that held him up. At the same time, he was telling me that should I go into a bit of a fuel save on the car to extract an extra lap. I said, go for it if you can. So all those conditions, I think he put him, basically made John easy to an overtake. I think Ross is the kind of a patient driver that he's going to stick now, if he can, with John, and then try to just use the slipstream, get that extra lap. And then is just going to wait for the cycling of pit stops and the driver exchanges to play out. Because now going into the night, I believe a couple of teams are going to start double stinting or doing one-side only tires. So this is the kind of where strategies becoming very critical at Le Mans at night.
Absolutely, and good feedback there from a racing driver yourself. And speaking of John, he is the leader in the Hypercar AM standings as well too. So 104 points, as you said. He's been very experienced so far in the season. His teammate Jerry Chen, that I may be expecting to come into that car as well too for the Mistral Porsche team. They are leading the championship on 204 points over the AM Racing Alliance Cadillac team as well, so that'll be very, very interesting. We're going to go back and have a look at a replay quickly, and then we're going to do a bit of a race recap, of course, because we're almost on the hour of how the standings are, and we're going to see another situation, isn't it, with the high flow viz Hypercar going around the outside. That's bold and brave, but you're not going to make it stop in time, my friend. And he just manages to use the runoff area and get out there and live to see another day. Whew, heart and throat moment for that one. Here we go currently at the moment. So we still have a leader. Cameron Barker's been up the road there for a majority of the time. He's leading by about 31 seconds over Mike Bell in that P2 position for the Smile Power Racing team. And our new swip of the driver there and we're thrown off the speak seat of the manner there, but the British Turkey racing team, the Ferrari there, is in that P3 position. There you currently at the moment the rest of the drivers on your screen there with Johnny for the Bad Day Racing. Over to this battle that we're seeing currently in our picture still with John and Ross Smith there, and down the road there is the Peugeot as well too, about 14 seconds and change from that battle currently at the moment. That's hot on the screen there for P1 and P2 in the AM class, and going over to your GT3s as well too for the pros, and that's Tammy leading there from David. And that situation is about 30 seconds down the road, David is too for the Mercedes, and then Jamie a little bit further back from them, and then over to the AM class there for the GT3s there, and Adam Gray's leading that one away there from Alexandra, and that is a about 27-second gap that the Porsche has in that class. Thank you all for tuning in. George, tough conditions, mate, going into the nighttime racing right now with Ross. He's tagging on with John, so he's keeping up the pace there. Is this a better, you think, for the team there, for just allowing Ross to chop? Oh, and maybe I spoke a little bit too soon on that one, as Ross has a little bit of spin. He's got to get a difficult place right now, isn't he? Because he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Got to wait for some traffic. Comes back. Oh, very lucky. Now I know Georgie might be probably the one that be helping him spot that one, but looks like Ross survived to see another day, and will fall back unfortunately to P3 place just like that. That's how close it was actually in the top 3 battle.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. We didn't really need that push right now, because what happens, that was a lot of time too. It was 20-second loss kind of. Yeah, it's where the car is tricky, but it's very, very good on the brakes, and it urges you to keep braking deeper and deeper. So if he put his brake bias a little bit further to the back, which I expect he did, this is something that can happen with this. I got it a couple of times myself too, but I usually run much more forward, so I don't have that issue to happen. Yeah, it was going really good. I was hoping before that we would get we would have like a good gap there. We'll just stay behind John, utilize the slipstream, get the fuel saving, but no, that was not the case. So we'll see. So I'm pretty sure he's going to try to make up back to Vinicius, try to get P2, and then kind of go from there.
Oh, sorry to cut you off on that one. Wow. That was a little bit of a... I thought there was going to be almost an incident there occurring, but once again, we're seeing another situation with the high-flow Viz car. But, yeah, I mean, it's one thing to allow drivers out there that have not familiar with driving there. You know, obviously you can't change much of the car once it's out there on the track, but you said that the brake bias has been mentioned out there in the chat as well too. That's something that the drivers can do, and something you have to adjust, no doubt, during the race there as the track conditions change, as well as the tyre conditions and the car changes. You adjust the front brake bias.
It depends on the driver. I'm a driver which does not like to adjust many things on the car. I try to put the car in a window I really like, and I can drive it from the beginning until the end of the stint by just changing a little bit my driving style. So maybe 1 or 2 clicks, but no more than that. I know Ross is way more aggressive on the car, doing changes a lot. He changes anti-roll bars, he changes brake bias, he changes engine mappings. He says he changes the boost, basically the energy, the fuel saving kind of control. So he's very, let's say, very nervy on the car, on all the settings that he can. He always tunes and he always plays to extract the maximum, which usually give him better lap times, but sometimes if you play too much, you maybe fall victim of your own changes. I don't know obviously now what happened there. I'm gonna go in and talk to him, but we'll see. Yeah, still long race.
We got pits. Yeah, it's a long race, exactly. So you can't beat yourself up over little bits of mistakes. Usually the mistakes creep in from everybody on the field there at least one time during a endurance race, and more importantly, the car's in one piece. That's something that you can still drive it. Another pit stop around 2 that we saw happening just before on your pictures. Now, are you expecting another round of pit stop occurring very, very soon? I mean, that's pretty early. We just get some pit stops before there, but there'll be a second stint, won't there, that Ross will be doing there, George?
Yeah,
2 stints in the car each.
I think we will try to see if we can do a triple, utilize the conditions, maybe do something with the tires there. But I also have to see how he's doing. I have to go check and see if he feels comfortable or not in the car. It's as you said, mistakes. But even John Mayer made a mistake too, coming into pit lane. He spun it there. They lost 10 seconds. But even with the 10-second loss, he was just insanely quick. Like I don't know. I didn't have anything left on me for that car, for that guy. So
well, that's why John's leading the championship at the moment. But he can't. I mean, the thing is too. You can't take it away from John. But he's still got just under 3 hours to go. Concentration's through the roof there. You might have to go to the mini pit lane there and relieve yourself. There's a lot of things that creep into play. Whether he's going to have his teammate as well too. I don't know if Jerry Chen's going to be coming into the car as well too.
Yeah.
Their teammates or Elliot, I think there as well.
Eric,
so Eric is one of the other teammates. Yeah.
He was supposed to come in. We saw that he came in, but he had a technical issue with his PC apparently. So they decided to triple stint John instead of triple stinting now Jerry at the end. So they kind of flipped their 2 fastest drivers' strategy, front loading it on the top end. And then Jerry's gonna do, I think, on the bottom end. I don't know how is this gonna work quite well, but I think now it's their go time. I mean, they have their fastest guns now, so they need to gain a gap on us because Eric is like he's pretty quick, but he's not the John Jerry kind of quickness. So we can gain a little bit on him, but if they built enough of a gap, then even if I go in, it may not be enough at the end. So we have
Go ahead.
We have to see. And John is a very weird case because he was supposed to be retired. He said last year that I'm retired. Yeah, exactly. He said that I'm going to retire next season and I'm going to do a partial season. And they won the championship as a team. I think he finished 3rd in the standings, and he said, "I'm too old for this. I'm gonna retire." So he did Daytona, and everybody said, "Okay, it's okay. Maybe he does Daytona and Sebring, and that's it." And then he wins that. He wins the other one, and then he says, maybe retirement is not the way to go. And then he's having 50 points everybody else. So I don't know what to do with that.
Seeing Tom Lane throwing that car around at the moment. He's not retiring anytime soon. Hopefully not going to retire the car. But then again, how many times have you been racing drivers say they're going to retire? Michael Schumacher, Kimi Räikkönen and all that sort of stuff. I mean, Sebastian Vettel might come in a Formula One back again. Who knows? But you know, if a driver says they're going to retire, don't take it at granted. In fact, anybody in sports that says they're going to retire, I wouldn't believe it until a couple of years later. But good battle on your pitches. George, I know that you're going to be eager to go and have a quick chat to Ross to see how that situation is. So if you want, my friend, we'll release you from the booth and you can go down and have a chat to him. But please come back as soon as you sort it out, because I want to pick your brain.
And then come back.
For sure. Yep, thank you. So there we have it. We've heard from the great George, and he's going to give us some more feedback there on his team. Well, Paul, interesting race. We've got a little bit of split screen action happening at the moment from one of the best broadcasters on the planet there. How are you liking the shape up here at Le Mans?
Yeah, there's some lovely little battles going on at the moment. I've been genuinely impressed by the quality of the driving. Most people are keeping it on the black stuff. It's like Ross just lost out, but back marker there, so that gap's just opened up. Didn't quite see what happened, but he's in the pits. Following Vinicius in as well, so that's interesting. Oh no!
Oh, yes, my friend, you got that one. Ross Smith has made another boo-boo, unfortunately, as he's entering the pit lane this week. We've seen this multiple times. You said so yourself, didn't you? You said, Paul, I like to be very, very gingerly going into the pit lane here in Le Mans because it's very tricky, and it's claimed another victim as we're going to sit these two guys side by side. I don't think these two got the memo once again that they still have 2 hours and 43 minutes left of racing, but Troy and Tom are going for it too for now. That's 6th and 7th place in the pro class. Fantastic racing. Love to see it. Those marshals are getting a little antsy with those caution flags out there too, I bet. Put your nose in and get chopped off like a plastic surgeon, as James would say.
Wasn't giving him much room there, was he?
No, sir, not at all.
But he's managed to get a second away now, so yeah, Ross is still in the pits.
Well, they just drive over camera too at the moment. Yep, there he is. So they drive over Paul's camera, my friend. You gotta fix it, guys. Gotta be careful out there. I'm not running down there to replace that camera, Paul. It's too dangerous.
That gap now on my stretching it out a little bit. So
yeah, once it's clear, Tom gets on that lap pedal, my friend. It's Valkyrie time.
He's also, as you spotted, was getting a little bit loose at times.
Loosey goosey. Nothing wrong with that one. Yeah, but he's chucking that machine around like now. It's running on rails, isn't it? Bang!
Yeah.
He's on the loud pedal. He's just chuck it in the corners, my son.
So Troy Ewan's
it's like a roller coaster ride. Troy's in.
The pits, yeah. So
that's the 111 machine from P7.
Ross then is now in P5 in class. After that, entering the pits. Adrian Rice is 14 seconds up the road from him, and Adrian's a further.
George has probably gone down to have a little bit of a, just calm down, mate. You're doing all right. Just give him a little bit of a pat on the back, encouragement. As George alluded to as well, too, Ross is not a full-time driver, so he's filling in there for the team.
He's
and
doing the
he's doing his best.
The moderns, yeah, because he's got a lot. He does a lot of work on the mods, so he stepped back from the moderns this season, just to focus on the historics. And now the gaps are kind of. I see an inch. So Dan Hurlock's now in the 87. So Dan is a fast man. So
Dan the man?
Yeah, Dan the man. Worth keeping. So last lap he did a 3:31. Not long been in the car. That was already nearly a second quicker than Wouter de Bruin. Cameron Barker though last time around did a 3:29. He's now into the pits. The race leader is into the pits. Oh, there's a few cars coming into the pits.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a kerfuffling down there in the pit lane. You've got to make sure you spot your pit box perfectly.
One of those. So Vinicius
Now, Cameron has been... Yeah, Cameron's been leading every lap of this race, so we'll see continue whether or not Cameron's going to remain piloting that Cadillac on lap 38 of this race, but with 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. He's going to be like wanting to have a stretch or something like that, isn't he? Because he's been doing a fantastic job for a very long time, but yeah. We'll see how it
actually,
turns out.
Vinicius hasn't been in. Sorry, I thought he'd been in, so he was last in 36 laps ago. According to my other live timing, there was a brief yellow flag somewhere in sector 1. So Vinicius currently in the... So, don't know if Ross is...
Karabakh goes in as well too from P2. That just shows you how much of a gap there was between them. We did have other drivers, of course, taking the
Kirby
pit
is
road.
now in the car that Cameron Barker was driving. He's also another fast driver, Dan Kirby.
Oh, we know Kirby. Yep. It's going to be, there we go. So we got one fast driver replaced by another a quick driver. So looking strong for that number 90 team, absolutely. And we also had another driver swap as well too. So I saw, who was it? We'll get that one in a little bit. Jerry Chen went in. Jerry Chen has swapped over the leader.
Oh, right, okay, nice. Jules Lalonde's in the 102 now. That was... Yeah.
Oh, you saw the Batmobile just move into the back cave there for a second and just quite didn't get into the spot there. Hey, he's backing up a little bit too as well, so I'm not quite sure they hit the right pit marker there for the back cave. No, back cave's reversing up. What are you doing, son? Wow, what has got this kerfuffling shenanigans going on? It's missed his pit box completely. He's got to back up there. Unfortunately, there was a car there. Slammed into him. Not quite sure what's happened there.
Yes. Good.
That's gonna
about
be
that. Reversing in the
pit
lane.
they will definitely have something to say. You barely even allowed to reverse. No, it's still reversing. What is happening here? Is that Adrian?
It is indeed. Yes.
Yeah. And now forward, Adrian. There's a pit box there somewhere. As Martin Brundle would say, you know. Stick the tyres on, don't have a town meeting about it, and send him out.
This is ruining their race.
Yeah, who's the driver in the background driving almost into the pit garage as well, too? It's just the driver around him, didn't he? I don't understand what's going on. Adrian can't find the pit box, unfortunately. Civic, sorry.
Yeah.
Timon Civic is having big issues. Sorry, just that the graphic is not matching. Well, Timon Civic is the one that's going around the outside. Sorry, my apologies. Yes, it is. In almost half into the pit garage and half out into the pit box.
I haven't seen Adrian's car
sorting
move,
it out.
or normally they move about as they're getting... Oh!
Let's say something's happening at the moment there, unfortunately. Please let us know in the chat. I know everybody's... The sharpest tool in the shed when it comes to that. He's back. There's problems there with the Aston Martin, isn't it? There's technical issues and it's costing a ton of time for Adrian.
That's
currently running at
That's now
P15. It's a DNF.
Unfortunately, I think that's unfortunate. There's some kind of technical bug. Jerry Chen now leading the way in the AM class. Daniel Kirby leading the way in the Hypercar Pro class. Ross Smith then, so Ross Smith is back into P2. So all is well. Benjamin Porteous Heath is 63 seconds back. That's got to give him a bit of relief, right? Knowing that there's such a large gap.
Yeah, that is so unfortunate. Just like that, there's a bunch of technical issues that hurt, because we saw the situation, didn't we, with Adrian Rice just couldn't get that car somewhere in position that it needed to be. There's some sort of issue. He was in and out of the pit box, reversing up there. It caused a bit of shenanigans with the other drivers that were pitting at the same time. And now on our scoring time and showing that he is DNF from this race.
Benjamin Porteous Heath. Did this earlier on in the race, didn't he?
Yeah, but keep that out of the fence. You'll have to reverse up in that one, my friend. You will not be able to turn.
Lost.
As you can see, the arrow indicators. He's currently running 13th overall, but that would be P4 in class for the Hypercar AMS. So once Ross Smith had a little bit of a... Ooh, Tom Lane's go very, very slow out of the exit, isn't it? It might have been a bit of a boo-boo.
Yellow flag crop up, which is why I went to him. It was very, very slight.
Yeah.
So I'll go and do some detective work and
dun, 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 dun. Detective Paul Glover on the case. He will currently at the moment he's just sort of Tom Lane. He's running 5th overall in the race in class for the Aston Martin Valkyrie team. And he's 46 seconds currently away from P4, but this might add a little bit more to that gap now. It's probably explained why there might be 10 seconds more added to that as the Valkyrie machine's power slides into the corner. You can hear it. Fantastic audio sounds there. And
naughty.
Stops it. Yep.
Did not hold his brakes.
In his defense, by not holding his brakes, he moved off the racing line.
Yeah, but you don't know how somebody's gonna react, do you?
Well, true. He might have had a spotter that said that you'll clear from behind by a couple of seconds. I don't know, my friend. I'm just saying. I look too. Oh, but we are seeing Gillius Beached at the moment having a bad day racing. Is having a bad day, unfortunately. Jill was out there before too in the chat.
Yeah.
That's Dog Pro. Oh, you turn that frown upside down there, my friend. You can have a good day as well too. You're still in the race, I'd say.
Quite impressive how we ended up there.
Yeah.
That corner that Benjamin Porteous Heath had a problem. I can see there's a couple of drivers have marked for off tracks as well. I'll go get those in a second.
Oh, this is the nighttime racing. Gremlin's creeping in, isn't it? You can hear that. Did he just rev it upshifted or downshifted perhaps, and then you can hear the revs go up and into the exit of the corner. And that's patiently having to wait for a bit of traffic to come through as well.
Yeah, but he heads all over in the litter. Look.
Yeah, because he has to go opposite to flick it around. Yep. And then don't get too loud on the loud pedal there, otherwise you're going to go around 360. Got to wait for a few more cars. You can see him go by. And then get back on the power and then get back in there. Yeah. He just wanted to get completely off the racing line because he was in a dangerous spot at that point. And then, hey, as much as you have a mistake yourself, you don't want to spoil somebody else's party as well. Otherwise, too, you'll also be sent to the back of the shed, my friend, for being naughty.
Oh, we've got
back to the racing.
P1.
Yes. Wow. That is interesting. Now, Daniel. This is the Dan and Dan show, my friend.
I told you.
Yeah, it's not a law firm. You did. Daniel Herlock down. Daniel Kirby is absolutely fantastic to see the racing of the Small Power Racing against the CMS Pro. Yeah. That's Cat Pro, and that's Cadillac versus Cadillac, my friend. So even Stevens when it comes to that. Just different drivers piloting those machines. This is the first time we've seen a challenge for the lead in this race since the first lap, and we're 40 laps down. And a bit of traffic might come into play here at the moment. They get them on the exit, they will. No problemo. Get a bit of a straight line run here. So, which I can tell you this right now there, Paul, that there will be a Daniel leading this race by the end of this lap.
Wow. Wow. That's quite a prediction. You've really pushed the boat out there.
I never lose with those odds, mate. Although you shouldn't speak too quickly because they could come into each other and then we could have our Karabakh come in there and steal it away and turn my odds. But Karabakh is 56 seconds down the road from this battle. You're seeing their pictures. Karabakh. Oh, did you see that little flick of the rear end kicking out there from Daniel? This Daniel that we're running on board with at the moment?
I didn't see that, no, I'll be honest. I was more focusing on switching the camera.
That's right. You're putting all the cameras there. For Cadillac versus Cadillac at the moment, it's the 87 versus the 90 up the road there. This is, you're watching at the moment the Hypercar Pro battle for the lead of the race as well between these two, believe it or not. 40 laps later, or a chunk of change of time, and they're separated by a second. Isn't that amazing? Just show the talent you have in this race.
Under 2.5 hours
VWSC
remaining as well.
Yeah, halfway point, you reckon?
Yeah, nearly.
I believe we're joined by George again. George, unfortunately, since you went down to have a bit of a chin wagon to Ross, he had another little mistake, but you're still running a P2. Jerry Chen now started piloting the your arch rival team up the road there. How's the situation in the Ross Smith camp?
I mean, pretty beat down on him. Yeah, he felt agitated by the tap with John, and then he braked, and then basically the car went around, and he got stuck behind that opening on the fence. So, yeah, I mean, and obviously, like in the pits, he went in and it went wide. So he decided to stick with those tires, which I don't know. As a decision, if they're flat spot or not. He said that they were okay. There was no vibration, so that's good. We'll see. I think also Jerry is also on used tires from John. So both the cars up front are running on used tires. So at least the same machinery. I'm watching the gap to Vinicius because he's pretty rapid and he can use this situation to close the gap. And then I may have to come in to finish the race. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, we'll see if, because 12 seconds, if they don't make any mistakes, is going to be a tough ask. So we'll see. I was looking also the race on the other classes, and then it seems that the two Dans, again, fighting it off, 1.5 seconds with each other? Yeah, pretty much. And there's a kind of a big gap to the rest of the people, which I kind of didn't expect so early to have that big of a gap. So I don't know if the pit stops cycled or the tire changes and stuff like that. Closer in GT3 Pro, 7 seconds now the gap, I think, to leading cars. But yeah, interesting race.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, for that one. We're seeing a nice little battle there with Mika and Tom Lane, the purple Valkyrie machine, putting a bit of pressure currently at the moment on whether he's wanting to go to the dentist's office for the Crown Dental Group there up the road there. Nobody likes to go to the dentist, but you can get a nice crown job there. But Locke will be trying to hold off at the moment. As you said, the Dan and Dan show up the road. It caught us a little bit off surprise as well too, because there was a bit of a gap before that situation where that was sort of switched to the drivers there from John switching it over to Kirby, but we don't know how long that's in the pit stops. I'm not sure if you saw the shenanigans as well happen in the pit stops there, because Adrian Rice there for the Batmobile had major issues. I don't know if you caught on any of that, haven't seen anything. Oh, it'll get some information. Pit crew wouldn't service the car, no idea why. Couldn't just get it into the pit stop there box. The pit crew just said, you know what, you're not paying us enough money. We're not going to bother servicing the car. Something like that happened down there anyway. And unfortunately, they had a retirement.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't know. Sometimes if you cross the timing lines in a certain way, it doesn't trigger that you have been in pit entry to be serviced. So, or if you ask the pit crew very late after you cross pit entry, they're not going to serve you. So I don't know if that's the kind of situation that happened. Yeah, Adrian started from pole. Had a very good race at the beginning. Then I saw him going off very early on, and then dropped quite bit at the back. I think he was catching up, but in a slower rate than I think he was driving at the beginning. And I didn't have very much visibility of knowing what's exactly happening with that car.
Well, all you can do is continue on, as this is the adventurous part of the race as we're approaching halfway into this one. Any other driver really stick out on the timing tower there on your scorecards that you're looking out for, apart from those close battles that you mentioned earlier?
I think
Ross.
I think number 9, the Ferrari. What's the Ferrari team of British Turkish Racing? Whatever. It's that's a mouthful for a Ferrari team. British Turkish Racing team. But yeah, it's
like having pipe on your pizza in Italy, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it's very weird, very obnoxious. Anyway, so I think they are up. They're in third. So which is pretty good, but I expect them to be closer in the front. I think they were running much closer in the front at the beginning, so I don't know when Kesby changed to Karabachak if that drop happened, because De Bruyne and in the Rookie Monsters Alpine there are holding with them. So I don't know if it was a pace differential between the top 2 cars or something happened with the rest that they dropped off. But that's the one thing that I didn't expect. And I didn't expect Peter Meyer in GT3 AM to DNF so early. That's a blow on him, because I think he was leading the championship, had a good chance, and now Alexander Macquarie seems to have a big gap to Adam. So that can be very good on his championship run. But you know, race is long. All you need is a DNF 2 laps before the end of the race, and then there go your points. So we'll see.
You can't jinx it like that, George. You can't throw that out there. There will be no DNFs a couple of laps before the end of the race. Although, remember, Adrian Rice had DNF'd many laps ago. They're still running P21st at the moment, believe it or not. As the rest of the field is still catching up a couple of laps down. But, so if you did happen to DNF for a couple laps before the end of the race, you're still going to probably get yourself a nice, good position. But let's not jinx it, my friend. We got a replay coming up.
I'm a commentator, so I don't have the commentator scares, right?
Yeah, I want to pick your brain about all your. Let's have a look at Adrian. Is he going to hold it? No. Benjamin, it is at the moment. There it is. So, you can explain what happened there, George? Just a little too greedy on the throttle coming into the corner?
I think too fast. It's a corner where it is inviting you to go in deep because of the on-camber. It actually helps you to brake the car, and then you get a really good exit. So you always push it more and more and more. But in order to do that, you have to actually be quiet in the middle, or like more in the inside of the corner to do this. But I think that...
Oh. Just hearing from our race producer at the moment there. Is he solo at the moment?
I think, Benjamin is running solo. He has already done his drive-through, and this is the legit gap that he has to everybody else. So 57...
Oh, Ben. Car's not straight. Yeah. From Benjamin, who is we believe is running solo. We heard that actually from Ross at the start of top of the hour, that he was going to give that one a shot solo. And let's have a look at the moment there.
Actually, Ross told me that he had a really good car, because the Toyota is really good right now. Had a good car, and he could actually make the gap because he was closing. I saw him, he was 38 seconds on pace, so legitimately he was going to contend for the win towards the end of the race if he was keeping up like this. I don't know if it was a thing of like try to make more gap now that the cars in front are hindered, because Jerry's on double stinted tires, we are on double stinted tires, Vinicius is trying to catch up, and then if Benjamin would actually try to catch up as well, it would make sense.
Well, the Dan and Dan show is also picked up at the moment. You can see Daniel Hercock making a run here using that lap traffic slipstream. Herlock on Kirby, and that's going to be fantastic. So they're going to be a bit of switcheroo between these two drivers. Smile Power Racing gets the job done at the moment. So we have a new race leader, actually, I believe, overall in this one. So there it is. It's taken about half of the endurance race to get it done, but they are getting themselves up. They're smiling big time right now that they had the lead, but of course you can see that the other Daniel's going to fight his way back up there. We've got a little bit of information too what happened to Adrian Rice there, that his car had damage and it was about 2 seconds per lap slower than expected. He was tending to repair it at the pit stop, but unfortunately the pit stop didn't work, and that was it for the retirement. It didn't do anything different from the last pit stop. It's just R-factor things that he says. I saw a little bit of a spin too before. But let's have a look at this battle once again for P1. On track overall and in class. And this ain't over yet, my friends. George, talk us through this. What would you be doing? How nervous would you be seeing these two Dans go at it, my friend, if you're the teammate of one of them?
I mean, I don't know. But Ross told me when he caught them up, or where were the big in between.
Maximilian's into the fence, my friend. Sorry to cut you off on that one. You can see the high flow vis glowing off to the side there of that Ferrari, and that's trying to get out of the kitty litter. I wondered if he got some damage. He did have a lick into the tires. I'm loving the glow. It looks like you're watching a Tron movie. He's back on track, but we'll see how he's going to pan out there. That's in P6. But go back to that battle there. Sorry to cut you off there, George.
Yeah, I mean, he said, and great, now I'm between the two Dans. Can you just please pass me quick? I mean, yeah, I know how lapping and how multi-class kind of hinders a lot of the fast or top leading cars, but in reality, even for people in the lower class or the ones that they're being overtaken, it's actually not pleasant, because you really want to get and focus on your race. And then you have the leaders or much faster cars coming in and swerving around you. All you just want them is to just kind of become invisible for a while, just let them pass through you, and then let them off. But
so activate stealth mode, yes.
Yeah, activate stealth mode, exactly like this. So sometimes I think what Ross said is like, just a small tiny lift, just let him go and then immediately tuck in behind and then get the slipstream so you can get back that lift that you made, but just with a position swapped. I think that's one fast way of doing it. But yeah, when you have like the leaders behind fighting you or fighting among themselves and you're in there running your own race, it's not a pleasant experience. So you try to get away, but
Maximilian has probably have to retire on this one, isn't it? Because he's blinking at the moment to probably alert everybody over on the track that he's got some serious problem there for the Ferrari. And if he's what he's doing at the moment, he's got to be making sure you stick to the right-hand side. You've got some traffic coming up at the moment. You see in the background there. I'm not sure if he's just wanting to alert everybody. He's turning into a discotheque. Yeah, get off the road, my friend, Maxi. Just pin it to the fence, my friend. Go straight, go straight, go straight. There it is. Thank you. Oh, Maxi's going to go into. He's trying to get it back in the pit road, isn't he? I imagine.
Yeah, to be honest, you don't want to retire. I mean, like if the car is still going, you keep going. What he's doing is he has no steering, and he's flashing his lights, basically using them as alarms, basically to everybody else that like, hey, I'm a disabled car, please don't hit me or see me on the road.
God, it's fun, that thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a long, long way back to the pits, especially from where he's at with this amount of steering. But I mean, they can finish and they can get some points versus some other people that they DNF. It's always, as I said, you never know what's happening. I've lost races on the last lap, on the last few meters. So,
yeah. Good in for trying to bring it home. He's doing his absolute best to alert everybody else. So he's trying to get off the race. He's not trying to cause any problems to anybody else. He's just trying to nurse it home and becoming a bit of a discotheque show at the moment. And of course, he wants to be because he wants to alert everybody, and he's struggling with that. Seems that every time he gets the power down, the rear end's just sliding. It's all broken. It's all busted. but he wants to get it back there because he knows he's still got a chunk of change to go. He's got 2 hours, literally, to get some repairs done, and he wants to bring home. He wants to see Barney, the checkered flag man, and do his best. You can see in the picture. Fantastic for our producer to bring that up there. It's I mean, it's not a disco show.
50% of the race, right? It's still like almost half the race is remaining. So you cannot. I mean, yes, you're gonna go down. It's terrible, but I mean, we had red flags before.
He's got teams waiting down there at the moment, doesn't he? So I mean, he's gonna just you just want to still just bring it home. It's also, you got to remember too, isn't it? It's also practice. I mean, you committed yourself to say, okay, I'm going to do this event. I'm going to do this endurance. So I'm going to bring it home. This is what I was planning on doing. And on top of it, it's always experience. It's always practice. You don't have to finish first. You don't have to finish up the top of the timesheets all the time. But this is also giving you some experience. If you're going to do a 24-hour race, and let's say that happens to you on the first lap, well, bringing it home, learning how to drive a wounded car is great experience.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it is.
You don't practice that, do you, mate? You don't go out there and practice slamming the car into a fence, well, getting some damage, and then trying to nurse it back to the pit road. I don't know too many drivers that ever practice that.
I actually, in my earlier part of the career, because I was inconsistent and I knew I would always get into accidents, I was trying to hit my car in a couple of practice sessions to not in that extensive damage, but some damage that it's going to be not ideal to drive. And then I said, okay, how much time I will lose and what will be my new braking points happening to actually nurse it into the pits the fastest way possible.
He has finally reached the pits as well, too, that we're hearing from our producer. But that's good, see, George. That's something I wanted to pick your brain on, because you do real life. There he is. Maxie's in the pits. You've got the Super Max fans out there cheering them up for Ferrari. But you're picking your brain, George, because you actually do this for real life. And we heard before, too, from Ross Smith saying that, you're coming home at 10 o'clock at night and stuff like that after a half day. And we're going to battle for GT3 Pro at the moment too, which is going to be fantastic, because we like to see battles across the board there. And we're seeing James Walker is leading the GT3 Pros, and then David's going to put some pressure on him currently at the moment for the Dark Thunder Racing Aston Martin. There it is on your pictures on cue there.
Yeah, it's a good fight now. I think David has eventually caught off. I think JT did the first stint, built a gap. David had the drive-through at the beginning, obviously, so now it ate all the 20 seconds. I'm a little bit surprised by Dark Thunder, why they used JT as the first driver. You want your stronger driver to actually close the race. I don't know if he's gonna come in.
He's closing into a corner as well too, with a limited amount of gap, and then a couple of hypercars up the tailpipes of him as well too, my friend. But as well too that you're qualifying. The driver that qualifies the fastest also starts the race, so perhaps that could come into play in that one too, my friend. Your fastest qualifying driver.
Yeah,
has
but
to also start the race.
Yes, well, it's the one who qualifies starts the race, but you don't have to qualify with the fastest driver. Knowing that you have a driver that has to take a drive-through, you just start with not your fastest driver. Have the gap of the 20 seconds or so that is the drive-through. Build that, and then you put your strongest.
Yeah, first of the Dans are making a jump into the pits there that we're hearing currently at the moment. So pit stops again here for the hypercars. This time around, the undercut will go to Herlock. We'll see how that pans out there. We're still expecting to see the rest of those 8 hypercar pros heading into pit road. Jerry's the leader of the Pro-Ams. Ross Smith is behind. Look at the speed difference through, as David had to let him through as he's continuing to battle. Remember, in the lead of the pro class, in the GT3s. So it's always difficult, isn't it? Because you're battling it. You're looking at the car up the road. They're going, "I'm trying to fight you. I'm trying to fight you," and then you realise your spotter's calling you, going, "Hypercar coming through at a rapid rate," and they've got to take that in consideration as well. I always think that driving in a slower class car is, to me, it's got to be much more difficult than driving in the faster class cars.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah. But it takes two to make a move happen. I think there's sometimes you see disagreement between. I think sometimes the hypercars can be a little bit too aggressive. I think they should be, show a little bit more patience. But it's easy when you say that when you're out of the car. And also the GT3s need to be predictable. Stay on the racing line. Don't move about. Don't make a move at the last moment. Because you need to be. The hypercars have got to make their move, but I do sometimes wish the hypercars would ease off into the, trying to find the apex when the GT3 is going to be heading towards that. So
that's the problem, isn't it? Isn't it, Paul? But they don't. They tend to think that the slower class cars can just magically jump out of the way. We saw that earlier, didn't we? As well as we're seeing a little bit of a replay of that we just saw, that we were on board, weren't we, when we saw the hypercar scream by while these two are battling it out for the leader in their class as well, too, for the pro. And it is difficult, but how sometimes I'm saying across the board, of course, in any class race, they just sometimes expect the slower class cars to just get out of the way, but they're in their own battle. And I think you're right on that point, predictability. They got to stick to their racing lines and do it, and it's up to you in the hypercar class or any other faster class cars to get past them.
But the problem is,
at the same
some
time,
people don't know how to race.
Look at that. Yeah, well, that's why you got to get into the endurance races. Once again, seeing the escape road runs for 22. That's not the first time we've seen that this evening, but it's good. Just don't do that too many times, of course. You can send the principal's office.
I'm surprised he's not had a drive-through. I've not seen one.
I am too, actually. He's been off quite a bit, isn't it? And he's not going to be glowing as much soon, mate, because the sun's started to peel out again as the Earth's rotated back into the path of the big ball of helium and nitrogen. And so it'll give these drivers a bit of a break from the shiny lights splashing all over their in car. But on top of that, we did see, and what surprised me is actually saw a lot of the GT3s going off the track there and getting into their own little shenanigans by trying to avoid the hypercars, isn't it? Usually that's not the case. They should stick to what they're doing, and even if they're much slower, we're talking about some of the GT3s doing, 4 minutes on lap times right now. We're talking the hypercars doing 3 minute 23, so 30 seconds a lap slower. The GT3s, it doesn't necessarily, mean you've just got to completely throw your car off the track and risk yourself into an accident because you're trying to allow a hypercar to go through. That's what we've seen a couple of times tonight.
Yeah, and I've really got into Le Mans Ultimate of late. I've done quite a few online races, and I was talking to fellow sim racers of mine, and I was saying I was doing an event and I'm being flashed by a hypercar to move out of the way, and I'm like, no, buddy, I'm on the racing line. Like, you pass me. I don't let you pass. Yes. You've got a much faster car than me, and that's the problem. You have these people who are quick hot lappers, but they don't practice enough with other drivers, and yeah, you see all these posts online where there's calamity and this driver did this, but I'm very lucky. I've had a lot of clean, really good racing in Le Mans Ultimate, and luckily for me now, I've managed to get into silver class on the safety, so I will hopefully see less of those idiots. Because there are some. There are some that race like they treat it like it's F125 or Forza or.
Don't even go into that arcade game, but yeah.
Yeah. So there are ones.
Beef. Paul's got beef.
There are people that think that they could just constantly weave down the back straight to try and stop you from overtaking. It's like, no, that's not racing, fella. Like that's cheating. You can't. You've got to give me room.
But at the same time, Paul, I think go ahead.
but sometimes it's worth not fighting. It's just like, I can see you're a bloody menace. I'll just let you go because all I care about is safety rating.
But at the same time, Paul, to get on that one, you got to remember you're battling in your own race, of course, in class. So you don't want to be losing too much time to the battles that are happening around you. It's almost like sometimes I see in endurance races that, you know, the faster classes just expect the slower classes, cars, just to sacrifice their own races just to ensure that their classes are functioning the way they want to be, which is not the case. Because everybody's racing the class doesn't necessarily mean you're a quicker driver, of course, at all. Because some of the very quickest drivers on the planet elect to choose whatever cars they want to race in whatever class. And if they want to race in that class, they'll race to two for now. Doesn't matter. You don't have to be the fastest car to be in the fastest class. And that's the situation you see. So I don't think it's fair on that subject for, as you said, we're talking about, that they have to just move out of the way because there's a faster car coming through. No. You're in a different race, you're in a different class, you race it. But if you're in a slower class car, you race it, and then the faster cars have to find their way around you. That's traffic. It's as simple as that. And if they get cranky about it, so be it.
Formula One rules, that's the problem, right? Because
that's the but they're all the same class. But of course, if it's the same class, you have those blue flag rules. As you see an overtake right there on Daniel. That's
Daniel
once again come out of pit road. Yeah, and remember that's fresh boots come out there. So that's the third pit stop there for the hypercar of that Cadillac in the 87. So and you can see the 7-second gap that he's trying to chip down there to Kirby, who's still expected to go on pit road very soon, you'd imagine.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. What's interesting is
that's going to catch out here. That's going to catch out Karabakh for sure, big time as he approaches the GT3. Once again, you know, in that situation where the GT3 is sticking to the racing line. It's just a bad timing.
Yeah.
That's the way it is, and you get caught, and all drivers do. He might catch you off sometimes. You might go, oh, that's so upsetting, but then again, you go a couple of laps later, that might very much happen to Daniel up the road. So it is what it is, my friend. This is called endurance racing.
You've got to kind of like, a bit like motorway driving. You've got to think ahead. Unfortunately, a lot of
grandma's
drivers,
doing 60.
A lot of drivers out there
100.
don't. You know, like you're in the middle lane perhaps, and you see a car in the left-hand lane or the right-hand, whichever country you're from, and you see like, well, I can see that car is catching that lorry very quickly, and they're going to want to pull out. So pull out before they indicate. You know, like read the situation. And unfortunately, some people don't seem to have that foresight to be able to do that.
There's two things to that one, Paul. I mean, for one, lorry, you have to elaborate to everybody what lorry is. And I don't know if you ever lived in a Central American country before, but nobody uses a turn signal. So good luck on that one. All right, because have you ever been to like Southeast Asia or Latin America? There's no such thing as a turn signal, mate. But a lorry, just to elaborate what everybody is at on, as we're seeing a replay of this action. This is what caught him off guard, exactly. But then again, you've got to have sharp rear reflectors.
Why is he flashing them? Why is he flashing them?
He's doing it.
Yeah, he's flashing them, and I think that's unfair. That's on him, and he needs to understand that. And that's what frustrates me a little bit. It's like,
don't get James started about that too.
Oh, I know, but I can see Selecki has been off the track, so I'll go and have a look and see what's going on
there.
Have
a bit of a spy in the moment there. We can spy in all the drivers anytime, so you can't escape the cameras there of Paul. We've got you covered.
Well, it's not Selecki. I don't know who's in the car now, actually. Who's in the car? Because the app's still showing the wrong name. This is the I might restart it.
Yeah, that's true. It takes a little bit to update as well. We got to sort it out, my friend.
This one doesn't. But anyway, I've lost that now.
You're doing a solid job, Paul. Don't you worry about that, my son. You're probably younger than my son. It's okay.
I can't remember who took over from Selecki. Can you?
Well, that's the one we rely on the chat. I know that we got all the fantastic
tell me
drivers and spotters out there.
Come on,
chat. Help out, Paul.
Please. Because the live timing doesn't tell you this information. Very, very important information.
Yeah, and it's afternoon supper time there at the retirement home. And Paul is, I'm going to be pickling you, mate.
Unbelievable.
Let's go. I'm going to get muted for the rest of the stream, so I better shut up.
It's okay, I've muted myself for a stream before. I realise it. No.
It's okay. We'll be pushing James around the retirement home soon. It's all right. Anyway, let's not pick on the boss man. Let's see how the situation there with David and James. That's the battle for P1 and P2 on the. Yeah, this is for the pro class. The GT3s,
so he's
tuning
opening up the gaps and following the move. He's really opened the. I'm very surprised Kirby's not been in yet.
I know. This has been a good probably 2 laps now, hasn't it? Since Hercock went in. Herlock, sorry. I don't want to come to Herlock. Sorry. It's just I'm thinking of another driver that I commentate for. Sorry, Dan, the man.
So, fortunately, Benjamin Porteous Heath is still having some nightmarish action for him. Same corner again for him.
I love the sounds of these. So you can listen to that one. Let's have the replay. Oh yeah, just the entrance was not confident, was it? It wasn't confident, the entrance. I think he made a little snap decision late, spotting into the apex, and then this is not. I mean, it's remaining now, Paul.
Yeah.
We started with about 4 or 5, right?
Yeah.
There's one left.
Taking them out one. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say in the chat, how many do you think there's going to be by the end of? When do you think the last one's going to get taken out? Because I think in 2 hours it will.
What's happened? Oh, it's not too bad. That's fine. Ross having a little bit of a moment in the final chicane. Troy, you went into the pits. I think it's Troy. Yeah, Troy is running. Yeah.
Yeah,
not
Troy Ewan is in from P7 in class at the moment for the Hypercars, so they're in. But this is a really, really split up pit strategy now, isn't it? Because
I think Ross has been
we're seeing
in.
like about. But we're still expecting our race leader has not been in again for the second time around. So this a massive split in strategy.
Ross was in. This is why he's down into 3rd in class.
Right. Yeah, Ross has taken the 3rd pit stop as well too, and
under 2 hours to go now. So.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to do current results, current standings?
Why not?
Okay.
Race leader's in. Race leader's in. Finally. And that's the race leader right now. Daniel Kirby in the pit lane at the moment. They're from the other Daniel. The other Daniel went in, so we'll see that one pans out a little bit later on, but that's the Dan and Dan show, another law firm. And then you got Ige as well to carry back into the P3 position a little bit further back there. Got a bit of a spin there for P4, P5, P6. That is for your pro in the Hypercar series at the moment. They're going over to Jerry Chen and Valencius as well too for the P2 position. Ross Smith ain't too far down the road from them, so keep an eye out for those top 3 with Benjamin basically a lap or so, 53 seconds down the road there from Ross Smith. Over to the pro class of the GT3s there, and David is into the lead of this one from James Walker. About 6 seconds down the road there, James is. That'll be an interesting situation. We've seen those 2 battle. And then the P3 position from them, and the Mercedes is about 56 seconds. And over to Adam Gray and Alex on the AM class there. And they're about 13 seconds between those 2 drivers, so that'll be an interesting spin between 1st and 2nd on that one. 3 retirements in the race: Adrian Ross, Peter Meyer, and Alan Santo as well. So there it is. That's the situation. 3 retirements so far in an endurance race isn't too bad, my friend. 24 victims and gladiators remain as here we go. P3 boxing box. See how that one pans out, my friend.
Look at the gap now between P1 and P2.
19 seconds, my friend, and that's huge considering that did Kirby came back out, so that sliced that down from a 70-second gap before the pit stops down to 19.
You'll never guess who's had another off-track moment.
Let's Stroll. Oh wait, wrong broadcast. You know what's going on the Stroll.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I get it.
I'm a Lance Stroll fan. You know that. Here we go. This has got to be the typical chicane. He's got to go wide, come back in.
I don't know why he's cutting it.
It's all right.
See. Yeah.
Well, probably gone a little bit too deep in the corner. Couldn't stop it in time and said, I elected rather than lock at the rears and going around. Yeah, Robin Modelling has been out there the whole time as well, too. That's another driver that has not done a swapper. Robin, that is.
Yeah.
Just you need Robin in the Batmobile, don't you? That we had earlier.
No,
but unfortunately, that's retired.
That was Adrian Rice.
Adrian Rice, yeah. You needed, see, that's where you went wrong, Adrian. You needed Robin, Batman. Because, you know, Robin's got to take over half the work every once in a while, my friend, you know, because Batman's busy, Robin has to jump in the car.
Very true.
There's another buller that's laying dead on the exit there. One remaining, of course, that we mentioned.
Fancy than that.
Lane's going to pit lane. Tom Lane. No, irony in that one, isn't it? And Magnus is also heading to pit round 58.
Kesby just
Last
DNF'd.
Oh dear. Ben.
Okay. Have a look and see what. I wonder if it's another.
That is massively disappointing there, isn't it? Running fourth in class.
Yeah, I wonder if it's
And
another
what
pit.
has happened?
He did come into the. Yeah, so that's Ege's car, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
So, because they have changed driver, so that's interesting. So came into the pits.
Looks all normal. Everything's good.
Yeah.
Hit your pit box.
Yeah. Car goes up.
And then... I don't think the car's going to go up, my friend. I think that's where the problem remains.
It's showing a change of driver, but... Oh my god.
There's something a little wrong with this. His pit crews here in Le Mans are striking against getting to do some work, aren't they? They're not coming out there and they're not servicing the cars. He's backing up. He's out.
Ryan Paulbert Rage is reporting that it won't let them change drivers. I'm selected but no countdown and I don't get control. So he left the pits. Ben.
Yeah, but it's AI driven now, I believe, at the moment. Yeah. So that's what's happened. The AI's taken over and then eventually it's DNF'd him. So even though it's showing
AI
Ben in the car...
That thing?
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the moment it's showing that the AI is controlling Ben's car and then it DNF'd it.
Did it? How do you know that?
Yeah, well, because I've got telemetry, my friend. It said AI for a second. It's saying AI driving the car. Yeah. It wasn't piloted by Ben. I don't think Ben piloted the car at a pit road. And I think AI has taken over. So somehow along the line, the driver switch has occurred.
I don't think that's a thing.
Well,
Because if it
you're
was,
looking
if
at the
AI
car
was
right
a-
now,
if
driven
AI
on the
was-
track. It's
if
got to
AI
be AI.
If AI was a thing, it would... No, stop. There we go. If AI was a thing, other drivers would use it. I don't think that's a thing.
Oh, but it's going to be slower than the regular driving pace anyway, so you just lose out, wouldn't you? Anyway, we're going to try to get, you know, detective calls on the case. Dun, 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 dun. We'll find out. Let us know in the chat if you've got any information. We'd much appreciate it, so that we don't have Detective Paul having to leave his broadcasting post to get to the nitty-gritty of what's happened here. Oh, too deep into the corner, and that's gonna be a little kitty little moment there.
Ryan Corbett Ray, so he managed to get in the car. Not long after that, I think he had another. No, same issues. Okay, that's fine. Hours, 50 minutes to go.
Business ahead, my friend.
Yes.
Vincius, at the moment that we're seeing on your pictures, currently running P3 in class. And that's for the Hypercar AMS. And he is about, give or take, about 11 seconds down the road there from Ross Smith that's running in P2. So
Yeah,
putting some good lap times in.
That's really come down, that gap, and Ross is 40 seconds back from Joey Chen now.
Yeah, last lap is a 30. Well, last lap wasn't that good actually. It's a 3:39 currently at the moment. We're seeing the 400 machine driver on the screen. Last lap from Ross Smith was at 32.8.
I think that might be because of, yeah, of maybe coming out the pits or something.
Yeah, we'll see what.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what Vincius's time will be once he gets the proper outlap done. Still waiting. Johnny's back in the car with new rubber. That's been confirmed out there in the chat. Thank you there, Dawn Pro. Changing the front made the car scary to drive when we both spun many times. That's from Gillis in the chat, my friend. Gillis. I'll get that wrong a couple of times, mate, but you know what I'm talking about.
And Vinix just went across the timing line, but I'm not seeing updated last lap.
I'm not actually, because it's still showing a... Well, last lap is showing at 4.22. That's not correct.
Yeah, that's
he's
not
flying
right.
out there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
He's only, he's 53 seconds to the leader, but 11 seconds down the road.
Dan Hurlock's bringing that gap down.
From
That's
Russ.
now 12 seconds, so the two Dans. Don't think that battle's over yet.
They're battling at the law firm, my friend. They're seeing who's going to be the best lawyer. With Dan and Dan.
Tom Lane is only...
I'm not going to lose that one.
Tom Lane is only 3.5 seconds back from Troy Ewan, but
From Troy?
last time around, he must have invalidated his lap, just no time there. Ben's back. Ben is back.
Ben's back? Hey, come on, that's great. So Ben is not DNF'd. He called it. Currently at the moment, but they are dropped down to P14.
Yes.
I swear it was an AI car that took over. I'm just seeing something on my telemetry that said it was AI, but it's now piloted by the great Ben himself for the British Turkish Racing entry in the Ferrari, which is, you can't string all that in one sentence, can you? I mean, British Turkish Racing and a Ferrari, that's amazing. Yeah. But come on, Ben, bring it home, my friend. You still got a chunk of 2 hours to go. Anything can happen. We just saw what happened before, didn't we? Including yourself there in the team. Pit lanes have been a nightmare this evening, haven't they, here in Le Mans, my friend? There's been so much pit lane shenanigans. It's almost frightening now for drivers to say, I don't want to go down a pit road there. Paul, I don't want to go to pit road, my friend. I'm scared.
This is the challenge.
Pit lane is dangerous.
Yeah, this is the challenge with sharing pit boxes. They have to make modifications to the pit lane layout for it to work, and yeah, that's one of the reasons. So we don't show it on the broadcast, but reason we talk during the warm-up is because they spend a bit of time, one, doing a driver briefing, and two, all the cars,
as Ben does a driver briefing out of the exit.
All the cars go out of their pit, the pit garages and line up in the pit box and set things up for the race. But as we see, sometimes even though you do that, technical issues can happen by the time.
You're right in the money in that one. George is still preoccupied at the moment, but his teammate Ross Smith that joined us in the booth earlier is running in P9 overall, P2 in class at the moment, as Jerry Chen is up the road there. About 41 seconds, as you can see in the Hypercar AM class. That's the situation as it is, as we're looking at old Ben back into that machine there. Got a bit of work to do, but no doubt there, P14. He can make his way back up into probably the top 10 by the end of the race, because he has a hypercar at the end of the day. Well, then again, he has a hypercar BS plus got a hypercar M Plus 2 that are powered by the same machines, just a little different in skill set. That's the reason why we split them up, no doubt, between the pros and the AMs, so that they can make it a little bit more even Stevens between. Is that last bollard still remaining? Yes, it is. You can see new pictures still there. I can't imagine it's going to be there for too long, but it will. Thank you all for tuning in. Make sure you like and subscribe. If you want to be a part of the drivers and be a part of this fantastic racing league, we're about halfway through it, but you could probably start thinking about signing up for next season. Just hit all the bells and whistles, all the information's in the description below. Get out there and see if you can beat Paul in a lap. What do you reckon, Paul? You reckon anybody can out there and
easy.
Get a lap on you?
Yeah, easy.
All right, okay. You can beat James. That's not a problem, is it?
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
You could use a keyboard to get out there and beat James.
Yeah. Mouse and keyboard.
Mouse and keyboard.
Dan Herlock continues to bring that gap down to Kirby. But I wanted just to give Philip Ducati a bit of airtime. He's 6 laps down on the leader and 5 laps down on Matthew Weiss. So his teammate who at the start didn't have the most amount of fun, I don't think.
Wheel of Fate. This is a 009 machine. He's been 007, doesn't he? Come, Mr. Bond. Surely you must be quicker. I mean, he certainly is. Felipe Ducati. What a name, isn't it? Felipe Ducati. I'd love to have that. That sounds literally like a racing driver 101. That sounds like a World Drivers' Championship name right there. You'd read that in the newspapers, wouldn't you? Felipe Ducati wins the World Championship. He is currently running in last place in this race, but give him credit. As you said, it's not about finishing first, it's about finishing the race, exactly.
Yeah.
And you got to overcome the hurdles that you get. So he's only 7 laps down from the race leader and 18 seconds. 6 laps, sorry, from the race leader. Yeah, my telemetry showed that, but I'll refresh that. We'll get that updated. 17 seconds down the road, but got to be in it to win it, my friend. Anything can happen in an hour and 41 minutes.
Got Tom Lane catching Troy Yuan. Slowly catch a monkey.
Why would you catch a monkey?
Haven't understood, then that's absolutely fine.
I know that. Yeah. I know that. I just never get the question, then why would you catch a monkey?
Don't question it, because then you ruin it. What are you doing, man?
It's like I say all the time, like, to be honest, I'm like, well, does that mean that 99% of the time you're saying stuff to me?
Oh, I know,
yes.
I
to be honest.
Yeah, there's a Porsche off in the background.
Oh, yeah.
My sister's husband says that a lot, to be honest. Says it a lot.
Yeah, to be honest. I'm like, well, thank you for being honest, because I'm always honest. But if you want to be dishonest, You should be saying, well, to be not so honest, like I am confidently pronouncing some of these drivers' names, and then I'll be saying, to be not honest, I don't know quite sure how to pronounce those names, but there you go. Welcome everybody, of course, tuning in at the moment. 1 hour and 40 minutes remaining in this one. Fantastic production work there of Paul. Loving it, my friend. First time we worked together, I think, in a while.
Yeah,
And,
we're working together tomorrow, though, aren't we?
King. We are?
Yes.
Not quite sure of that one, my friend.
Are you not working tomorrow?
I'm working, but I'm on another big day production.
Nick Green
Unless you,
series?
Oh, is that? Don't tell me it's tomorrow, my friend, because I've got IndyCar.
Yeah, it is.
All right. Hopefully, I'm gonna murder. Anyway, yes, we'll look into that.
Yeah, I'm glad I mentioned it now. Yeah, I'm helping to commentate on that tomorrow, so you got me to deal with.
Wait, you're tomorrow, my tomorrow? That's not tomorrow.
I've got it, well, on the calendar, I've got it on Sunday, my time, lunchtime.
Oh. Yes, you're correct. Yes,
yeah.
That's my apologies on that one.
Might be the time differences that might be.
Yeah, it's tonight for me. That's fine. Yeah.
Right,
you're scaring me because my next day.
Okay. Yeah.
No, that's okay. That's coming off the back of another broadcast as well too. That we do Australian NASCAR series, and then tomorrow, and then you know what, I'm not going to sleep because I've got IndyCar and the Indy 500, and then Charlotte 600 straight after that. So just throwing me in the span of the mix, my friend. It's all right. Tom Lane's going to be throwing his front wing at the moment onto the back of Troy very soon. Don't literally throw your front wing into the back of Troy there, Tom, as he gets the OT done, hopefully. Into the braking. Job done.
Right, job done. Gets another run at him.
Yeah, you're right on that one. They just don't want to give up the track position, do they? Even though that they still have an hour and 40 minutes remaining on that one. That tucks him behind. I have been impressed with the go on the outside. There's two trailer park girls around there, my friend. Tom just says, I found it, my friend. Valkyrie machine for the Aston Martin is going. This is what Aston Martin might look like in the future of Formula One. We'll see.
And Kirby's at the moment off the track.
Yeah, the gap's down to 4 seconds. You're right on that one. It was 7 seconds shy of that one.
Both of them have been off.
I hope they chased each other into the mistakes, but I don't think we can take our eyes away from this one at the moment. So we'll get back to the replay because Tom Lane is wanting this one.
They're not related.
Oh, around the outside, my friend. That's bold and brave. You're going to continue to go on the inside apron there. Job done for now. Absolutely fantastic racing. Sometimes you have to say, even endurance races, they're Paul, that the drivers get, you have to say, per se, a little bit bored sometimes because they're driving out there by themselves. They love it when you have another car next to them. They go, let's go racing, guys. Let's get elbows out. It's a bit of fun, you know. Wake yourself up, actually, because, you know, you can get a little exhausted and tired after going around by yourself and you see a car next to you. Let's go racing. Let's have a little replay of happening to our race leaders.
Alan Holden.
Oh. Yeah, we saw him glowing earlier, didn't we, for the Ferrari? Oh, I hope he saves this one. He did. Good on your son.
What's quite entertaining is watching his little drive.
I was going to say he's not a Jedi. He's not a Jedi yet, but I think he may have just got his Jedi training right there.
No, I'm talking about the fact that in the car. If I rewind it back, watch the little driver in the car. But down here, it's bouncing away. Look.
I see his head
as he
flicking.
turns. Look,
oh.
look.
Oh. Good girl. It just kinks his head up to the right there. It's like, that's just full. That goes
I've
to show
never
it's a
noticed that
full
before.
yank of the steering wheel.
I've
You should
never
get-
noticed that before.
Can you go on board in the cockpit and show me that? I wanna
I
see
don't think
that
I can.
steering
No,
wheel angle.
no.
Yeah.
It's a bit
All right.
tricky. Yeah. Right. Let's look at what happened to race leader Dan Kirby.
Yeah, because it's a second now between them. It's a second now, gap live pitches, but let's have a look at the replay.
This is the first incident, and there's clearly been another one as well. But, so he just
Went straight on.
overruns it. Yeah.
This is the escape road. Yep.
Really should you go through the barriers, but and then this is what happens.
Well,
to
you're supposed to
Hurlock.
use it.
Yeah, you're supposed
Oh,
to
he
use
did
those
this-
really to slow you
He
down.
did the same thing, did he? In the heavy braking zone, there's a 100-meter mark. Bang. Oh,
No.
click.
Oh, oh.
Saves it. Oh,
And
snap
then-
it. Yep.
Benjamin Porteous Heath has had another moment, fortunately for him. Oh, is that the race leader?
Benji. Yep, that's the race leader. Benji. Yep. They come together.
Oh my.
That's the reason why there's now a 1 second gap between P1 and P2 in this race.
Oh my.
And he had to back it up there. He's off the racing line. Don't worry about that if you look at your pictures. You see that GT3 come through in the background there. But, and he doesn't, oh, I was going to say, don't you sneak your nose out in front of him, my friend, just because you're in a hypercar. All right. The heat is on. But 6 second gap now, so not quite sure what happened. But before we went to the replay, it was about 1 second between Hemlock and Kirby. So maybe Hemlock's got that pedal to the metal there from Danny. It's Dan and Dan. Remember too if you're tuning in there. The law firm of Dan and Dan. P1 and P2 in class.
Yeah.
We got 90 minutes left of this race, my friend.
Wow. Right. Let's watch that from on board Mr. Race Leader Hurlock now.
I'm scared. I'm gonna tighten my seatbelt.
Pinch.
And this ain't over yet, my friend. Wait for this to come. You'd be downshifting pretty quickly to see that happening.
Oh,
There it is. And he still manages to navigate his way through the final chicane. Brilliant, my friend. Brilliant from Daniel Hedlock. And I honestly, did you tighten your seatbelt when you were riding shotgun through that one? Because I was. My hands were out holding the dashboard.
I was clinching.
This is where it gets a little bit of a scary moment. Clear right. No, yeah, clear left. No, you're not clear left, my friend. And that's where it goes shenanigans.
So
Wait for the helicopter.
Where would you lie blame on that?
I've always said of endurance drivers, just lift off and just follow them through the chicanes like that, and then to attack them out of the exit. But,
Yeah, I think
hey,
right.
I mean, you can't tell race drivers what to do, my friend. They do a completely different thing. You tell them. For that little shenanigans cost you 3-4 seconds when you could have just waited to the exit, and then you would have lost
cost him
1
the lead,
second
didn't it?
at best. Yeah.
Let's be honest though, Dan Hurlock was always catching him, and I wonder it's because Kirby's maybe double stinting the tyres, perhaps.
Yeah, good possible in that one. We said a bit of a mix-up in the strategies, and we're going to be coming very close to those pit stops coming again here for the hypercars, which could be the penultimate pit stop as well, because an hour 30. If you stretch it, you may only get one more stop after the one coming soon. I think it might be right. Mr. Bowl, you've done this a few times, my friend. You've been around the block.
What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? Come on.
I was gonna say Paul was racing cards back in the 1960s. He knows exactly.
I'm not that old, you cheeky bugger. Right.
Hey, I don't even know if you're older than me or not. I'm not quite sure.
Okay.
Are you older than James?
I don't even know how old James is.
Well, I mean, dig up a dinosaur and then date it, and then you'll make it around James's age.
So I was born 79.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, then I've got you on you, the young whippersnapper. because I'm older than you.
Yeah, I thought you might be. Yeah.
Ah, there you go. Yeah. Listen to words of wisdom there, my friend.
You want... yeah, okay.
Now I've got the ace cards on you, don't I? Yeah.
No, not at all. Older doesn't necessarily mean wiser.
Yeah, you don't even know how to rewind a cassette tape.
Yes, I do.
That's how young you are.
I used to have a Sony Walkman, and then
you had a Sony Walkman, all right?
Yeah,
and Discman and all that
then
sort
I
of
had a
stuff,
Discman. Yeah, I had a Discman as well. Yeah.
Did you record music off the radio station?
Yes.
Because this was the only way to get the latest tracks. There you go.
My mum used to have my mum used to have an old radio which you could do that on. Yeah. So. Yeah, and actually that radio stopped working. I managed when I was, I don't know, probably in my early teens. I was like, oh, the gap's down to a second. What's going on here?
I know. Actually, you can see that
Whoa.
little flashing. He's lifted. He's lifted big time here.
What?
What's happened to Dan? Well, one of the Dans, of course, Herlock. He's just completely lifted and allowed him through.
Oh.
Interesting. Hey, maybe he heard about those cassette tapes. Is he out of gas? He's out of gas. He's out of gas.
Is he? Johnny, no.
Oh, he didn't rewind his VHS tapes before he returned it back to the Blockbuster. He's in trouble.
Right, let's go on board and have a listen.
He's out of gas, my friend. That's purring. Yep. There ain't nothing coming out of that engine right now.
How has that happened?
Because he hasn't boxed yet.
Yeah, but surely you know how much fuel you've got.
It doesn't. And how far does he have to go back? Actually, this is really spiced things up. It's a long way to go and a short time to get there, my friend.
But he had...
I think he heard about your cassette tape recordings on the radio, mate, and he said, look, you know what? I'd like to listen to that again.
He pitted 56 laps ago, the same time as Kirby.
Did he? I'm seeing my telemetry was a little different than that one, but you might be right.
Well, maybe what I'm looking at is wrong, but it wouldn't surprise me because it's R-Factor 2 things.
Yes, sir. Well, that is... He's got the throttle button, hasn't he? Because he must have throttle to accelerate down there because he's not completely stopped.
No.
He's just fuel saving, coasting.
Coasting.
As much as he possibly can here.
Oh,
this is
he's
interesting.
got fast cars coming up on him as well.
Yeah, see, he's just got on the loud pedal now to get out of the corner. And then he's lifting, coasting now.
He's nearly there.
Wow. This is definitely spicy. Where is Robin? Where's Robin? Robin is going to be catching drastically.
Oh!
Yeah. And also coasting.
No,
is it? No, it's full speed.
No. Oh, I thought the same for a second, but I wanted to just to hold.
Don't get my 80s hard here.
Before I committed to.
I'm going to start singing, lift me up before you go. Oh. There we go. Dance in the pit road. And what happened with the GT3?
Oh, and like bicycle.
Oh!
That was David.
Yep.
What happened to
on
David
the exit?
Jun?
He was involved in some sort of...
He wasn't. I don't think he was involved in anything. I think he was just at the side of the track.
He might have been expecting to see the hypercar going in slow and got caught out by it. We'll get a replay of that, but well, Dan Herlock is now in pit road, but that will give that position up to
Yes,
Roblin.
that's exactly what happened. You are on the money.
You do this enough, my friend. You can kind of see the writing in the wall, isn't it? But let's have a look. So he's going slow. Oh, didn't expect him to be that slow into the corner. And you got to give it to him because there's nowhere that Daniel can go. Daniel has to get onto the racing exit there for the pit lane, and it's caught completely.
And then he hits
the
Bice.
GT3.
That's what happened.
He hits Bice and sends Bicey into the kitty litter. Wow. It's spicing up, and it's not just Bice. It's Spice here at the moment, and Le Mans is never
now into P2.
P2. Yeah.
Dan Herlock is underway.
Yep.
Wow.
Dan Herlock will get this place pretty quickly because
now, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Wow. Critical errors there on gasoline.
That was
my friend.
quite a mad.
This is why you need to go
5 minutes
electric.
there, wasn't
So you know how much you got left.
it? That was a mad 5 minutes. Hey, Benjamin Porter's Heath has had another moment. Is that car not straight?
No,
Yeah,
it's not. If he's not weaving like that,
Yeah, is he?
he's gone straight onto the. Go through. Go through.
Has
Go
he had a
through. There he
moment
does.
before that we missed? I'll have to go and search.
He's weaving before he goes into the runoff
I
area.
know,
So
yeah,
that's
that's what I'm-
interesting.
Does appear to be weaving quite considerably. I know we've seen him have a couple of offs earlier on in the race. I'm wondering if he's just carrying damage throughout. No, he's not had a recent moment. He's just, that's just how the car's handling now because he's basically abused it. He's tortured the poor thing. Gone back half a lap. He hasn't done anything yet, so I think it's just the way the car is now because he's had a few adventures.
A few croissants, my friend, here in Le Mans. He's gone to a cafe and had a
He's gone into the pits.
yeah.
Yeah, wow. That was quite something. I don't quite understand how they got the fuel so wrong. Right.
Well, maybe like the the little meter that trickles in the gasoline, something along the line, it jammed up. Well, you got the wife there. She's filling up the gasoline, and she's like, "I'm not paying that much per gallon. Are you kidding me? No, I'm putting $20 in, or 20 pounds, 20 quid." They're like, "All right, well, let's see if that can stretch us through this stint."
No, yeah, we'll have to find out. We'll have to get the details after the race what happened, but I mean, Robbie will need to pit again, so that will give P2 back to Herlock. Only 5 seconds back from Robin. Not sure if Dan got new tyres. 63 seconds.
Oh,
26
yeah,
seconds
Robin's
stationary. I very much doubted that he took on new tyres. I think that might be fuel only. Got 22 minutes to go and then we're down to the final hour.
check out Daniel in the background as well, putting massive pressure. You can just see him in the pictures there. So it's 5 seconds and change down the road from Robin.
Right,
There he is. So he's on the hunt at the moment at the last laps. Well, they're not going to be accurate too much because of those pit stops, but once they go over there, there's Ross Smith heading down into pit road there.
We'll
for
see
the,
George back in the car, and I'm hoping Ross will then join us and we can talk to
You
him
might be
about
right,
his
yes.
stint. Yeah, I'm often
Absolutely.
right. You'll learn this about me.
Hey, I don't deny you there, Paul, because you once again you have been around since you went to school in a horse and cart. So, and I mean, did you even have electricity back then, mate? I'm not quite sure.
we were
but
just
yeah.
we were just getting it. But I mean, you were more cavemen time, weren't you? So
Yeah, my friend, Unga Bunga. That's all I used to know. We didn't have electricity. We didn't have tools back in my day. But
here's a
had tons of. We got AI now too, mate. So I'm not. How do you even know this is not AI generator of AI drivers? I mean, that's
well,
the times
this is
we
it.
live in.
Yeah, it won't be long until we got AI commentators. I'm pretty sure.
I've said that, but will they have the comedy and the little bit of entertainment aspect that we have? Because I've never heard
Probably not,
a comedy
no.
AI yet. My
Because
friend.
we
No.
are pretty funny. Yeah, even if we
Yeah,
do say so
you're right.
ourselves. No.
Yeah, have you seen James drive? That's hilarious.
No,
He's gonna murder
I
me
haven't
for
had the
that.
pleasure. Look, P3 battle in the NMGT3 Pros.
Yes, sir. Again, it's good to see it again. It's David And no, this is further back, isn't it? This is.
Oh well, you've really got that wrong. Yeah, here you go.
Well, it depends on what part of the world you're from, my friend. If you're in Latin America, it's no, it's I've got that one
Luciano and,
it's P3 and P4.
Yeah.
That's how we pronounce it in Australia.
Oh.
Yeah, trying to use the Australia card to get out of that one.
Nice
Didn't
trying
work.
to get yourself out of that one.
Yeah. Apologies to these two gladiators for the Stardust Outdoor Sports there and the Porsche 911 GT3 there, and Luciano and Vasilius. Did I get myself out of that one? Probably not.
I don't know. You have to ask them.
Oh, let's just tune into let's just drag them up from the VC right now as they're driving, and we'll chat to them.
I'm sure they'll appreciate it.
I like the onboard action you can see at the moment there from the Porsche, doing the Porsche things, trying to hunt down the Mercedes, my friend.
Hypercar.
And
Philip
yeah,
Riccardo
flashing
as
his
well.
lights to say I want to go around you guys, but they're sticking to the racing line. I love it. Yep. Gotta go around the outside, my friend. He's gonna get frustrated big time right now.
Yeah, but you know what? He shouldn't be, because he's 5 laps down, and let these guys race. So don't interfere in their race.
I know, but he's flashing his lights in frustration for a second.
No, I
At
don't
least
think he
letting
is.
him
I
know
think
that
he well, he might be more visibility.
goes.
I am here, but and he gets
Yeah,
flashed,
gets through now.
flashed again back by Luciano. So.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Toto Wolff would be sitting there with his Bose headphones, all in anticipation that he doesn't get overtaken by a Porsche.
Another hypercar just behind him now as well. Oh, Ross is back, I believe.
Ross has returned from this. Ross, can you just quickly have a shower before you head up in their broadcasting booth, mate? Because you're stinky. There he is. Ross, we're seeing a nice little GT3 battle that you guys were navigating past there with the hypercars, and probably flashing your lights there to let them know that you're going past.
Yeah, I don't know, going through that, I was compromised.
You're quite quiet there, Ross. Sorry to cut you off, mate. If you can boost your little, maybe to me.
Alright, give me a second here, I'll come back.
You're right, mate. Yep. Ross just come out of the racing car, so you got to let everybody have a breather for a second, because he's done a nice little couple of racing stints as well, too, as George is back into the machine there, and they're running third in class, as we're still seeing that battle for third and fourth, actually, in the pro class happening down a moment. Did I get that one correctly? I think I do. Yes, I did. There you go. So, Luciano in the lead there. Finally got the job done for the Porsche up the road. Look at the gap between Kirby there and Robin, my friend. 115 seconds there. But that pit stop strategies have flipped a little bit upside down, haven't they, there, Paul?
Yeah, well, yeah, Robin's still got to come in, so if I was Dan, I wouldn't take any unnecessary risks.
Oh, I'm not hitting the back of it! Shit. Go the escape road, my friend.
Oh.
It's not much of an escape road, is it? But you got to take it.
No, but he hit the tyre barrier there for good measure. Well, so. Oh,
all right.
That was nearly.
Do we have it, Ross?
Yeah.
Ross? Yeah, we got you, Ross.
Better.
There you go.
Oh, yeah,
loud and clear, for sure,
louder.
Ross.
Sounds much louder.
Yeah. He's had a shower.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what clears out the microphone. Just a bit of soap and water. No, that was it's a very frustrating stint coming through there, just because there was a lot of GT traffic. That it seemed that every single time I came by, actually any car, I got compromised. So I was having a good battle there with John Mayer. He made some contact, which kind of set us up for an unfortunate incident down there at Mulsanne, and it just kind of went downhill for the rest of the race. So unfortunately, George is fighting an uphill battle after he did all that hard work and got to the front. And now it seems that we're down on top end, because even with Jerry Chen on triple stinted tires, he's still outpacing us by almost a quarter second a lap on average.
And well, Ross, you know, I mean, George is getting a little nervous with you in the car there. A couple of little, there's mistakes creeping in. Huge mistake. Currently at the moment for the Ferrari, that's a black for you see on your pictures there, and we've seen this a couple of times. Alan has been into the fence. Alan Holden's been in the fence a couple of times this evening, and there it is. But sorry to scare you a little bit like that, Ross, after you jumped out of the car. But George was a little panicky at some point of the situation. But I have to say, you're under pressure big time for quite some laps there, and then you got the overtake done. But they got the overtake done on you. But then you just managed to keep the pace with them. You see George going a little bit loosey-goosey coming out of the exit there as well too, trying to maintain that 67 gap over Benjamin in your class. But how did it feel out there? You did the nighttime stint. You said it was a little tricky. There was a lot of action happening at night times as well. And pit lane action was also very problematic, I'd say, for a lot of the teams.
Yeah, there was at one point Max Sunkenlap actually backed up right in front of us, nearly hit us. I had to throw it in reverse to be able to clear him. So that was pretty frustrating after all the other incidents that kept going on. So yeah, it's definitely busy out there. It's always crushing when you see any of your competitors. They seem to slip through the noose and not really have the same sort of holdups that you end up running into. And like I said, we're down on top speed now, so I don't know if that was because of the bollard that got stuck up underneath the bottom of the car and kept it from going forward or what. But yeah, it's definitely a lot of drivers having a worse off time, like Alan Holden there, like you're pointing out. He's at one point in the night, he actually was just constantly flashing his lights on the back half of the track, because I think he had an incident.
Yeah, you didn't see that, did you? Yeah, he was struggling. Trying to get everybody's way. That's what it's becoming, a discotheque out there. No.
It's disconcerting.
He got it back to pit road, my friend. He got it back to pit road somehow. He did it. Race leader's in too, by the way. So Daniel Kirby's in with that 74-second gap, which will drop drastically over to Robin at the moment. And your race leader in category as well too, which is Jerry Chen. That's taken over that machine. Is in pits. Yes. We know that George out there is going to get his head down there. He's confident he can get himself either a race win, my friend, or at least a P2. So with an hour and about an hour and a quarter to go, I think you guys are still confident to look for a P2. Is that the target you guys are accepting, or nothing less than a P1?
I think at this point they're going to have a pretty solid shot at the top of the field. So. Vinicius is the only other one that can really catch up there, and unless something happens in the middle of it. So
what was the trickiest thing you had to find driving the car? As we're seeing, there we go. I'm seeing so many people making mistakes in the pit road. How tricky is it getting into that pit lane?
Oh, that pit lane is it's so difficult, because you always think that you can take it a little faster than what ends up happening. So you really have to slow it down to be able to get around that little chicane. And then of course that 60K just comes up real fast, so you have to almost throw anchors to a dead stop in order to make sure that you don't comprehend the drive through. So very difficult. I'm actually surprised no one's got anything for it this race. So good on competition. Everyone's kind of maintaining.
Well, a few spins heading into that's probably the scenario mostly. So they've ended up hitting that 60 pretty quickly when they've faced the car in the wrong direction in the pit road. That's the difficulty here of Le Mans, especially after you've been doing so many laps after laps. We're seeing P3 and P4 in the pit road at the moment there. P8 in class as well too.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we've got Michael Lock here now. He's under pressure from Magnus Dahlgren. Both of them have had pretty exciting races. Didn't end up seeing any of them on the track, so I'll be okay.
Have you hung up your racing boots now and gloves for the remainder of this race? Are you going to let George pilot that one home, or are you going to be perhaps heading back into the car?
Yeah, George is going to take this for
George
the
take
rest
it
of
out.
the
Yep.
race. I can actually hear him in my ear. He's really having some difficulties right now. It seems like the car is compromised. I don't know why it's lost its top end, but it's very frustrating, especially coming in. The car felt really good, and somehow it just fell away from us.
You see some big speed differences at the moment there as the purple Valkyrie machine gets overtaken there by Misha Lock. Job done there. Tom Lane. We see a little bit of battle there. Tom Lane didn't give it one easier there, but they could be thinking about pit stops at the moment for sure there, because Tom Lane hasn't given a position away that easy anywhere in the race before. That's definitely strategy there. Now, Ross, are we expecting it's the last pit stop now? You guys can't go to the end now with an hour remaining, right? Going to be one random pit stop. Is that the strategy at play here for your team?
Yeah, and I think all hypercars are going to be in a similar spot. They're going to have to go at least one more time. You can get about 40 minutes or so, 45 minutes, somewhere in there, depending on how you hit the timing on it. But within the next 10 minutes or so, if the GTs get in, they won't need any more stops after that. So you're going to see a lot of the cars kind of winding this up pretty quick here, and it's just going to be making it home to the end.
Well, these two drivers, P4 and P5 at the moment, are going to be switcherooing positions tooth and nail. They're going up and down like a US stock market or trade war, isn't it, at this point? Tom doesn't want to deal with it. He's going to get on the path. Going to get a loosey-goosey out of there. Reese's going to come back at that one. This is absolutely exciting race that you're going to see. We've seen this. Tom Lane's, as I have to say, has been one of the most exciting races all race long. That man does not want to yield anything he possibly can, regardless of strategy. He's fighting it tooth and nail. It's Valkyrie, my friend. Valkyries do not yield to anything. And absolutely brilliant there for the 75 versus the 22. Gotta love it.
Yeah, that Aston Martin. It's quite a car. It's actually not the first time that it's been able to run a VWSC race, because we actually ran the ASMR Pro. But Michael Lock here, he comes back at him. He got a bit of the slipstream, and now he's going to be right on the inside heading into Indianapolis.
Yeah, Tom's not going to be happy with that, but Tom's going to fight back for sure. He loves a fight. He loves a challenge. But two as well. This is the time we're just shy of 1 hour remaining in this one. This is when you're going to get your elbows out. The doors are going to start banging. And, but they were doing a lot of fighting like this earlier, which is great for the cameras, great for everybody tuning in. Thank you for tuning in as well. Because, we like to see a little bit of entertaining. And not all endurance races are elbows out, but every once in a while you get to see that nice little fight on your pitches and you get to enjoy it. And I was speaking about this to Paul earlier there, Ross, that sometimes, as a factor, because you've been out there driving, you get a little bored, right? You're like, okay, I'm just running around doing my deltas. But then there's a car there. You're like, let's have a bit of fun. Let's have a little fight for a bit, a couple of laps, Let's see how it goes. Let's enjoy it. And is that how you do it as well? I saw you battling a couple of times out there, trying to defend some positions where you necessarily don't have to, but why not? It's fun.
I think it depends on your situation for sure. I mean, if it's if you're in a position where you don't really have anything to gain or lose, but some drivers will. Some drivers, they might just back it off and settle into wherever they're going to wind up. But I mean, certainly for the likes of Michael Lock and Tom Lane, they're definitely going to go to the end with this. I'm curious to see how they end up with their...
GT3 is going to come in and play here at the moment. Tom, for a second, Tom says, no, I'm going to take her on the outside. Gets a little bit of wheel spin on the power. But, yeah, I have to say, too, Ross, you were doing a ton of defending, too, my friend. You were defending, too, for now. You could have just easily just lifted off the throttle, or chicken-footed, as we call it sometimes. But you didn't. My friend, you kept the power down and you said, hey, if you want to get this position, my friend, you got to get it on track and you got to get it, full speed like you're seeing right now with these two drivers.
Here we go. Oh, I backed off there. Yeah, this is going to keep going as long as they're able to stay in the slipstream of one another. It doesn't look like there's too much discrepancy in the way that the cars are set up, where they're, one has a distinct advantage through certain parts of the track. So, if in Tom's case, if he's able to keep in locked wheel tracks, I think that's gonna keep him in a good spot. Now, whether or not Micah is able to kind of hold on to his tires longer or anything, and just kind of maintain that gap or start to spread it out, remains to be seen. But they're going to be coming up their pit stops here probably in the next 20 minutes or so.
I'm just wondering how that's battling that. They're about 9 seconds down the road, 10 seconds from Daniel Scott in P3. So you got to be thinking about that too in these battles, don't you? Because sometimes these battles cost you times to the drivers up the road, whilst we just see these two in the pictures and go, this is fantastic battling. They're going to be thinking, hey, I'm sure Locker's thinking, I want podium here. And so does Tom Lane. And at that point, they're going to be thinking, if we're losing too much time, and you're not going to get in the radio, aren't you, and go, Tom's not going to go to Michelin A. By the way, just to remind you, mate, I know we're having fun out here on track, but we're losing a second or so to the driver up in P3. So we got to work out that together as we're going to caution Sector 3. But that's the thing, you're not going to be communicating to your other teams, and sliding on by does go Tom Lane. Looks like Locke's going pit road, or maybe thinking about that for a second there. No. Just left it off there and allowed that. We're going to replay at the moment. This is on action here in the Le Mans. Race 6, gentlemen. And it's heating up.
Oh, no.
Heating it up.
Looks like it's...
Oh, he's not going to make it stop there, is he? No way, my friend.
Raise, and I think it was Junt.
Well, he has a penalty from that one. Did you hear there, Ross Smith?
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, we're getting to the point where if you've had some of those extensions, you're gonna have to pay the invoice on those.
Yeah, you shouldn't be, smoke. Oh, it's into the fence. Oh, it's on fire. Marshals, get out there. Help the guy.
That's...
He's on fire. Oh,
Russian.
Look away. This looks like a Roman Grosjean moment here. I'm scared. Don't cut away to the pit crew looking at the pictures right now. Rest assured, everybody tuning in at the moment, he should be okay. Thankfully, this is the great thing about virtual world racing, that drivers are unhurt. The only thing that can hurt him, of course, would be the force feedback steering wheel breaking a finger or kicking him back there. But I guarantee you at the moment he's not on fire. So thank Christ for that one. But wow. Yeah. That scares me even watching it in virtual world sometimes, really.
Yeah, that was it's very unusual to see the GT3s go off like that, because they do have that downshift protection. So I mean, he's in a spot where you're kind of running at higher revs, slipping up the curves, but that's really bizarre. I mean, it's possible that with it being a little bit warmer now, the sun's out, if he ran a really aggressive radiator blanking, then it might have just been too much for the car. Usually you'll start to get some signs first, though. But it's yeah, that's really unfortunate.
Daniel Kirby's got some signs at the moment. They're about 57 seconds up the road from the rest of the field there of the other Dan show. There's Cameron just out there. Daniel P1, Daniel P2, and Daniel P3. That one! It's the Triple Dan show. Wow, I didn't realize Daniel Scott's now into the machine there. So it's the Dan and Dan and Dan. It's the law firm here at Le Mans. And I can't guarantee it at the moment. Well, very soon, if you're going to be betting on a Daniel, put your bets in right now, actually. And I don't encourage any gambling whatsoever. But if you're going to be gambling with about 1 hour and 1 minute remaining in this race, you probably might be gambling on a Daniel to win the race. Now, which Daniel? Those questions are still remaining, but there's a good show that a Dan's going to win it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, unless something unfortunate happens, which it seems pretty unlikely at this point. But yeah, they've got some very comfortable gaps. I'm a bit surprised. It looks like a lot of the strategy worked out for Kirby and the CMS Pro Red. They've managed to maintain a pretty substantial gap over Herlock. I'm wondering if maybe they were just a bit compromised there on Bell's stint when he was going through. But if anybody can make it up, it would be Herlock. But Kirby's a very tough nut to crack. So unless they get compromised by traffic or, like I said, some other unfortunate thing happening, then it's probably going to be cemented a bit like this. But with an hour to go in an endurance race, you can't count anything out.
The only thing that hurt Daniel Kirby's stocks Daniel Kirby's chances of winning this race would be Nintendo stocks falling through the roof, wouldn't it? Because he is riding a little Kirby on the back of that one. I was waiting for that one to throw onto this one. But if anybody wants to throw another spot in the mix, who's Kirby's arch rival enemy out there?
That would actually, I don't know, you want to say enemy, but certainly a rival, I would say, is Herlock for sure. I mean, both are extremely good on pace. They've constantly been at each other in both the modern and the historic series, so they're constantly just in each other's mirrors and at each other's doors. So for sure, they're going to be going at it. Like I said, if anybody can kind of put a damper on Kirby's birthday, then it's going to be Herlock. But with a 54-second gap, that's going to be tough to clear, and he's already kind of opening that up just a little bit more. So I don't, the way this is maintaining, barring anything major happens, the way. Same thing here with Eric Moynet, that the Curie Mistral kept it pretty clean, other than a little bit tapping on my door. I don't know that Goncalves can really close that gap down. Some interesting strategies for tires for sure that have been going on there, but other than just a disconnect or some other outside.
Yeah, you didn't fall into that one there, Ross Smith, because it's actually King Dede and Meta Knight who would be the arch rivals there of Kirby.
Wow.
If you're going to get into that, yeah, I had to go there, my friend. But back to the real
Sorry, I didn't
racing,
take
of
the
course.
bait.
You didn't take the bait, my friend. You didn't take the coin, the big magic coin there, the big star. That's what you needed, the star. And the star of the show could be Daniel Kirby. But anyway, it is Daniel Herlock that could, perhaps steal the magic star away from Kirby. But let's get out of that one at the moment, because I've just done too much of the Kirby show as we're looking at pictures of Adam Gray at the moment. Adam Gray, of course, is the leader. And he's way out all by himself, isn't he? Because at the end of the day, I don't think he's got anybody else. He's got Stephen Miller, that's it, to compete with. Unfortunately, he's had 2 retirements from Alexander McQuarrie as well as Peter Meyer in
really
his class. So, yeah, he's just got really only one competitive there of Alexander to try to finish ahead of.
Brune's out. I'm gonna guess that that's probably disconnect. Just heard, so that would be the Robin Mullen and Alpine 844. Showing Daniel Scott, but that might just be that it didn't update for me. But regardless.
It's Daniel Scott I'm seeing at the moment there for the Alpine Hypercar. That's unfortunate. He's running a P7 anyway, but that's unfortunate. So we're going to be down to 6 Hypercars at this point. Actually, no.
Disconnect.
Jilly's still in this race. In the other Jules. He said Jules. He said Jilly in the chat, but anyway, I'll take that.
Jilly. I mean, if you want to be a little less formal, sure. But yeah, it's really unfortunate for Scott and that team, because they've been doing so well in keeping that car kind of up to snuff, and this is just a crushing blow to them, just coming in with the final hour to go and to have that disconnect.
He went in the Team Wookie. You know I've been waiting for that one again, haven't you?
You can tell that it's a Le Mans race whenever you have a little bit of...
See, the problem is he needed to be running with Solo. He needed Han Solo, so he's depressed on that one. I'm Star Wars references.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that's what he says in the chat. Hey, I'm listening to the people in the chat, my friend. You better pay attention if you want to have a... Yeah, Gilly's having... Gilly's having a really good racing. You say it's bad day racing, but I say Gilly's doing not bad at all. Gilly, get in there, my friend. Zilly. Yep, the producers in my ear at the moment, they're saying I'm doing a bad job at pronouncing names, but everybody knows I have a bad name. It's the Biggles of bad names when it comes to racing drivers, and my apologies on that one again. But hey, it ain't nothing new. I'm Australian, okay? We can't even speak proper English to save ourselves. There you go. I got the get a gel free card, literally in Australia. Get a gel. That's it is. 4 seconds a lap at the moment. Ross, are you seeing this?
Yeah, actually, just quickly switched over to the other voice channel with George, and I was taking a peek there. So they might be doing a little bit of fuel saving here. I'd say that probably Moynet is maybe not their strongest driver on the team in terms of just overall pace. So I think they did what they could to maintain the gap. Snuck him in there for the last. We just saw.
Oh, he's going out of
10s.
That could be. Oh no! We hate to see that so far into a race. We're less than an hour, and then we had some sort of technical issue, and these drivers have put so much work into this. But we also, going back to that point there for a second, Ross, we saw drivers running out of gasoline, my friend, earlier, not calculating what they need and having to nurse it back to pit road. What is the situation that's going on deep into this race?
Well, I mean, certainly any one of these situations is on everyone's minds, especially as a driver. You start hearing these things. If you got like a crew chief or something going on, you're going to hear, you know, that certain drivers are dropping out. And so it starts to kind of raise that anxiety level a little bit, because you know that things are kicking off, and you know it picks up the classic whip around, especially at these curves right at the end. It's so easy to get the car upset, especially if the tires
He wants
are
to
hot.
take a Ferris wheel ride. Look at that. He's like, okay, there you go. Where's my ticket? Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, he said that.
Yeah,
our producer's picking up the fact that it's empty, but the producer's actually sitting out there in the slingshot ride at the moment. They're going, wee! Yeah, because he's watching his drivers go around. Yeah. There you go. We all heard from our producer as well before. Paul's in the background there. Well, Ross, yeah, you said that, isn't it? Like, I hate to see drivers sit there just nursing, cursing that car home because of gasoline. But this is the crucial point of the race, too, where you're at that, like, how far can we stretch this?
Yeah, it's at 52 minutes, you're going to see the cars coming in here at some point. This is kind of where you can play a little bit of strategy, however you might want to do it. You know, if you're going to throw on a fresh set of tires, you can do it. I don't know if too many drivers are going to need that unless they've already been double stinting. But you're going to be looking at, okay, I'm not going to have probably a full stint here, either the one before the penultimate one or coming in the last one. So you're going to see a little bit of variation of the way the drivers come in. Ideally, you'd want to avoid anybody else on pit road, not be compromised at the point. But yeah, it's going to get spicy here probably in the next 10
We did
minutes,
see a
so.
double. Is there a double stack happening in pit road? Because we did see another driver. We think that might be a technical issue. We heard actually before in the chat there that was. But, you know, a car literally just trying to get into pit road and they can't because there's another car blocking. We're going to see another replay. Some action here at Le Mans. 6th race of the season, gentlemen. It ain't over yet. Do not look away. And as Holden going into the kitty. Oh, that's a high-speed lick, and that's going to be a bang at the fence. Well, if you're built like a V8 supercar, you can probably handle it. I'm not quite sure how the GT3s can take a hard lick into the fence.
I don't know that you have any car on the track here that can take that and not come away unscathed.
Oh, good old Toyota Land Cruiser, mate. We'll be able to handle that, no problem. So I've backed my car into the fence a couple of times, and it's still around. So then again, I'm not doing 200 miles an hour at it. So we're going to see some onboard action currently at the moment there, Ross. You've been doing this for the whole race, my friend, as you can see in your top left pictures there. You know how it feels to drive like that, although you're on the other end. You're not riding shotgun, you're actually driving. Hopefully you're on the steering wheel.
Yeah, this is a part of the track where you can take a moment, kind of reflect your thoughts on what's going on, take inventory of what's happening in and around the car. Yeah, just see where things are, and if there's anything that you as a driver really need to focus on. You know, thinking right now, Vinicius Gonçalves is probably going to be looking at either a pit stop soon, or he's going to stretch this one out, because I don't think it was that long ago. I guess it's probably going to be about 5 minutes. So a few more laps for his team. But I think he's going to try and put on the maximum pressure he can and see that gap come down before he decides to shoot pits here and top off. Right now, I think the gap is starting to close down, so he's around 22 seconds or so. Last time I looked at that. Just lots more time.
Yeah, I mean, he's running P2 in class, so he needs to be putting the pressure on. He's about 20 seconds currently at the moment there away from Eric. That's in the lead of their class. So that's the lead of the Hypercar M class. So that's going to be interesting to see. This is crucial stages of this race that you mentioned, because the fact that there may be one more pit stop, and after that it's sprint to the checkered flag. And so this is where you got to put pressure to the pedal to the metal, and that's exactly what he's going to be doing. And he doesn't take the pit stop there right now, but he will continue on here in Le Mans. Thank you everybody for tuning in. It was the Dan and Dan show. There is Dan and Dan, P1 and P2. The other Dan Scott, is taking a pit stop for the Alpine driver. He's back at P10, but they are going to be on an alternative strategy. Thanks for tuning in. Like and subscribe. Don't forget Grid Finder if you want to find a way to find racing leagues, drivers, keep up on your stats there, commentators, everything you need to go. Grid Finder, of course, simracing247.com has everything that you need 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all the time there for Sim Racer 24/7. There it is. And all presented by the Champion Motorsports on the JP Broadcasting Network. Ross, how's your buddy old George going there at the moment in P3?
A bit frustrated, got held up by Daniel Scott, who's obviously compromised himself after they had that disconnect. So that's cost us some time, and George was definitely keeping track there. He was able to start chewing out some of the gap between Eric and Day, who's running at the top of the class, and potentially we could have been able to catch up, particularly if Vinicius was able to get close and battle cost each other time. At this point, I think we're not able to do anything unless something winds of fortune come our way. But in 47 minutes, it's looking less and less likely each lap.
The last bullet's gone. As you can see in your pictures, we've waited for a while. I know that Paul and I were talking about that earlier. I'm not sure if you're aware of that one there, Ross, but that last bowler, there was about 5, I think, that started this race, and now there's down to 0, but to be expected, of course, the drivers will cut the chicane on the inside there or have a little bit of a moment. Replay of action that's happened here. Let's find out exactly where it's gone a little bit pearl-shaped for some of these drivers. The 2 hypercars going for a 2 finale, and in 2 into 1 might equal, nope, it'll equal the, looks like Daniel Scott car going, hitting the anchors there, probably to avoid an accident, and continues on. Daniel Scott currently at the moment is running down in P11. But remember, he's out of place there too, because he's down the road a little bit. They got a couple of your teammates up the road there of George as well too. So we're seeing another replay. Okay, so the entrance was a little bit out of shape on that one, wasn't it? And takes the escape road and lives to see another day.
Yeah, certainly if anybody's been running double, triple stint tires at the end here, especially on those GT3s, they're going to be experiencing a lot of under and oversteer snapping around as we see some pit stops.
Pit stops. As they was classically saying in Formula 1, box, 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 isn't it? Oh, Ducati is back in here for the Toyota, the 009 machine. Come, Mr. Bond, you're about 2 numbers away from being a true agent. Eric Monet with a Porsche. It's like a very French name and a French car. Actually, I'm going to screw myself with that one. 45 minutes remaining, Mr. Ross Smith.
Yeah, this is coming in the end. So you're going to see Hypercars should be able to pit now and make it, or just barely make it to the end. So keep an eye out. You might have some diving in just to maximize that stint. And like I said, I don't think there are going to be any tires getting taken there. Any GTs, if they're coming in, they're going to be a little bit off cycle. But, wouldn't be surprised if we saw Katarnakas coming in there sitting on third. It looks like they've swapped out, so Zaleski is now in the car, and they're coming out behind Ichazo. They've had a little bit of rivalry going on for this race throughout the season. But the big focus is going to be on Junt and Overton, which actually I'm surprised to see Overton up there. I wasn't sure if he's going to make it into this race or not. That's what the I was going to say the dog team for the Dark Thunder Racing. So it's Matthew Overton, it's JT Tammy. JT Tammy has had a pretty strong rivalry with Junt throughout the season. Junt running a single fix there. I'll continue to watch here. Getting passed by Smile Power. That's Herlock is running there now at 103 seconds. So obviously a little bit of a strategy on that. So they've been in for their stop, their final stop of the race. I hope they'll make it. And then Kirby we should be seeing coming in here probably in the next lap or so.
Race leader becoming in the next lap or so. 104-second gap down the road there from Herlock. It'll be interesting to see how that pans out. What that team will be able to do. Cadillac versus Cadillac for P1 and P2 on the hypercar class and the pros. They cause 14-second gap that you can see at the moment there down the road from this man leading in the hypercar M class. The blue machine, Porsche, doing the Porsche things, hopefully trying to deliver themselves some good results there over George that's running in P3, your teammate. I can pray and hope there that the pit stop strategies go a little shenanigans, but you never know what's going to happen. 43 minutes remaining on the race there. There he is, George, the man. We heard him before in the booth. The HRC. I mean, he's just probably just traveled away from real life racing strategy analysis that you mentioned for the LMP and doing what 10-hour shifts or something like that. And he's getting back in the car.
Oh, longer than that.
Trying
actually,
to deliver fast laps. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's actually he's usually working anywhere from 7 to 10 at night, or 7 in the morning to about 10 at night, helping them out with that. But yeah, and before that, he was actually involved with a lot of their simulation program with the driver and loop, working from their headquarters out in Indianapolis, which is currently where he's stationed. And yeah, loves it. Certainly a lot of pressure going into this first season doing the team strategy, but learning a lot, getting a lot of insight with some behind the scenes stuff. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you a question on that one too there, Ross, is that how important is, I know sim racing is very important. I mean, Max Verstappen and stuff like that, I mean, they don't use that necessarily for Formula 1 simulation, but they do it for NASCAR, they do it for a lot of other aspects of motor racing across the board. How important is sim racing these days, even in the simple, well, not simple, but a complex sim racing platforms we have, R-Factor and iRacing and so forth? It does certainly help a lot of driver development program, doesn't it? And not just that, but racing setup, racing, analysis and stuff like that. Like, is it a key factor these days in modern racing?
100% it is. I mean, it gives drivers every opportunity to be able to not just get in the car and practice the track layout and the way the setup's working on the car, but it gives teams a chance, particularly like when they're working with race engineers, strategists, to be on comms and call out different strategy changes and get used to that and feeling how the race will progress, how the car progresses, and giving a lot of that back and forth so that way before they even get out on track and put a tire down, they have just data banks of information where they can just refer and look at different scenarios and work from there. So it's really great. He actually started with IndyCar, and every one of the drivers that they work with on their simulation platform ended up improving pretty significantly. And anecdotally, the first year that the hypercars ran out, we actually used the Acura that we developed. We handed off to some of the drivers who were running in the real Daytona 24 race, Simon Pagino being one of them. He said that he used our car for 8 hours, I think, the day before, just practicing the bus stop, trying to get through there. And he said that directly attributed to him being able to have a winning performance, that the MSR actually was able to take the win at Daytona. So very direct feedback on how it goes. And, you know, there are several other drivers that have said similar things as they've gone through. So it's
these are
pretty
exciting
substantial.
times right now. If you are, you know, if you're younger, and not so younger, you can be older as well too. But if you want to get into motor racing, I'd say get into the virtual world of motor racing, like here in R Factor and stuff like that. Get in the right community as well too. You can click the links and descriptions. You can find the right communities. Get in Discord, chat to the likes of Ross Smith and so forth. They're going to give you some good insider information of who to talk to, who to do, and it's going to give you a heads up there while you get at your chance of real life racing. Of course, and get in there because real life racing requires a lot of sponsorship and a lot of money. But if you get a heads up there and you can get yourself attuned to tracks, how the car feels and so forth, you may give yourself a big edge over other competitors in racing. So I do suggest it, and there's plenty of platforms out there to help you with that. So yeah, it's the modern day of racing, you know, especially if you're younger and you're climbing up through the ranks there. Do it. Get out there and get involved there, and you're going to get some serious technicians and people like you said so yourself there, Ross. People like George and all that sort of stuff that work in real racing cars and can give you a good heads up information of how it feels out there on the track before you have to spend tens of thousands of dollars in sponsorship just to get yourself in a seat of a car. If you can get prepared, that's the way to go.
Yeah, that's one thing that having simulation over reality has an advantage, because make a mistake, have a wreck, it's not going to cost you $1 million to fix that up. So,
and teams might like that as well too. If you wreck their cars during testing and stuff like that as well too. So get out there and practice as much as you can in racing sims, because it's racing sims. Grid Finder and Sim Racing 24/7 are the ways that you can reach out and connect to your communities. At the moment, what's happening in the recap of 37 and 55 seconds remaining in this race. Daniel Spoon, one of the fastest lap records at the moment, a 3:27 flat, and he's about 10. Well, as you can see on the pictures there at the moment, he's just over a minute and change away from Kirby. The big battle for P1 and P2. 13 seconds separates the Hypercar M class, and also 90 seconds separate the GT3 Pros. And unfortunately for the GT3 AMs, there's about a 90-second gap between Gray and Miller on that one with the two retirements. That's the situation that's going to unfold. Pit stops coming around the corner. Oh, yeah. And around the corner. Luckily. Go ahead, my friend.
I don't know. I was watching the same with you. I was just kind of noting that Goncalves was starting to bring that gap down until about that moment, and caused it to open it up a little bit.
Yes, exactly. We'll get a recap for you very, very soon how this situation's panned out. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. A little bit more feedback in the chat would be great. It's been quiet for a while. I get a little scared when it's quiet. We are streaming. We are streaming very well, hopefully. We have a bit of feedback at the moment that's occurred. If you saw those pictures earlier, there was an engine fire, and just to not alarm anybody that the driver's perfectly okay, but apparently the feedback that we got is there is any way to disable the automatic neutral, because apparently what happened is that the driver hit both shifters. You may elaborate this one a little bit better than I can, Ross, as a racing driver, at the same time, and it blew the motor. Ross, do you know what happened there? They put it in neutral and hit the shifters at the same time.
Yeah, you can do that for sure when you're in the car. we actually have to do that when we're coming in for the for our pit stops to make sure that we don't accidentally stall it out, or you're doing the switch over.
How does it blow the motor butt specifically? Like, not everybody does it, and it doesn't happen too often.
So with the double shifter, if you were, say, going around a corner, which he was at Porsche Curves when that was happening, if you accidentally pulled back, or say he was adjusting maybe his power trim, then it's very possible that he could have accidentally grabbed one of the other shifter paddles at the same time that he was shifting, say, up or down, and that would have absolutely thrown it in neutral. And then if he then tried to upshift right after that, then I don't believe that the protection is able to guard against that type of scenario. It's unusual that would happen, but it's certainly possible, as we saw.
And you talk about shifters as in left shifter, right shifter at the same time. Very easy to do, of course, because it's upshift and downshift. And you're taking, like, also clutch shifter, and then you just, you're frantically doing this. You're talking about these drivers that are doing, in excess of 200 kilometers an hour, and you're trying to do it frantically, slow yourself down the pit road, and then you're just adjusting your downshift, upshift, and you're trying to nail your pit stop, and then bingo, you get it a little bit wrong, and your engine starts exploding in front of your eyes.
Yeah, for sure. And you hate to see that, especially when it's something as simple as, it's just a shift. And you'd think that, oh, okay, well, just don't do that. But when you're in an endurance race, things happen. And unfortunately, that has happened to them. It's not like a disconnect where you can just come back in,
All right, Ross, how many times has it happened to you, my friend? Come on, how many engines you blowing? Your career. You can tell me. You can whisper at me and nobody's listening.
I can't actually honestly remember where I've accidentally, maybe once or twice, but it wasn't necessarily from money shifts. It was just from being aggressive with particularly fragile cars and pushing a little bit too far. But
Hang on, Ross, you're telling me money shifts? Like, you got to elaborate here to noobs when it comes to motor racing, including myself. Okay, I'm just a commentator, but you're saying money shifts? Like, hey, I've never heard of that term before, my friend. You need to elaborate that.
That's where you, if say you're in any gear and you're going up, you're hitting the top of the rev range, and you're like, okay, I'm going third to fourth. I'm at 9,000 RPM, about to hit the rev limiter, and you accidentally downshift instead of upshift, and you basically turn the engine on.
Well, there's no money on that one, my friend. That's called a bomb shift, isn't it? But anyway,
well,
I don't know how you get money out of that.
It's a money shift because it's a very expensive thing that you just did.
Ah, I see. No, I get it. See, you got to elaborate to this to noobs like us, my friend. I don't understand what now I get what a money shift means. You just blow a $50,000 gearbox. Okay, now I get it. Yeah. All right.
All right, Goncalves is in. So that's actually I have to let my teammate know here.
P2 is in the pits, exactly. So this is the money. Well, you're speaking of money stops, but in reference to not blowing engines, that is money, as in you can perhaps make a money.
Tom Lane coming through. Like I said, this is going to be a spot
He's
yeah, about 62 seconds off from Herlock. There's not a whole lot that he can be doing here. So unless there's a stop that's going to be coming up here that's protecting against Guyon, I don't really see that he's going to push too terribly hard as wide there.
So it's going to cover off currently at the moment. Well, as you've seen say, Tom Lane is pushing big time here, but let's see what's coming out. So Tom Lane's about 62, 63 seconds. We're going to listen to the engines for a second. just like my wife. No, I'm gonna say that at the moment. Let's go. I'm not even married. Tom Kirby's in the pit at the moment, as well as John Ewan. So this will be interesting at the moment. So they'll be dropping some positions. Last pit stops, perhaps, of the race, of endurance race, for the 6th race of the season here. And we're going to see leader Daniel Kirby come back out there. Will he retain the lead? He's got a 60-second or so gap there to Daniel Hellock. It'll be interesting how that pans out there. Also keep your eyes peeled.
Here at the front of the Hypercar AM. Looks like it's going to be kind of a cakewalk here, unless something happens on the way into the pit stop, which they will inevitably need to have here within the next little bit, because I think it's been a bit. I would be surprised if they're out for another lap after this.
As a recap at the moment, yep, Daniel and the Dan and Dan show. We got that one before. There was the 3 Dans, but now it's the Dan and Tom. That's the law firm that you need to be focused on at the moment there of Alexander and Magnus a little bit further back in the field. A bit more focused on those two, and then Eric and Vincinius there in the P1 and P2 battle with George lurking in the background. Then we're going to take you out there on that one. Ross, we know that here we go, gentlemen. We're going to keep an eye on that one there. David and Matthew show there as well too for the GT3 Pros, as pit stops are occurring past for the last time here this evening. I like how you come back to that one there, Ross Smith, saying it's a cakewalk, mate. But when you're walking with a cake, I tend to walk very gingerly. Is that the reference you're actually using? Like, it's a cakewalk? I mean, cakewalk is not easy. I know.
Well, I say
stops aren't
cakewalk
easy here.
because he should not have any direct interference with Goncalves or Angelides at this point. I mean, he just needs to be able to take it easy, round that car around the rest of the race. Goncalves is going to close him down here. He's going to be on stop for at least 10 to 15 seconds to be able to get enough fuel to head out of here.
Let's see if Eric can do it. He gets out, very quick pit stop. It's a splash and dash to the end of this race. No tyres taken. Keep an eye out on your bottom right-hand pictures as well too, because this is the battle currently at the moment for P6.
Oh, it's not live. Yeah, so there he comes around the last corner. Yeah, so
we have a producer. We'll fix this at the moment. We're getting some live pictures and live on live action here. Let's go through the Dunlop tyres. It's 11.
11 seconds. So yeah.
Lucky 11, my friend.
27
Very
minutes
doable.
for 11 seconds.
It's a cakewalk.
When he can just stay calm and focused, he can bring this in. He can do it. So I'm sure he's getting encouragement from Jerry Chen and John Mayer right now as they're watching this play out. You can't even see Vinicius down in the background of the touch room. So
That's what it's all about, my friend. You can smell the blood in the water, my friend, isn't it? It's like Jaws theme. Cue Jaws theme right now. Dun, 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 dun. No, not close enough to get the true fangs out, but it's certainly thanks to Big Finder and Sim Race 24/7 for sponsoring the VWSC Virtual World Sports Car Championship. Well, hook, line, and sinker. That's what this race is all about. When it comes down to 26 minutes remaining in this race, yellow on sector 1. I don't think it will affect some of these drivers. So pit lane for the Hypercar Pros there, P6 and P7. We'll head down there for the last time this evening. Ross Smith, I know that you are piloting that machine that George is piloting, currently in P3 in class. You're going to get maybe a little bit of the shoeies happening, but you got to be on the top step of the podium if you want to be literally drinking out of a sweaty shoe if you want to win the category, my friend.
well, yeah, like I said before, it's very frustrating knowing that we had the car there and we had that interaction. just kind of sparked the cascade of events that took place. But we'll see if anything happens here. I mean, Compass, you know, there could be a chance if Renee kind of takes his gingerly. He's obviously coming in with non-fresh tires. Got a little bit more weight there, and he might be a little compromised. We'll see what happens.
Yep, you see in the background at the moment that pressure's on. It's 7-8 seconds, give or take, there for the battle for the positions there, P1 and P2 on your pictures there for the Hypercar AM. We're riding on board shotgun. Look at this. I mean, I'm holding on right now to deep breath as it gets around the GT3. And has to gingerly navigate his way around there at the moment for 400 machine. Literally, I've got my crash helmet on. I got my seatbelt tightened up. And I got my stray table upright in the upright position because we're preparing for landing, my friend, in 24 minutes. The pilot has announced over the radio. I didn't know, Ross Smith, I would ride shotgun with you around the streets of wherever you live in the world, my friend. But taking me on, you know, those, where are you in the neck of the woods?
We're over in Pennsylvania, so eastern border.
Pennsylvania, okay. I'm not going on the Pennsylvania highway with you, Ross. But let's have a look at the moment. Eric is navigating ways through a GT3. That's okay. You can take me to the airport anytime, my friend. You can be my wingman.
Happy to help. Yeah, we're closing in here. Vinicius, we've got 23 minutes left to go, plus another lap, and it's. Got our producer in the background, very confident in Vinicius' ability to close this gap down here, and I think I agree with him. It's going to definitely come down to the end. So unless something happens between the two of them, I think George is settling in for third, but he's still maintaining pace, still pushing. Eric Monet obviously taking on that fuel load to coming in the end. A little bit of pressure on the tires, costing a little bit, whereas Vinicius has just been kind of pounding away at his fuel load, unloading it there, giving his tires a little bit more breather. Just got to focus here. Now, he's not compromised by these GTs the same way that Eric Monet was. So if he's able to kind of capitalize a little bit here and close it, he opened up that gap just a little bit more. So I think he just got a little bit of a slip off that run there. But yeah, they're on the same straight. So within eyeshot of one another, this is going to be kind of the focus for the remainder of the race here. Is a lot of the other gaps are just kind of
Let us know in the chat who you think is going to be able to win the classes here, or anybody, any situation. We would love to hear it here. This is our endurance race, and we'd love to get your feedback as much as possible. Hypercar Pros 1 and 6, and the leaders from P7 downwards at the Hypercar AM classes as well too. And then Johnny in P10. Going to try to slice his way back up into the 7-4-6 position. Is there enough time? We don't know. But tune in, give us a like and subscribe if you're enjoying this one. Pictures on pictures, rear cameras and front cameras. We got it all here. Lucky. We'll see who's lucky. Can you see him there? Ross Smith, the rear wing. We should have our producer tuned in as well too at the moment. There, producer Paul. I know you've been through the whole show this evening.
Yeah.
And how are you feeling this race is going, my friend? Because I think you should be joining us to this party, my friend. Because there ain't no party without a Paul party,
isn't it? The climax is
yes,
here, right?
It is, my friend. You've been ticking on my belly the whole time, my friend. This is definitely climactic.
Call me the tickle monster. He hasn't gained as much time on this time around than he has done the few previous laps. So I'm intrigued to see what lap time Monet is going to put in as he crosses the line, if it's valid, of course, because a lot of laps people have been doing haven't quite been valid. So, and I'm.
Are you suggesting Ross Smith does not do a solid lap?
I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that.
All right.
Put words into my mouth. Oh! He's off!
Oh! Yeah, you got the bottom right-hand picture at the moment. Off into the key letter. Ouch! That may hurt late into this race with 20 minutes remaining. Well, a little bit of damage there. The rear wing's already so low that you wouldn't even notice it's even been damaged.
It's cost him about 5 to 6 seconds, that.
That's hard to take, yeah. He's been pushing those tires really hard.
Low pitches as well to go back at this. It's all for play for at the moment here. Big points on the offer here at the endurance race. And we got pitches on pitches everywhere. Paul's got all the pitches, my friend, here. I mean, it's like looking at Paul's home security cameras. There's pitches everywhere of cars.
I need another monitor, though. I haven't got enough monitors.
All right, let's go GoFundMe campaign to get Paul some more monitors.
No, I can. No, I'm trying to wait for a cheap monitor pole to arrive on eBay at some point, and I'll grab one again.
There you go. Anybody got a monitor for sale there? Reach out there, of course, so that you can have more pictures.
Oh yeah, I just need one more monitor. Yeah, one more, and then I think I'll be finished.
Just one more monitor. That's 6. Like this driver's just needing one more lap of pure pace.
I've got 6, but it's not enough.
6 is not enough. All right, we heard it live.
No, and that's because I got a capture card. Because I was using an application.
Well, this sounds like first world problems, my friend. Most people only have one monitor.
Yeah. But it's because the capture card has to have a monitor source to capture. So I've lost. In essence,
so if you get one more, we're going to get like 3 more screens and more action to capture all this.
No. Sure. I just want the ability to have a screen with live timing properly open. Well, so.
There we go.
Yeah, that's all it is.
So GoFundMe campaign. Paul needs more live timing.
Info,
we need more live action.
There's more input. Short circuit would have said. Yeah, more input.
We're making go faster on a go-kart back in the 1960s, but it certainly will be quick right now at pointing the camera angles at all the action that you're seeing.
Yeah, I don't think
the
I can
virtual
control
world sports car championship.
I can control 2 PCs, but 3 PCs would be a bit.
Well, at least you're on dial-up modem back in the day, my friend. So we're all good.
Oh yeah, you can't beat the old dial-up modems. 56K.
Don't embarrass Ross. He wouldn't even understand what we're talking about right now. Ross wouldn't even know what a dial-up modem means. Sorry, Ross.
Yeah.
You got mail.
Oh yeah, the days of AOL and other providers.
Don't embarrass all these young people right now. They don't understand what we're talking about. We do understand that David Kirby is pretty quick. I'd have to say.
Daniel Kirby.
39 second gap.
Just David.
That's what I said. I said David Kirby, yeah. That was a miscommunication on that one. That translation error. He is leading this race by 40
But his name's Daniel and not David. You do know this, right?
It's actually what I said, yeah.
Okay.
Lost the translation, my friend.
Okay.
The translation at the bottom of the screen doesn't translate.
I will play the audio back to you tomorrow. Yeah.
No hablo English, my amigo. Everybody, thank you for tuning in. It's been quiet, the chat, but give us your thoughts on who you think is going to win each of the classes. Because we have the Daniel winning the pro class at the moment, and we go back into Eric. There's something that Ross probably might not want to hear, but Eric's looking pretty solid currently at the moment, leading the Hypercar AM class.
Benitez is gaining, but not as much as he was before the mistake. But actually, to be fair to Eric, that had stabilised a bit at about 6.5 to 7 seconds. And then mistake from Goncalves in the final corner. The gap is around about 9 seconds now, so he is bringing it down, but I don't think it's coming down fast enough now. 15 minutes to go, but that's not to say that a mistake might not happen for Moyne, or it only takes a back marker to get in the way. So watch this space. But this is really the closest battle for any positions in any of the classes at the moment.
But we were saying the back bunkers don't get in the way. Back bunkers doing their own thing. It's the hypercars just want to get a little bit risk it for the biscuit.
Yes, yeah, true. But you know, you can still get impacted by them.
Very so. Rossi, your picks on the wins, mate. The replay. Rossi, your picks on the replay here.
I'm sorry, I was just chatting with.
Stop talking to your teammate and get back into the
George.
focus, the broadcast booth.
That was
Oh,
costly when
indicator.
that happened.
Yeah, I don't quite know why.
He
Yeah,
locked it coming through there. It's very easy to do, especially in that all-wheel drive, because you have to do so much with the differential to get it to push through the corners. This isn't like what you see in WEC, where you only have all-wheel drive after I think it's 150 kilometers an hour. You actually have engaged in the time here.
You want to borrow my GTR 32 Skyline, mate? It's all-wheel drive, all front, all steering. I mean,
They might.
it's won Bathurst many times back in the 90s. I mean, do you really want me to borrow my car out there and just wander around? It wouldn't be fair, would it?
It's I mean, I'm sure a few drivers on track might, but it is it's interesting just the way that the mechanics work here, and obviously like you don't have the same kind of hybrid regen or anything like that. A lot of what you see that's going on here is being manipulated through the torque curves and whatnot. So it's a little bit of sort of a smearing over of kind of like what you would feel in terms of just like the power response and whatnot, but it's quite close enough that you know you see a lot of those real lap times. A little bit of a lag there. That's always a little disconcerting.
Paul's getting excited, and yeah, lag means excitement. Paul, what's happening?
Yeah. Well,
7.7 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Moynihan's definitely had a little bit of a lag spike there of some description, so that could be disconcerting.
He hasn't paid
as a
Paul's
driver,
internet bill.
especially when you're a driver and that starts happening to you. That's where it takes away your focus, doesn't it?
Just to elaborate, Paul, is that lag spot you see on our pictures is actually something that happens to the rest of the drivers and everything across the field there? Is that because
No,
it's
that's
just
because
like,
you can tell the other car we're watching, Concalves, wasn't lagging. So
yes,
that was Moynihan only.
so it's just that one driver that's doing it.
If you start seeing weirdness with the live timing or the map or anything
Like an
that,
iRacing and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you would, then you go, right, well that's affecting more than, that could be my internet connection, or it could be the server's connectivity or anything along those lines. 'Cause you gotta
And thankfully not into a braking corner when you're like, 2/10 away from the car. That's where it really affects you.
Yeah, I had a weird experience in a Le Mans Ultimate race a couple of weeks ago where a car suddenly was in my car, and the driver.
No social distancing.
Yeah, at the end of the race, the driver was like, "What was that all about?" And I said, "Whoa, you lag spiked into me," and then he kind of came out, "Oh, I don't know why that keeps happening." And I'm like, "Well, if you know it keeps happening, you really shouldn't be racing." But anyway, that's
yes, sir.
yeah. No.
There are problems that they resolve because I had that in other series as well too. But that's just technical issues that occur in the virtual world, unfortunately. As a driver there, Ross, I mean, you being there, you're in the tailpipe of another driver, and all of a sudden there's a little bit of a blink, or they're not there, or they reappear. How does that feel for you?
It depends. It depends on how it kind of manifests on your end. Sometimes you don't see anything. Sometimes you'll get some rubber banding. You might get some microstokers. You might get a prolonged freeze. And if any of those things happen, you just hope that it takes place, like on one of these straights here or something. You don't have to have any input or anything like that. Because if you're in the middle of a battle, or if you're you're really putting a lot of wheel into it or something, and you're right next to an Arco, let's say, then it can really just destroy your race.
Look at these pictures at the moment. Be careful, Paul. You might get done for copyright strike because this looks so picturesque, doesn't it, to the real world racing that YouTube might come along and say, "Okay, that looks too real. We're going to copyright strike you because that's too good. You're too good, mate. You can't have it. Looking that great in those pictures. Look at that. Driving on board there. with a 400 machine, and he's got Slushy. Really just navigating his way, really, Phil, and just picking his pieces there. He needs
Got a
ultimate
back marker up ahead.
face
He's got the Porsche
laps.
of I think it's Icharzo.
It's a Porsche.
Coming up. Yeah.
Yep.
Goes
And
dark again.
he's got a 5. It is getting a little overcast at the moment, my friend. I see you out there in the Ferris wheel, but don't worry. I see you pointing the cameras the right direction. Gonna navigate his way through here. Talk us through this one there, Ross driver, Ross Smith. What do you do?
The bus driver? Is that what I heard?
Bus driver, Ross Smith. He's already gone past him, Ross Smith. It's too late.
David Judd into the pits.
So 5 seconds. 5 second gap, 5.6, and 9 minutes left, plus another lap. So he's got an 80 second Overton, so I don't think that he's going to have any issues there. He's already some seconds through the stop, so David's going to be kind of here in just a minute. It's going to be splash and dash. It's going to be that whole time. But yeah,
He's a little
I mean,
fast as well too, so he needs to get out there pretty quickly.
yeah, it's actually 48 seconds. I was kind of surprised to see that stationary time, but
Well, I'm seeing 13 seconds stationary and 46 overall.
there you go.
R Factor 2.
That's
doing
maybe
R
a
Factor
day late,
2
dollar
thing.
short. Oh, it's the R Factor 2. Now, that's an excuse, my friend. That's like Formula 1 doing the Formula 1 things. It's not going to work, my friend. Not here. Not on the JP Broadcasting Network. It's not going to work. But we're going to see this closing battle there. 5 seconds and change on your pitches. And I tell you, don't pull up the right-hand pitches too much, mate. You're going to get done for copyright. YouTube's going to say, no, it's too real. Looks like the real thing. Can't happen. We'll ban you. No, it's not real. This is virtual, and it's real on your pitches, at least. And that gap is about 5.8 remaining. You've got to put everything in here. Kitchen sink. Throw the kids, the caravan, where James is. Throw everything you possibly can right now to get yourself another position in this race. Pit stops actually occurred from P2. Daniel's going in. The other Daniel. That's a late pit stop. Will that allow that Tom Lane to get that P2 position? Maybe, my friend. I'm going to keep our eyes pitched as that gap is
He's
down
100
5.4
seconds back.
seconds.
There's no way. There's no way that's even a possibility.
Tom Lane goes in with the 28-second gap there to the pit show behind Alexander's. That could be something to be dealt with there. You can compromise that last step.
I'm feeling like I'm riding the T-Cam. Look at the back there of the machine there of Eric. Eric's got to get the pedal to the metal, my friend.
Yeah, this battle is on. I mean, they've only got 7 minutes left. You got about 3 laps to go with the rest of the race going on. Kirby's coming around. It's going to be, it's going to be close.
He's got it kind of held up at the moment. It's a 5-second gap. Oh, he's going to hit a little bit. So it's a fight. It cost him about half a second, but it's going to get on the power. You've got to remember too that Vicinius needs to also navigate through the GT3 field as well too. So that's what goes around comes around, as they say.
I gotta say,
Well,
that 963, 963 is very, very planted, very stable. You know, I haven't really seen it stepping out at any point in this race, so that's kind of a characteristic of the car. It's very supple, very easy to drive.
2 tenths faster last time around.
This is the time when you send it, Mike. This is the time where you absolutely send it, because you don't do it lap 1 of an endurance race. You do it on the last lap. You just absolutely send it, and hope those little 4 points of contact that stop the brake pedals, that stop the wheels from momentum. You want to hope that they stop. Make them glow hotter than the sun if you need to, but just send it and try to get yourself in position. Now, I don't really encourage that too much from drivers, but no, why not? We're entertainers. Go for it, sons. I know that Ross Smith is just fuming in the background going, I would never do that as a racing driver, but come on, Ross, you would. Send it. You're that close, mate. You gotta go for it.
Sorry, I had to step away again while I was helping George there, but yeah.
Oh,
it's,
he didn't step away. He was just in. It's all good.
Yeah, so Vinicius is up here. I mean, at 5 seconds, that gap is stabilized, like you said. So it's. I don't know that he's going to be able to get in there unless something happens where point A kind of throws it in a corner, which I really don't see happening. He's pretty consistent. The only time he's run into issues before is when he has like a GT or something that comes into line, and you know, it's just kind of a spotty situation. But it's pretty open right now. I don't see this really coming down to the end unless, again, something happens.
I'll throw a banana out in the field. What do you reckon, Paul? Oh, chuck a banana out there, mate? Banana peel on
Good try.
the exit of the final chicane. Try to spend mixed off. Throw a spin mix at the moment. Right here, right now. Oof. It's gonna hurt. That's Ben and Daniel. That's fair. Yeah, maybe a little gentlemanship happening. My lord, I apologize for my mistake, and I shall allow you to go back through. Not gonna happen. This is where it all unfolded on your screens. 3 into 1 equals somebody's going around. There it is. Hey, I don't need to be a magician to figure that one out, my friend. Well, three minutes to change to go in this race.
Yeah, 3. Where are we at this? Sorry, I thought I had my. I keep going back and forth between you guys and George, so it's getting a little bit confusing. But yeah, 4.5 seconds
George is
left.
solid P3 at the moment, my friend. He ain't going anywhere.
There's a concern on fuel because George
Oh.
was drinking fuel.
lay off the moonshine, mate. It ain't gonna help George. He's relaying that back to George at the moment, going, George, Biggles just said lay up the moonshine. George just like, I've laid up the moonshine, my friend. I've got about 3 gallons in the back of my car. All right, I'm trying to get there. Short time, I got a long way to go and a short time to get there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be close.
Oh, so we just heard there for a second, Paul, that they may be literally running on moonshine vapors to get this race done.
Yeah.
How's that, my friend?
Well, Calvin's is the second quicker last time round, but I just don't think he's got enough time to make the move. Unfortunately, that incident he had in the final corner, I think, has cost him P2.
Am I right, my friend?
It's a shame, really. But you never know. You never know. Now that he's in his sights and he's going to be getting the slipstream and getting even closer, it might egg him on a bit.
Yeah, you got to go for it. You got to have a late send. But do you want to give up the crucial points in this endurance race? That's going to be the key too. I mean, you're very delayed dollar short in that one, but we'll see. Essentially approaching the last lap of this race too. Kirby out there in the lead. The man Kirby as a commanding lead of this race. So you can afford to do a Max Verstappen, go in the pit lane and come back out there and get the fastest lap, but you'd have to do it now. Don't have to do it early, actually. A little too late.
So Kirby willing to complete this lap and the next. Is that right, Ross?
I believe that's correct. Yeah.
Quite hard to know
Actually, no.
sometimes.
I think he's no, because it's coming down. He just has to finish this lap. This is the last.
Okay.
We got confirmation that so many hours later in this fantastic endurance race, one of the first endurance races of the season, that our racing driver, you can see to the left, had only to navigate 1 or 2 more laps, and he is done and dusted.
No, this will be
and
the
well
last lap.
deserved too. Last lap. It's a penultimate lap
Yeah.
from
last
the
lap.
old Curbster. He doesn't have to worry about his arch rivals because they are good 86 seconds down the road.
Moynier and Concalves have another lap to do, so that gap's now under 3 seconds.
I think you might be right. The big battle, isn't it? For P2 in the AM class would be the key pitches to look at in your bottom right picture. Because Kirby's got nothing to worry about. He can probably have a spin, have a coffee, sign some autographs, and still manage to win this race.
Got the kids off at the pool if you wanted to.
Drop the kids off at school and send them off to graduation.
Yeah.
He's still got plenty of time.
Yeah, he's got time. Really has.
And not just himself, his teammate, solid job. That's the reason why they lead the championship as well, too, in the hypercar class. Brilliant performance, as to be expected. Their sponsors will be very happy. They will own their big bonus there. They'll get to be taken out to the pub. And Paul will buy him a beer.
Here he goes, back to cross the line.
Just be Kirby for the win.
Solid job, solid performance. The Curbster's on top. The Cadillac's on top. And a solid performance there. Further back in the field there might be a late minute challenge here for the Hypercar M class, but we'll be a day late, dollar short. We don't know. We'll find out right now on the last lap of this race. Maybe too far. That'll be a late send. It'll be a corner cutting if you have to do anything at this point. But I think a solid performance from Eric and his team there at the Eclua Mistel Porsche. Should be able to see the checkered flag before anybody else in their class go down to the GT3. And David is looking very, very good for the Mercedes. Tatum not throwing any headphones around there. In fact, they'll be buying headphones for everybody in the Mercedes teams. Solid job there. David gets the job done. Adam Gray, solid performance from him there. Commanding lead, actually, with a ton of time up his sleeve there. Porsche for the Reptile Racing team. We'll get himself the GT3s. It's not over yet, no, of course.
But yeah, they still have another sector to go. I mean, they'll come around here and take Indianapolis. So it's, if Eric slows down enough, it's possible Vinicius could mount a stringent attack right at the end, maybe coming through the chicanes, but it was pretty smooth through there.
I guess George would want them to Vinicius to do something a little bit rash and potentially put the race result in his hands, but I think sometimes the blood sort of runs in the brain, doesn't it, in these moments, and but I think he's got it.
He's close. Second in the last. It's got to be so frustrating. He's right there. Look at him close that gap,
and he's got
those points.
Yeah, and also he'll be kicking himself about that mistake into the final corner.
Daylight dollar short, I'd have to say. He's going to give everything he possibly can, but it's not going to be enough. Eric will hold up. Bingo, he says. He's called all the right cards, striking all the right numbers, and got the job done.
No. Ben Hurlock needs to come on.
Oh, well, we know that Ross Smith knows exactly where George is.
Yeah, we were just kind of, I was relaying some information to him, letting him know where things were. But
You
good
giving
win
cheat
to,
codes.
Not exactly, just kind of eye in the sky. But yeah, congrats to Renee and
Yeah, George had a solid performance, as well as you, Ross, and your team.
Could have been more
You
solid.
can't shy away from a podium, my friend, because the bubbly stuff still tastes nice up there on the third step.
Well, thank you. Yeah, of course he still has to make it to the end here. You can never say that it's over till it's over. But yeah, it's great race overall. Like there was a lot going on. Good to see that there weren't any outrageous moments. We've certainly had much more spicy Le Mans in the past, where it came to blows in a few spots. Particularly if you watch some of the replays on our countdown video, but. Yeah, really great job here. Good run by everyone who and great thanks for everyone who showed up.
Showing up was the Curbstar in his team, for sure, as well as the leader there of Eric leading his Porsche into the lead of the Hypercar AM class there, and as well too as David taking his Mercedes to the lead of the GT3 Pros. And then further back, of course, through the field, we're going to have Adam Gray who'll take the class there of the GT3 AMs. Solid performance from all these drivers across the board there, with a chunk of change shy of 5 hours to get it done here at Le Mans, and they've done it exceptionally very well and entertaining as well too at the end of the day. Listen to the roar of Daniel's car, bringing it back to pit lane.
All right, so our results.
Working on that. Oh.
Ross Smith, you have the honours of going through those some of those results.
Gonna break them down into their classes.
All right, so yeah, definitely a strong win there from Kirby at the CMS Pro Red, taking over their rival Smile Power with Daniel Herlock bringing it home at the end. Tom Lane single entry coming in just ahead of Alexander Serena and the 9X8, with John Uyan CMS Pro Blue playing a strong fight there ahead of Magnus Dahlgren and SKS Motorsport. Gutierrez Kesby single entries ahead of Daniel Scott, who, of course, with Team Wiki Monsters having that unfortunate disconnect, would send him kind of into the nether realm and well back behind their competition there.
Ben Daniel around the field there, my friend. Eric will get to the champions of the AM division there for the Hypercars there, just ahead of Vincius there and George there. Matthew Bruce there. Ben the Man. And Felipe and Adrian Rice with the DNF as well too earlier on that one, with the pit lane shenanigans, as we will round our way through to the GT3s as well.
On the why? Go.
And a second, Dave, go ahead there.
Yeah,
Ross.
David Jett taking it single car entry there, although it's showing BHI. Yeah, he was running with BHR and GSR. I didn't see who his teammate was running. They were able to make it, but right behind them, Dark Thunder Racing, strong rivals JT Tammy on that team, Luciano Chazo following up with the single entry, Jamie Zalecki and Vasilis Katarinakis with Stardust Autosports, which a good run from them, just ahead of Ryan Palbert Reyes and the lone Lexus in the field. Alan Holden in that Ferrari 296 had a really strong run in the beginning, but unfortunately just kept running into issues and managed to limp it home just ahead of Alan Santo.
Now, driver limping at home, of course, was the lost something of the statistics at the moment there, but there it is. Eric didn't limp at home at all.
There you go.
Adam didn't limp at home. Adam, yeah, procession progressed. It happens behind the scenes there. So the Reptile Racing entry gets that P1 there with a commanding victory over Stephen Miller there, and unfortunately retirements there from Alexander McQuarrie there and Peter Myler. So that is going to be a wrap of the positions that everybody has finished in, but it's not a wrap of the race, of course, because we do have to chin wag with some of those drivers that are eager, waiting to see what happens when you drive your cars around Le Mans for shy of 5 hours.
So we can start bringing some. Maybe we could start at the GT3 AM. We see Adam Gray is in here, so we can bring him in for a little conversation. Here's Adam Gray.
I'm here.
Hey,
Adam?
Yeah, there you go.
Yep. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
So
yeah.
Right, yeah, we got a miscommunication, Adam, because we're so excited about you winning the GT3 AM class by a dominating position. Adam, you're a winner, my friend. And you got the job done. A little lonely at the back there, but my friend, you got it done when you needed to get it done. Commanding victory, commanding lead. How did that feel? How was your Le Mans experience?
Absolutely knackering, to be honest. I did it solo. But yeah, it was good crack. We enjoyed it. Had a bit of clipping together with Ryan on the last 30 minutes, and I had tow issue for the rest of the race. Not too bad.
Ross here, a clip issue. You have to explain that too for the audience out there at the moment there to understand. So you come together with another driver. Ross, you want to elaborate with Adam as to what that means?
Oh yeah, I mean, if the cars kind of intersect each other in time and space, sometimes the between the netcode of the server, it can create issues where it thinks that they're inside of each other, kind of occupying the same space-time, and you can have interesting physics result from that. But it didn't look like it hurt you too bad, Adam, because you were able to pull away from that and put a pretty substantial gap there over Stephen Miller.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the steering was off, but I was able to just drive with it. I'm used to that now. It's every race I've had tow issue.
It's unfortunate, but yeah, at least you're able to cover it off, I guess, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, anyone you want to give a shout out to after this long and tiresome race before you grab a drink and maybe a shower?
Yeah, just sort to the CMS crew, the admins, for putting a fantastic race together and fantastic mod.
Thank you very much. Yeah, congratulations. We'll kind of send you back up there, but great run. And hopefully we'll see you over at Watkins Glen for the next one.
Yep, you will do. Cheers.
We're traveling in the United States of America from Le Mans, and we're going to the next winner of their class coming up soon at the moment. So we'll drag those drivers in from the neck. Of course, they probably haven't had a chance to even go down the restroom, even get out of their racing sweaty suits.
Yeah, they don't have time for that. They got to talk to us about how they've won. We've got
they do, Ross.
There you go, Deed. We're bringing in David Junt for GT3 winner, pro side.
Hello there.
David, I was calling you David, but you are David, my friend, and you got the job done. How did that race feel? And how does that victory feel in your class?
Well, you can take it like both ways because I'm like a German David or David. But Germanish at least, difficult race. I mean, tired, but could be worse. But I mean, it was the pole up was really good. I mean, that was, I don't know, probably max that I could nearly get off the car. So a 52.8 in that car is really good. Even though the Merc, it will never stop struggling because it's so heavy or just heavier. And even on wing 1, which I was on, the car was like topping out at max 286 on like the longest part of the track. and I checked like Lexus and the Porsche and the 290s. I was like, and even the Ferrari was like Alan had the most amazing, nearly several tenths advantage on the straight with his car, but it was like terrible tires, I think. So consistency was being key, and just making good decisions and not getting stuck. And of course, I had to look where I would come out after my solo drive through. So I was a bit close to Alan at a late part after I think he went off twice, and I finally managed to pass him and get a bit away that the Ferrari couldn't get me back. And then I was trying to pace myself, and I saw again, as much as you want to do with the AMG, it has a good handling, it has a good drive, it has a good torque, it's really nice. It's just in all departments, it's just worse than other rear-wheel front engine cars, especially the Aston. They're still the all-rounder. And I could see that when at the end of the second stint, when we both, JT and me, didn't change tires, and he put in a 405 and I was like, I did 6.7 at that point, and I was like, the tires are nearly dead. I can't. The car's just too heavy. I couldn't get. I kept losing time at that moment, of course. But later on, I was just hold on, try to see what James Walker and Matthew Alberton were doing their stints, and then I think I'm not even sure if I just changed one side, the more important left one, but I was up to 10 seconds behind him. Then crept closer, then passed him, and then I was trying to gap as much, and it wasn't easy. It totally wasn't. I had hypercars, I saw two cars spin or fly across the last chicane. I had one hypercar lapping me, get lapped by the other, then spinning it, then two cars stared at me, and I had to really decide, okay, which car do I ram first? Then I met Daniel Herlock later on, which was running out of fuel. I was like, oh, if he goes to pit, I'm going left. And then he goes left, and I go with the grass, nearly had it, go through the boards, still spin, tap the front of the wall, get away with no repairable damage, keep going. Kind of scared the Buse car again, because I'm coming across the chicane. Really sorry for that. I was kind of a bit, confused where I was. Kept that fuel, I had good fuel mileage there. Kept going, and in the end, I lifted and coasted and looked how much pace I would get, and with more grip, there were still good lap times. And in the end, it did look like a big gap, but there were a few moments that I could say I might as well have just ended up in a gravel trap and upside down dead. So it wasn't easy, and at least I'm glad I got the car where it's finished now.
David, you sound like you had a massive adventure there in your race, because you were battling it, and you put it out there was the hypercars coming through. You're in your own battle, of course, there in the GT3 Pros, and you're trying to battle everybody else in your category, and then of course you got these cars coming through, and you're trying to navigate through this minefield. I mentioned this in the broadcast, just turn off the lights and go through a child's room full of Lego, and not try to get your foot crunching on every single one of those blocks. But you managed to do it, and you elaborated quite well on how difficult it was. But overall, to a lot of people that understand necessarily what you're talking about with times and deltas and all that sort of stuff, the race was difficult. What was the key factors for your success tonight?
There were a lot of Lego pieces, as you say.
A lot of Lego, yeah. There's Lego everywhere, mate. Yeah.
I'm sounding mean, but as I said, the Aston has such a great overall package. I think if JT and me would have gone at it, he would probably pulled away, and it would have been a survival of the fittest. Who falls out of the chair first? But then, of course, kind of meanly, I gotta say, I kind of patiently waited and looked how quick James and Matthew would be, and at some laps I was much faster. Maybe they were more careful also in traffic, so I got close to them quickly, or at least to James on his stint. Probably didn't think it would happen that early, because also the Aston is a bit better on the straight, and again it is just a good package. But I just mostly focused on where I would be getting lapped or something, not get in trouble with anyone, even though there was I was very close to James's back end because there were two hypercars at NARS behind us. So sorry if I tapped him slightly there. In the end, I came up a bit worse, I think. But yeah, it was the consistency. It was like learning to extend the stints as much as possible. Again, like every stint a lap, which is still kind of surprising me because the Merc, as I said, it's heavy. Thought it would be more, fuel guzzling, but it was really good to drive and roll into turns and use momentum. So that did help to, gain traction and time. And it's a really good comeback. It was, it was a lot happened there, but I'm glad it from like the last two adventures, like Spa and Qatar, I was feeling like it was an improvement again. And it's difficult, Le Mans, to really on the first lap to make big, accidents because there's a lot of straight. But after Spa, where it was a bit too chaotic, I'm glad we got back on track. And man, it's still a surprise. It's like how would you say, anything can happen, and you never know what's gonna happen in the races. So we'll see what happens next time. But again, I'm really glad I could manage to pace that well with the car.
Yeah. Well, David, congratulations, man, and we'll send you on. Anyone you want to give a shout out to before we kick over to the next group of winners?
Shout out to my family again because I'm not coming to eat. And I would also like to shout out my Black Hawk Racing team because they have their own 24-hour race now, and I'm pressing thumbs that they will get a good result over on their side.
Yeah, let's hope so. Yeah, thanks again, David, and we'll hopefully see you at Watkins Glen.
Yep. See you guys. Good evening.
Okay, bye. Okay, we'll bring our let's see, our Hypercar AM winners in here, which is going to be the whole team. So we've got Eric, Jerry on.
Well, hello there.
All right, so who would like to lead off here? Congratulations on the win for the Hypercar AM side, and maybe we start with the guy who brought it across the line, Eric Moynet.
Hello.
So how was it there, getting caught up by Vinicius coming into the very last quarter of the race? Was it pretty exciting for you?
It was stressing. It was about 1 or 2 seconds faster than me, and I was impeded by traffic, so it was 1 more second each time, and I saw I was 30 seconds or more at the start of my stint, and you have seen where we were at the end. So it was a bit stressing for me. Keep it cool and be cautious on track, and we've done it. And we done it.
Yeah, well, you certainly did. Just very nice and easy, no mistakes, and you managed to get it right in there at the end. And your teammate Jerry here, who ran that middle stint, being able to triple stint tires and still maintain a pretty good pace. How was that working for you?
Yeah, that was fun. So we had a little technical difficulty. So Mayer did a third stint and he changed tires. So I did the next 2 on used tires, and it was after about 5 laps I got used to it. It was fine. Now John had an awesome setup going, so it didn't make that big of a difference. I was able to push pretty hard, and I did the 2 night stints, and I know you were in the car when I was, and I was just trying to maintain that gap and going, Ross won't go away. But it was good. The traffic was fine. A couple times I got held up, but everybody was awesome, and it was so much fun this week. Just everybody was awesome.
And so kind of surprising to hear that it was a John setup instead of a Jerry setup, because usually you're the one that kind of sets up the team for that. But so John, so you put everything together and you kind of kick things off, right?
Yeah, we did that same as last year. I led off. I was supposed to do 2 stints, and Eric had a minor issue with push. He didn't come in as a spectator, so when he tried to come in, it wouldn't let him. So then we got screwed up and I ended up doing the third stint.
Yeah, so pretty stable. I mean, it looked like it was a rocket ship out there. You just I don't think I saw the car have any kind of slips or moments where it was really out of anyone's control or even thinking about it. So I mean, props to
No,
you on that.
it was awesome. It was a rocket sled just locked in everywhere.
And we were pretty happy with the setup. And other than when I screwed up on my pit entry and spun the car into the gravel, but other than that, we won't talk about that one.
I think we might have missed that on the broadcast, so I
No,
think you're
no,
safe
nope.
for that.
No, you got it. I was
okay.
watching.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Oh, we got it,
race,
my
right?
friend. Nothing skips JP Broadcasting. Don't you worry about that.
You're very welcome. Thanks.
Paul's
And-
awesome camera work. Caught it.
So is with the win in hand, that's definitely going to help your championship standings. And now with it sounds like George's teammate is out of the season, so unfortunately HRC is not going to be able to mount a challenge for the rest of the year. I'm not sure you guys are going to have much competition with things as they are right now. So is it just going to be business as usual and try and get that poster for the end of the season?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, we still gotta fight Vinicius because he's freaking so fast in that Peugeot. So it should still be fun through the end of the season because he's been doing a lot of winning so far. So
Yeah, he's sneaking up on me. I'm in first place driver, and he's coming behind me. So I gotta watch my P's and Q's.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we have 7 more rounds before we can call this one up. So yeah, anybody you guys want to shout out to? We'll start with Eric. Any lead-off remarks here?
What?
Anyone you'd like to give thanks to, or
to my 2 teammates, both of them. John did a good setup, and it's fantastic. Jerry did a very good stint where we get a big lead thanks to him. And voilà, as we say in French, voilà. I'm happy to be with them.
Très bien, sir. Jerry?
oh yeah, everyone on track was awesome. Thanks to Eric and John as always. We had so much fun this week and in the race. And thanks to you guys doing the broadcast for 4.8 hours. And special Paul, I saw that special camera you had at the Ford chicanes with the Ferris wheel in the background. That is awesome. That was just freaking awesome. So thanks, Paul.
Extra special. And John, any shouts from you?
Well, the 2 boys have covered it pretty well. Jerry's not quite saying the truth about how happy he was with other drivers, but there was a bit of a blue cloud hanging around a few times there. But yeah, overall, great race. Thanks, guys, for organizing it, and George and all the boys for putting the cars together, and Paul and the boys for broadcasting. Really appreciate it. Lots of fun.
Thank you all.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup, and we'll see you at Watkins Glen.
Okie doke. Thanks. Bye, guys.
All right, so now we'll go ahead and bring in Dan Kirby, and we'll see if, well, I guess it's just Dan. Got any teammates coming in too, or no?
Cameron didn't want to come in.
So shy. So how was it out there? I mean, it was fairly close early on, and then after you kind of took over the car, you guys just slowly built a gap, and pretty uneventful from there on. You didn't really even get that much TV time. So yeah, tell us about it.
Well, yeah, Cameron did a great job putting on pole and then running a really good first couple stints there. Built a big gap for us. And yeah, the race was going pretty good until I took over. I was kind of struggling a little bit in the first stint to get warmed up. and then I got punted in the final chicane by a blue flag car, which I thought was I thought it was game over at that point, but apparently Herlock missed his pit time, so he had to do the whole lap on full course yellow. So I think that helped us out a lot.
Yeah, for sure. That definitely opened up the gap towards the end. I was curious because obviously this is one of the races where we do all the driver swaps and everything, and you consolidate your teams down to single cars. Were you guys working with the Uyans and the blue team to try and come up with any strategies for the race, or did you just kind of run your own deals and just kind of see it out to the end?
Yeah, we talked about doing setups, and we were all kind of helping each other with spotting and race strategy and tires and fuel and everything. It's good collaboration, good teamwork.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, and I know with obviously Smile Power was kind of on the radar for a lot of that one, and since they had 3 drivers down to 1 car, they couldn't field that advantage that they normally have, right? Being able to kind of keep things equal was sort of like a 2-on-1 in that case. But yeah, they didn't look like they were able to quite pull off the same pace. They were a little bit compromised, so it certainly helped you guys. And going into the back half of the season, you guys are in a really good position now. So, I mean, I guess it's just sort of maintain the gap at this point.
Yeah, we've had a really good run of a few races, a good comeback. I think we didn't start off too well with Daytona, and yeah, we've been maybe lucky here and there, but we're putting in the work, and it's paying off these past few races. And I think we came back and retook the lead in maybe both championships now. So
I believe, yeah, that's correct. Now, question for you: are you guys going to deploy sort of the traditional strategy of swapping cars partway through, or are you thinking of staying with the caddy through to the end?
that's a good question. I don't think, and none of us have discussed that yet. It's always an option, but I'm not too sure about right now.
Well, I can say personally, it's always fun to see some of the less represented cars, or just a change up in some of the format, just to make things a little bit more interesting. But certainly when you're in a close fight like that, you kind of take each thing with strong consideration and a discerning kind of eye. So, but yeah, in the meantime, congrats to both you and Cameron. It's an excellent job, and we really look forward to seeing what you guys have to bring to Watkins Glen, which I'm sure will just be a very boring race and nothing interesting will happen there.
Surely. Yeah. Well, thank you guys. It was
Yeah.
awesome race.
Any shout outs you want to give before heading off?
Yeah, everyone, broadcasters, George, Ross, all you
That's
guys,
me.
and yeah, my teammate Cameron for killing it. I think he won us that race in that first few stints, so it was awesome.
All right, Daniel. Well, go grab a drink, a bite, whatever you need to replenish. I know, obviously, being out on the West Coast, you had to get up a little bit earlier for this one. So enjoy, and we'll see you on the next one.
All right, thank you.
All right, so that's it for Le Mans. Another one in the books. We had to say goodbye to Sir Lord Dean Biggles. Unfortunately, had to run on to another broadcast, but still here with Paul Glover. Paul, what do you think? How was it for you? Obviously, a lot of camera work, a lot of goings ons for your side.
Yeah, I think overall good quality racing. The odd mistake here and there, as I was saying to Biggles, as we like to call him, during the race. But I felt that I think even you've even commented talking about the archives earlier on, that that was a good quality race in the fact that, yeah, mistakes are going to happen, and it can get confusing. I think there are some things that people can take away from today. But overall, I thought that was entertaining, and especially the hypercar keeping us on our toes for the last half an hour, which is really nice, because sometimes it can kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of fizzle out a little bit, can't it, with endurance racing?
Yeah, you do get those moments, and obviously, for the discerning eyes that I can say that for me personally, coming into endurance racing some years back, it definitely changed your point of view and the things you look at. Like you've got the rapid checkers of sprint racing, and then you kind of come into the chess games, the master plays of endurance racing, where it really truly does become a long game of strategy and high stakes kind of coming together in one big thing. So it's great to see, like you said, that there weren't really too many blowups, or, well, I guess Alexander McQuarrie might say otherwise, but too many coming togethers that we've seen in the past, where we've had some really spicy, dog fights going out throughout the race. We had some really good battles. Nobody seemed to really be caught out or punted off too much that we caught on camera anyway. So yeah, nice and clean overall, and a pretty good result for most of the drivers here.
Yeah, I echo exactly what you've just said, and well, I guess one of the downsides to Le Mans is because ideally it's going to be multi-driver. It can bring normally the field that you guys get on the moderns can be about 30 to 40 cars, and here today that was probably nearly half that, because you've got some drivers sticking it out to do it solo, and they're absolutely crazy for doing so. But majority of the teams are, you've got pairings, so you're reducing the number of cars out on track. But that's not to say that it deteriorated the quality of the event. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and luckily for the drivers, the rain stayed away.
Yeah, for sure. And Le Mans is always a fickle mistress as we go through this one each year. It's could be rain, could be sun and shining. We had a little bit of everything here. Maybe not as much of the rain except before the race. So it's a great race overall, and we're definitely looking forward to a slightly longer run with the 60 laps of Watkins Glen coming up next. It's going to be a little bit later on in the summer here as we go through. So it's going to be June 28th. So that's going to be actually the day after my birthday. So that'll be fun to tune in for and have a good birthday weekend. Love that American track. A lot of the drivers here, they really enjoy it. Very high speed. Should be tons of action. I know so it was going to be a little bit boring. That was obviously a little tongue in cheek. But come join us on June 28th, whether it's on the CMS broadcasting or it's on the JPP channel. We'd love to have you here and check out all the action, where the field will definitely plump up again as drivers just flock to this thing when it shows up. So a nice long run at Watkins Glen, and then we will truly be in the back half of the season, which is going to stretch out into November, ending at Bahrain. So I guess from me here at and Paul here at JPB Broadcasting and Champion Motorsports, I guess that's it for now. Paul, anything else?
Nope, that's it. Just want to wish everybody a good day, good night, and enjoy the rest of your weekends.
Well said. We'll see you all next time. Thanks for joining.